Well, I think he is.
Yeah, my kid's in a booster seat. He was ready to move up. He is ready, right?
Her car seat looks like the right size.
There are probably rules on when to move up to a booster seat, aren't there?
Rear facing, forward facing. I think I have it right.
Car crashes are a leading killer of children 1 to 13. Are your children in the right car seat for their age and size? Don't think you know. Know you know. Go to safercar.gov/the right seat.
I know my child's in the right car seat, or else I wouldn't get in the driver's seat.
Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
You don't usually get a stock tip from a 16-year-old, but I'm here to tell you about a different kind of stock. It's called Better Futures, a stock for social change that's not about making money. Instead, you invest to help students like me go to college. This is beyond a simple donation. It's the opportunity for America to invest in its kids and take an active stake in the future of the country. The return on your investment isn't money. What you get back is knowing you protected our potential. So one day, that potential can grow up to become surgeons and architects, executives and engineers, people who can change the future just by being a part of it. My name is Alicia, and I'm your dividend.
Invest in better futures with UNCF. Visit uncf.org/invest. A mind is a terrible thing to waste, but a wonderful thing to invest in. A public service announcement brought to you by UNCF and the Ad Council.
This is Nnamdi Asamoah. I play football for the Philadelphia Eagles, but what I do off the field with United Way might be more important. I'm a volunteer tutor and mentor. Why? Because over 1 million kids a year drop out of school, and that's not okay. It takes 12 years to create a graduate, but it takes about the same time to create a dropout. And the difference between a child becoming one or the other could be me, or it could be you. Studies show that if we get to these kids earlier, their chances are better. And kids who read well by 3rd grade are more likely to graduate. So join me in United Way. Suit up and take the pledge. Become a volunteer reader, tutor, or mentor. Because when a child succeeds, we all succeed. Give, advocate, volunteer, live united. Take the pledge at unitedway.org. Brought to you by United Way, the Ad Council, and the National Football League.
They'll challenge your authority. They'll try to break your will. They'll push you to the edge of your sanity. Because that's what kids do. But this car is your territory, not theirs. Defend it. Who makes the payments? Who cleans it? Who drives it? You do. That's who. And in here, your word is law. So when you say you won't move until everyone's buckled up, you won't budge an inch. Until you hear that click. Never give up until they buckle up. A message from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council. For more information, visit safercar.gov/kidsbuckleup.
Let's go inside the mind of a 10-year-old.
I should have worn those earrings today. I like those earrings. Gabby has those awesome earrings. I need to ask her where she got those, but that's just what she would want me to do. I'll have Michaela ask her for me.
Buckle up, Sarah.
Yeah, but then Michaela will be like, why don't you just ask her yourself? That's just like Michaela.
Sarah, buckle up.
Michaela's such a great name. I wish I was called Michaela. There's like a dozen Sarahs in my class.
Hey, we're not hitting the road until you buckle up, honey.
Oh yeah, seatbelt. I forget sometimes because my brain is like busy, you know? I wonder if there's pizza at school today.
Sometimes it can be tough to get through to your kids, but it's not impossible. Always make sure they're wearing their seatbelts, even on short drives. Remember, you have the keys, you have the power. Never give up until they buckle up. A message from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council. Visit safercar.gov/kidsbuckleup for more information.
Hi, this is Terry Crews.
actor, former football player, game show host, father of 5, and all-around big dude. I'm also an expert on drama. I know all kinds of drama. There's the good kind that comes with having a house full of kids. There's the bad kind, like season-ending injuries. There's the necessary kind, like having an agent in Hollywood. And there's silly drama, like the drama around my percolating pectorals. And then there's the drama you can skip.
Skip the drama that comes with not having your high school diploma or equivalency. Find free adult education classes near you and finish your high school diploma. Visit finishyourdiploma.org.
Or text diploma to 97779. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop to opt out. That's diploma to 97779. And leave the drama to actors like me.
Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
Should the Vikings sign Sam Darnold? Will Deion Sanders be the next Cowboys head coach? An NFL divisional round preview and much, much more on a new episode of Jabba in the Mouth. Bets are going to give him a significant. They're going to have a ton of money to spend. Why not put it in one of the top 3 offensive players in the league? We're going to be looking at Aaron Judge and saying that he can't win the big game. Michael Jordan said, I played 82 games. You don't see LeBron doing that.
This is a game where you got to go perform.
I told you, Giant fans, and Saquon Barkley at this point. I'm gonna fight him all. I said the nation army couldn't hold me back. They're gonna rip it off. Take it down. Say whatever you want about Patrick Mahomes. He's the best quarterback in the NFL. Really? And I'm talking to myself at night because I can't forget. Back and forth through my mind behind a cigarette. And the nation's coming from my eyes. It is a cold, cold Wednesday here in Long Island, New York, and New York City. As everybody is watching the New York Knicks game, well, it's in Philadelphia, but everybody here in New York is watching the New York Knicks game, and they're up 23-17, and you're listening to Jabba in the Mouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, Jabba Chamberlain, and Speedy Petey. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know, our executive producer, Aaron Fishman, our Sports Minute, Tommy Scoops, and our back-end personality himself, Mr. Tick himself, Owen the Tick Rickner. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba in the Mouth, every single Mondays and Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Ladies and gentlemen, football week is about to start. We have the national championship right around the corner, and then you have the divisional games over the weekend, and this is the best time. I thought the wild card games were going to be better, but boy, oh boy, this is every single week when it comes to playoff football is the best week when it comes to sports fans and sports fans throughout the world. Jabba, what's up, man?
Nada, just it's cold here too. We actually kind of had a heat wave. We almost got to 40. So yeah, I mean you had guys out in shorts and short sleeves around here. So yeah, no, it's that time of the year, getting to the fun time of the year. And I mean, first time we haven't had football on a Thursday, so got to figure out something to do. We got the Huskers on, so we got that going for us. But no, I just
going on. There's a lot of
there's a lot in sports in general going on, even though it's kind of getting towards the less busy part of having all these sports. But you had international signings that started today. You got the playoffs coming up, you got the national championship game, you've got all the rumors and the talks and all that other stuff. So it's a fun time of the year to be able to talk about everything.
There's baseball rumors. There's baseball, obviously, teams bringing in, foreign guys. I'm not going to mention who. Well, I'm going to mention the New York Mets bring in one of the top young prospects from the Dominican Republic. So Met fans are jumping for joy like they won something already. They haven't won anything since 1986. But, hey, if the Met fans want to be happy about that. But there's a lot going on in sports. And right now, this is probably one of the worst times when it comes to hockey because the Rangers and the Islanders absolutely suck. So watching hockey is not something that I'm excited about. I have agita every time I watch the Islanders and Rangers. The Islanders get shut out by the Ottawa Senators last night, and then the Rangers put up a terrible display of hockey last night. But, hey, all in all, if you're a Ranger and Islander fan, well, don't watch hockey. Watch something else. But watch bull riding. Watch sword fighting. I don't know. There's a lot of things that you can watch. I mean, ping pong. I was watching that last night, late at night, when I had nothing to do. I was watching the Chinese play ping pong, the Chinese championships over there in China. So if you're a ping pong fan and you want to be like them, putting spin and backhand, and then Peacock actually has it. There's like a sort of Chinese Peacock channel. And I actually get it because I have all the channels. So I get a chance to watch a bunch of, Chinese players play and not understand anything that they're saying when they're doing the broadcast. So very, very fun as, my girlfriend's sitting right beside me saying, what the hell are you watching at 2:30 in the morning? But, hey, I'm trying to find something to do because watching Islander and Ranger hockey is not something that I want to enjoy or watch. But, again, we have a great show lined up for you. But before that, how are you, Speed?
Feeling the same way as Jamie Lee in the comment section about sticking about the New York Rangers because they are probably the most underperforming team in the NHL.
How about the
season.
Islanders? So
No, expectations-wise, I would say. The Islanders didn't have, drastic expectations. The Rangers are supposed to be one of the top 5 teams of the NHL, and they look like they're not even going to make the playoffs
Well,
right now.
thank Chris Drury for that.
Yeah, it's coming to fruition, and they're getting old, as a lot of the Ranger fans are feeling that way this year. But Jamie Lee says, thank God my Houston Rockets are doing well.
I told all the Ranger fans in the beginning of the season that it's going to be either up season or a down spiral season.
Yeah.
And Chris Drury is a person, ladies and gentlemen, I never liked. I played hockey with him. I got a chance to, play. I was a teammate of Chris Drury when we were younger, and Rick DiPietro. Couldn't stand Rick, and I couldn't stand Chris. Okay, the only 2 guys that played in the NHL that I could ever stand is Chris Higgins and Kamasarek. Those are the only 2 American players that I played with that I actually could give a crap about. Watching Chris Drury play, he was a cocky person when he played on the basketball. On the hockey. He also played basketball on the hockey ice or the ice. And he was also a cocky baseball player. Played in a Little League World Series, and a guy likes to brag about it. He could have played professional baseball. Really? Then why did you play professional hockey? What a cracky, you know what? I'm so happy when I see Chris Drury gets fired from the New York Rangers. I think Ranger fans should put a smile on their face because the guy's a complete idiot.
So maybe we should have Chris Drury in the batter's box against Java. We'll see how he fares.
Maybe I'll tell Jabba to just peg him because I can't stand it. Every time I look at that guy's face, I want to peg him. Okay? All he cares about is himself. He never cared about the Rangers or hockey. All he cared about when he was building the Rangers organization and the team over the last 2 years is, look, I got this team all the way into the Eastern Conference Finals. Yeah, but you couldn't get them over the hump. You couldn't get them into the finals. And then you made excuses for that at the end of the season, saying, oh, we had a lot of injuries and we weren't 100% healthy. Nobody was 100% healthy in the playoffs. That is an excuse, but that's what Chris used to do when I played hockey with him. Make excuses. And I don't know why anybody thought that guy was a good Samaritan when it came to playing ice hockey. That guy was the biggest crap. I'm not going to say it on radio, but he talked a lot of crap, and he thought he was so much better than everybody else when he wasn't. Overrated. And by the way, his career in the NHL wasn't that great. His best years were on Colorado, if you remember. So Chris Drury, and he played with a good team. That's the only reason why he had a good career when he was playing for Colorado. Anyways, at 8:30, we'll be talking to former Jets, Dolphins, and Rams defensive end Quinton Coples, drafted by the New York Jets, and Rex Ryan and Mike Tannenbaum, who's right now on a search for the Jets' new head coach. That'll be fun. I would love to hear what Quinton thought about Mike Tannenbaum, because I've had interviews with a bunch of players that played for Mike Tannenbaum and couldn't stand the ass. So, and now he's picking our coach, a guy that put the New York Jets down 2 years ago on ESPN. They have him picking out who their next head coach is. What a crock of crap. Anyways, what is it? Tommy Tell era what? I don't know what's going on.
Jabba wanted to say something before we
go ahead, Jabba. There you go.
Yeah, no, a sad day for us in Nebraska here. A family that has impacted a ton of people. And Jack Hoffman, he'd been battling brain cancer for 14 years, and he left this earth today, or I think the report was today, 19 years old. He had just lost his dad to a similar disease 2 years ago, 2021. And they've raised over $14 million since this has started. And I don't know if you guys have seen it or whatever. And, I'm proud of Nebraska and everything. And, they did the run and he got Sports Moment of the Year. And they've done a lot for pediatric brain cancer. So we got some heavy hearts here in Nebraska and losing a kid that has meant so much in his family. And shout out to his family and his mom, Bree, and Andy's wife. And, it sucks to see him go, but they've done a lot for the community around here. So from all of us here, especially me and Owen being from here, looking out, buddy. Thanks.
Yep, sending condolences.
Same here from all of us. I mean, we're from New York. We're not. I've been to Nebraska, but I wasn't at Nebraska. Like, I never lived in Nebraska, but it's to hear something like that. My heart goes out to the Hoffman family. I mean, losing a kid that really stood for something and stood. When you see so many young kids die from so many different diseases and cancer is the worst disease of them all. I mean, more people die from cancer every single year than any other disease. You go look it up. It's a fact. It's horrible. And there's so many of them. There's leukemia, there's brain cancer, there's lung cancer, pancreatic cancer. It's horrible. And just to hear something like that, a young kid fighting for his life and standing and helping the community, that says a lot about him and his family. And my heart goes out to the Hoffman family.
And Jamie Lee as well. He says in the comment section, sorry, Jabba, rest in peace. Yes, sending condolences to all his family, all his friends, anyone, all of his teammates, anyone that knew him closely.
If there's a GoFundMe or something of that magnitude, let us know and we'll post it up on social media and we'll do what we can to raise some money for the family. That's just a horrible story. And obviously with all the stuff that's going on in the world, just to hear something like that and that's why we speak about sports and we try to take, everybody asks me, like, why do you do this? And one of the things is, obviously, I obviously want to make this a career and I put all my heart and soul in it, but I do it to entertain people. And some people have rough days. I have rough days. Speedy has rough days. Everybody's got rough days. Jabba has rough days. And we do this to take all that stuff, wherever you work and whatever you do and whatever you hate. We try to take your mind off of that stuff and just to enjoy a 3.5-4 hour show with us and take that away and just enjoy the comedy and the craziness of the show. So my heart goes out to that family. It really does.
They have what's called the Team Jack Foundation. So you guys can go on there and check and see the story and how they're from a small town in Nebraska called Atkinson. And, to raise what they've done from that small town has been pretty impressive. So we'll send it out. And if you guys want to check it out and learn more about his story and his family's story, it's pretty darn cool.
Absolutely. So my heart goes out to the Hoffman family, and we will post things for everybody to check out. And if they have a GoFundMe, page or something of that magnitude, let us know and we'll post it up all of our social media, our website. We would love to help out the Hoffman family. After the Vikings got eliminated by the Rams in the playoffs, there is a lot of debate on whether the Vikings should keep Sam Darnold in the future. Spot Track projects Darnold's next contract to be around 4 years and $160 million. About the same as Daniel Jones got from the Giants. ESPN's Benjamin Solik reports that the Vikings are willing to do everything they can to extend Darnold and thinks that the Vikings could trade J.J. McCarthy because the quarterback draft class this year isn't as good. ESPN's Dan Orlovsky said that Darnold's bad stretch at the end of the year shouldn't affect his value on the market. ESPN's Louis Riddick, believes that Darnold's future in Minnesota is cloudy, and he thinks they will stay committed to J.J. McCarthy on a rookie contract. The Vikings have $73 million in cap space entering the offseason. Darnold had 4,319 passing yards, 35 touchdowns, 12 interceptions, and a 66.2% completion percentage this past season. Sam Darnold is going to make a lot of money. He's earned it. He's worked really, really hard all season long. O'Connell really figured out how to get him out of his shell. This has been a problem really since he stepped on an NFL football field. This guy who came from USC was expected to be a star quarterback. He was a star quarterback over there at the University of South California, and he just didn't develop. He obviously was drafted by the New York Jets as the third pick in the first round. The Jets couldn't develop him. Adam Gase couldn't develop him. Then the Jets decided to part ways with him as they brought in a new GM and a new coach in Robert Saleh. They got a second and a fourth for him. He goes to the Panthers. He was there for 2 years? Couldn't develop over there with all the different coaches that they had over there. And then was pretty much thrown away to the San Francisco 49ers. Built a confidence level over there with Kyle Shanahan, and then played 1 year with the Minnesota Vikings, and really in 1 year developed and had the numbers that we expected Sam Darnold to have after 3 or 4 years playing with the team that drafted him, the New York Jets. But right now, when you look at the position the Minnesota Vikings are in, they could draft Sam Darnold, but why would they? They drafted J.J. McCarthy, a year ago? He was out for the season, had season-ending injury. He obviously sat out. This is good for the quarterback because he played 4 years in college, right? It was 4 years or 3 years?
4 years.
4 years of college. And every single quarterback that we've seen that plays 3 or more years of college football and gets a little bit of time on the bench, that steps on a football field, an NFL football field, those are the ones that develop much faster than the guys that play 2 years in college football. And then because they're superstars, they have a big name, and they had 1 or 2 good years in college football, they step on an NFL football field and they're a bust. Sam Darnold, all the way through, was a bust. But for some reason, Kyle Shanahan saw something in him, built him over the last couple of months of the season last year, and then he was signed by the Minnesota Vikings. And with all the weapons they have, and Addison and Jefferson and obviously Hawkinson and all the weapons that they had, he really started to really figure things out. Everything slowed down in front of him. Sam, at the end of the season, even after the playoff game, he came out and said, this season has been an absolute blur. And he said, it's been fantastic. I learned so much from the players that I played for and the coaches that I learned from. And he said, I would love to come back here if they would have me. But here's the thing. When it comes to money and when it comes to the objective of playing NFL football, it's to make as much possible money as you possibly get. And Sam Darnold is a hot ticket right now. The hottest ticket right now going into the offseason. He was a top 5 quarterback in almost every single statistic. He did what you wanted a star quarterback, a franchise quarterback to do, was go out there, put up the numbers, and get his team in the playoffs. Did they fail to get out of the first round of the wild card game? Yes, they played a veteran Rams team, which Sean McVay and Stafford, guys that have won Super Bowls, that have gone to the promised land. It wasn't easy. But right now, if you look at the objective here, is to go out there and get the most money. Who's going to give him the most money? What team is willing to give Sam Darnold a 4-year contract? And there are 5 or 6 teams right now on my list that absolutely hit a home run if they do that. The problem right now is Sam Darnold willing to take less money and fight for that quarterback position with J.J. McCarthy? Or does he say, you know what, JJ's going to get the job no matter what because he's on a rookie contract and they believed in him when they drafted him and he won a national championship with Michigan. Maybe it's time for me to leave and go see what's out there and earn the right to make the money that I deserved all these years and never got a chance to prove it.
Yeah, you look at the dilemma of rookie contract versus trade value of what they could get in the draft. And I think That is where the Vikings decision will have to come. Now, I think they should definitely try to at least franchise tag him and see what you can get on the open market. Because you're right, there's going to be a lot of these quote unquote fringe contenders that are going to be looking for that playoff team or almost playoff team that are going to do it. I know a couple of weeks ago you mentioned the Colts as a possibility if they don't believe in Anthony Richardson. Anthony Richardson, who was almost traded at the trade deadline.
And Michael Pittman, too.
Michael Pittman is still there. Jonathan Taylor is still there. Do they want to trust a different quarterback to get that system to work? The Steelers, another one. If they let go of both Russell Wilson and Justin Fields, if they feel like Sam Darnold's a better fit there, could Mike Tomlin bring him in? That's what the Vikings have to factor in. And because they have all this cap space, do they want to trust that they could build everything else up? They paid Jefferson. They paid a lot of their offensive linemen. They don't have a lot of other big contracts on the team. That being said, at the same time, do you think that, all right, maybe you do what the Bucs did with Baker Mayfield? Baker Mayfield got a $35 million a year contract, and look at the year he had. He was fantastic even in the second year. And that's the other extreme you're looking at. Baker Mayfield's the high, Daniel Jones is the low. Where is the Sam Darnold on that trajectory? It's a very similar situation. I personally think that they're going to trust the process more with J.J. McCarthy, like the Bills did with Josh Allen at the time. They had Tyrod Taylor, who had a good year there, but Josh Allen was the guy. They stole the 7th pick to make it work. Obviously, now he's one of the best quarterbacks in the league. I think that's the decision McCarthy will make, but if the trade offer's there...
I disagree, Speedy. I disagree. I think right now, when you look at the picture and you look at the quarterbacks and the position that Sam Darnold's in, he could go one way, he can go the other. I think that if O'Connor comes to him and says, listen, I'm going to give you the money that you want. I'm going to give you 4 years, $160 million. I think he looks towards Minnesota and says, you know what, I have a better chance to succeed over here with the coaching staff over here than going to another organization and using me and throwing me to the dust. Look what right now, if you look at over there in Atlanta decided to bring in Kirk Cousins, gave him a long-term deal. What did they sign him for? 3-4 years. And then after 1 year and a half a season, they gave up on him. Yep. And then at the end of the season, they brought in Michael Penix. Michael Penix almost got him into the playoffs. And they said, you know what? We're getting rid of you. Does Sam Darnold want to go through that? Does he want to go through that, or does he trust that O'Connell's going to put him in the right position to win and give him the right chances to get that starting position and take it from J.J. McCarthy, and then they move on from J.J.?
Yeah, that's why I said the trade value, if there is this desperation that's going to be in the draft. Let's say if let's say the Giants miss out on a quarterback. The Giants wanted J.J. McCarthy last year, and I was worried they were going to draft him at the time because I didn't want them to reach for a quarterback. I still have my doubts with him as a prospect, but like you're saying, like he's a 4-year starter. He's an experienced, smart guy. So those types of things in the right system can make it work. And Kevin O'Connell deserves a lot of credit for, obviously, the transformation of that. And Kyle Shanahan last year deserves a lot of credit for the transformation of that. With Jefferson, Addison, Hockenson there, it's definitely still a possibility to make that kind of thing work. It's just a matter of, one, the open market. I think it's a good contract. Like $40 million a year is not. We were thinking it might be 50 at the time, but that's not a bad contract. But if the Vikings really still believe in McCarthy more and think this
He'll take less.
I'm not saying it's a fluke, but yeah, he would take less.
He's
only
going to
stay with
take
Minnesota.
less.
Yeah.
If Minnesota offers him, I think he's going to take less. There's no question that he's going to take less, especially what Sam Darnold has proven over there in Minnesota with Jefferson and Addison.
Yep.
I think he stays there. If they're willing to give him 40 to 45 million, I think he stays there.
But do you think he's going to he wants the years, or he wants the money, or he wants the security of that
security? That's what I think he wants.
And I think too, that's why it's one of those. Do you take the 4 knowing that in the back that they, McCarthy still is in their heads as an option, to where now you've seen what happened with Penix this year, and you're like, oh well, all right, now we can get rid of him and clear up some space and do that. I think the draft pick comes into play too if they sit down and they all say like, hey, you know what, it's going to be a dogfight and we'll see what happens, or it's going to be like, hey, we want you to be our guy. Does he settle for 30, 35? I doubt it. I mean, especially with the going rate right now and the year that he had in the numbers. Yeah, everybody's going to remember the exact thing that we always say is, what have you done for me lately? And he didn't do anything in that game. So they're going to remember that, not the fact that he had a great year overall and he's got weapons. I mean, he's not going to go to many other teams that are going to trade for him and pay him what he is what he has to throw to day in and day out on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, whatever day they play. So I think it'll be interesting to see kind of the direction that he goes, whether it's the years, the money, or comes out and O'Connell and them say, no, he's our dude. That security of, you know what, he can just get ready, get him mentally prepared, and then be that guy for McCarthy too. And he's only 27 years old.
But here's the thing, and he's the youngest quarterback ever drafted. We were speaking about it on Monday. The Jets drafted him at the age of 19. He was just turning 20 when he was drafted by the New York Jets. He turned 20 like a couple of days after he was drafted.
His birthday's June 5th.
Yeah, so he was practically 19, going to be 20 at the time that he was drafted. So if you look at it, and this is what I want to go back and look at what we've seen over the last couple of years, especially with quarterbacks. We saw what happened with Kirk Cousins. But again, J.J. McCarthy has been out a whole season. He barely stepped on a football field. How long is it going to take him to get back into football shape? That's where they have to look at it. Look at Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers, it took him to the end of the season to really get back to that star quarterback or star passing quarterback that he's been over the years. For the first 7-8 games, he looked horrible. But if you look at his numbers at the end of the season, it was pretty damn good. And he ended the season pretty damn good. It took him a little while to get back from that injury. Now, this guy had surgery this year. I think it was on his knee, if I'm not mistaken. He had major surgery on his leg, and now he's coming back. Are you going to trust that J.J. McCarthy is just going to step on a football field and be the player that they thought he was going to be? Maybe they go into the season, they give Sam Darnold that extension, give him the 4-year deal, and if Sam Darnold wins the job, that's fine. You go to the season. If Sam Darnold puts up those numbers like he did last year, then next year you trade J.J. McCarthy. J.J.'s still young. He'll be, 24, 25 next year, and then you ride or die with Sam Darnold. I think that's the route you go. Sam goes somewhere else, Jabba. I think that he might just fall flat on his face. That he's got a good rapport with this coaching staff. He has an understanding how to run this offense with O'Connell. Why change it up when you feel so comfortable and you feel more comfortable now than you ever had since you played in the NFL?
It's interesting because the quarterback position dynamic that the Vikings have had trouble with throughout their franchise history for a while. They're great at developing a lot of other things on defense, wide receivers especially, they're very good at. But the quarterback position is something that they've had trouble in terms of a long-term answer. They thought it might have been Teddy Bridgewater. He got hurt. They had these fluke years with Case Keenum once in a while. And obviously when they had Brett Favre. But is this kind of thing the same pattern, or is it somebody they could build with? Sam Darnold, like you were saying, is still young enough to make that kind of thing work. Now he's kind of entering those prime years. And this is a system that's great. Even last year with Josh Dobbs, they were winning some games with Josh Dobbs at quarterback.
And Aaron Jones is probably not coming back next year. He is a free agent. He only signed a 1-year deal, so they can take that money and throw it right into Sam Darnold if need be. They could do other things with that money. They still have $75 million to work with next year. They have other options that they're probably going to go. Their offensive line play very well. They're fairly young, so they don't really have to look that route. They're going to probably draft a running back. That's just what usually teams do. They'll go after a running back in the 2nd or 3rd round, and maybe they go in the 1st round. If Ashton Genty's still there, maybe they go after Genty, and the Cowboys give the Cowboys the big FU. I don't know. The fact is, right now, if you look at the position the Minnesota Vikings are, they've never been in such a great position with a young quarterback. If you look at over the years, look who they had. They had a 3rd-tier quarterback that won the job with Stephon Diggs and Adam Thielen when they were there. Yep. He was a 3rd-tier quarterback. And then they bring in a guy like Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins was there for 2 or 3 years. He put up great numbers. He was a veteran. He came from Washington. You have a guy right now. He's just about hitting his prime as a quarterback. He's 27 years old. To me, all you could see is going up, not going down. We've seen him go down. I see more going up. I think you ride or die with Sam Darnold and let J.J. McCarthy try to earn his spot. If he doesn't earn the spot in the beginning of the preseason, you have Sam Darnold. And then if Sam goes down or he stays healthy all season, then you decide what you're doing with J.J. after the fact.
So, remember, they were also the same team that traded a 1st-round pick to get the great Sam Bradford after Teddy Bridgewater got
But
hurt.
what's interesting, and I think everybody's looking at this, is that next year's draft class of quarterbacks is so much better than it is this year. So if J.J. McCarthy becomes available, this is the chance that they have to get as much as they possibly can for J.J. McCarthy. So a lot of these experts are going to come out and say, well, This is the year. If you're going to trade J.J. McCarthy, trade him now and get as much as you possibly can for him.
It might be like Sam Darnold with the Jets at the time.
Yeah.
Like maybe
so
they get a 2 and a 4.
Maybe that's right. They're going to get a first-round draft pick for J.J. McCarthy. This guy was a first-round draft pick and never stepped on a football field. How do you know what he's going to be? He looked pretty good in the preseason when he did play. True. So why are you going to step away and say, hey, he's not worth a first-round draft pick? This guy was a high draft pick. So a lot of teams, if they're willing to trade J.J. McCarthy, they're going to get a first-round draft pick for him, especially how much drought, the drought of quarterbacks are in this year's class. It's not a good class. So, and Jabo, if you look at J.J. McCarthy right now, if he was in this year's draft, is he the best quarterback going into this class? I would think he is.
I mean, he's in the top 2, I would imagine. And like you said, if you get rid of him this year or next year and see what happens, granted, like, you know, you're one of your favorite people, Ryan Clark, was like, this is the quarterback golden era right now. And we're seeing some really good ones come out. And, you know, he'll only be 23. He's about to turn 22 on January 20th. Mm-hmm. And so if you look at it, you're still going to get the draft pick just because of, you know, I guess the best word is projection and where he was drafted, his age, you know, what he's done and proven what he's done. I just think it's tough to go away from Sam Darnold because you have $75 million to work with, and so you can dodge and duck and the 5 Ds of dodgeball with that contract and be able to make it work. I mean, personally, it would be one of those deals where he's just going to get better and he's not going to get worse. He's going to work with the first team. And it's just, but if I'm literally Sam Darnold and that's what they throw at me and I get these guys, yeah, they're probably going to, like you said, second, third round, get a decent running back. But throw to those guys, you know, week in and week out, that's tough to move on to, but also $45 million a year is tough to move on to too.
I'm going to tell you this. There is a team that a lot of people aren't going to speak about, but could be in the running for a guy like Sam Darnold. And that is the team that has the most cap space going into the offseason. And that's the San Francisco 49ers. The 49ers, they have to decide if they're going to go with Brock Purdy or they go with Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold knows that offense. O'Connell runs practically the same offense as Kyle Shanahan. If he goes over there with Kyle Shanahan, he's got a better arm than Purdy. This is a guy that was a first-round draft pick. Purdy was the last pick in the 7th round in the draft a couple of years ago. If they don't trust that Purdy's the guy, where are you going to find a guy at the prime of his career, 27 years old, who's putting up the numbers Sam Darnold put up this year and expect to get him for a 4-year, $160 million contract? If I were the San Francisco 49ers, I know somebody on this show who's a big 49er fan would probably rather a guy like Sam Darnold than Brock Purdy, who can't stand Brock Purdy. That's Owen, Mr. The Tick, who has come out and said that I'll take anybody but Brock Purdy. So, I mean, San Francisco has the most money this offseason. Maybe they make a run at Sam Darnold. It makes a lot of sense because he knows Kyle Shanahan's offense, and he understands that Kyle Shanahan will use him the same way O'Connell did.
Keep the same strengths. Why not at this point? He was the next one. He was the one that kind of rebirthed him in a way, so why not?
It's very interesting, and that's why I think when you look at the big picture right now where Sam Darnold could go, I think it makes a lot of sense out of all the teams that everybody, and I'm looking at the cap, Vegas is they're 4th right now with the most money. So Vegas are definitely looking for a quarterback. New England's not. Cleveland might. Maybe Cleveland wants him, but they're paying Deshaun Watson, and they don't know what they're doing with Deshaun Watson. So are they willing to go and dig into their pockets, or do they want to move up in the draft and get the quarterback that they have control of? So that actually they're second, right? So
they're second, yeah.
So they can draft their quarterback. They don't even have to move up. Right. So why would they do that? So out of all the teams that are right now in cap space hell, I mean, they're going to be really reaching. The only team that makes a lot of sense is the team that has the most cap space, and that's the San Francisco 49ers. I won't be surprised if you hear stories coming out from San Francisco that they're willing to trade Purdy, franchise him and trade him and bring in a guy like Sam Darnold, because Sam Darnold is definitely a better quarterback right now on paper than Brock Purdy is. Texans at the Chiefs. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Joe Mixon, who had 106 yards rushing versus the Chargers, will face a Chiefs run defense that was 5th best in the NFL. The Chiefs have played 4 different starting tackles this season and will face a Texans duo of pass rushers that both were in the top 10 in sacks. The Commanders game at the Lions, Jaden Daniels has the 3rd best numbers versus the blitz this season, and the Lions defense blitzes the 5th most in the NFL. The Lions are expected to get David Montgomery back for the divisional round against a Commanders run defense that was 3rd worst in the NFL. The Rams versus the Eagles. The Rams passing offense was 9th in the NFL this season, matching up against the Eagles pass defense that was number 1 in all of the NFL. The Eagles passing attack was the last in yards per game, but the Rams offense allowed 12th most receiving yards by a wide receiver. Ravens and Bills. The Ravens have the number 1 rushing offense and the rushing defense in the NFL, but still might not have Zay Flowers, who could be out with a concussion situation. The Bills' offensive line was 3rd best in pass blocking, and Josh Allen had the lowest sack rate of any quarterback this season. So we'll go through the games right now because it's very interesting, those statistics, and obviously the Texans and Chiefs game. Everybody thinks that the Chiefs are going to the Super Bowl. Everybody thinks they're going to three-peat. It makes a lot of sense. They had the best record in the NFL. They had the bye week. You got to go through Kansas City to go all the way to the Super Bowl, and maybe so. But this isn't the same Kansas City Chiefs team we've seen over the last couple of years. And if you look at what we have been saying about Joe Mixon, I don't care what anybody says, he's hot and cold in a lot of games. He disappears. And the Chiefs, the one thing I can say about the Chiefs, and especially in the playoffs, the one thing they like to do is they stop your strength. And what has been their strength with all the injuries they've had with Nico Collins and Dell and all these other guys was their running game. Joe Mixon has been better this year on the Texans than he has been over the last 5 years for the Bengals. So what are they going to do? They're going to clog up the middle and make them throw. Now, Nico Collins had a great game last week. There's no question that he did. And C.J. Stroud looks like he's the quarterback, and he's the quarterback of the future for this team for the next 20 years. But again, this is the Kansas City Chiefs, and this is Kansas City. It's going to be loud. Fans are going to be crazy. It could be snowing. It could be icy. Who knows what it could be? And Patrick Mahomes is the type of guy that always gets the calls. This game is going to be an interesting game. This is not going to be the same game that they had against the Chargers. The Chargers' minds weren't into the game. I do believe that whole fire situation over there in LA had something to do with the way they played. And this isn't Justin Herbert. This is Patrick Mahomes. This is a guy that's won 3 Super Bowls. This is a guy that's won a couple MVPs. This is a guy that's looked at as the next Tom Brady, the next face of the NFL, if not the face of the NFL. And guess what? Taylor Swift's going to be at the game. So who's going to have the crowd on their side? Is it going to be the Texans and the God's worth of C.J. Stroud? Or is it going to be Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce dancing around with his smiling girlfriend, dancing and singing Love Story?
Yeah, it's interesting because Joe Mixon has a good track record in the 2 playoff games with the Bengals against the Chiefs. Are they going to rely on that a lot? If they're going to do so, the offensive line is going to have to play a lot better because they've been really bad throughout the year. And the Chiefs pass rush and their run defense has been very strong. The Chiefs run defense last year was suspect. This year it's been a lot better. The one thing that's interesting too is if the Texans are going to be able to stop the tight ends and the slot receivers. Derek Stingley and Kamari Lassiter on the outside have been tremendous, but the Chiefs love to do a lot of those slot concepts. Andy Reid is going to be very creative. He's very good off of a bye week, but the Texans defense too is very strong as well. And I think they're going to be able to rush the passer a lot in this game. So I expect this to be a lower scoring game. And I agree with you. Don't be surprised if the Texans cover this spread. This is not going to be an easy game for this Chiefs offense, even getting wide receivers back just because of that offensive line mismatch that they might have at the tackle position. The interior is strong, but the edges are very, very good.
Yeah, and I think the Chiefs have been terrible at covering the spread all year. If you go back and look, but coming off a bye, you see what they are, and at home, it's And they're the Chiefs. They made a deal with somebody, and I think it's probably Taylor Swift. I mean, really. But I think there's going to be a dynamic from both sides of the ball, defensively and rushing, if they can, Andy Reid being the genius that he is and guarding those receivers. I think they cover. I think the Chiefs somehow squeak it out. I think they win by 6, but I think that the game is going to be closer than a lot of people think.
Oh, the game's going to be fun to watch. I expect the Texans to put on a great game against a Kansas City Chiefs team that everybody thinks is going to run away with it. But I think obviously the defense, I want to see how the defense play. This could be Spags last year over there in Kansas City. He could get a job at the end of this season. He's been sensational over there. He's done everything that you want a defensive coordinator to be after taking over the way he has. And he's won 2 Super Bowls over there. So it's not a coinky dink. It's not something that you think that it's not going to be something that you think that he's not going to go after CJ Stroud. He's not going to go after Joe Mixon. He's going to go all out. This defense is going to go all out as they possibly can. I worry about their secondary because their secondary all season long has been up and down. And I do believe Nico Collins, because of his size and his ability to get past their safeties and play one-on-one kind of football. If that happens in this game could be a lot closer than you think. You're on mute.
Fish, you're muted.
You're on mute, guys. Come on.
Yeah, I think with the Kansas City Chiefs, I think the Houston Texans have to keep this to a lower scoring game, like a 17-13 type of game. They have to run the ball. They can't get pass happy. Sometimes what they do is they just try to throw CJ Stroud out there and be like, he's our answer. Rely on Joe Mixon, rely on that good defense, and see where the cards may lay at the end of the game. Because if they start getting pass happy, turnovers happen, the Chiefs will run away with this game pretty quick. They just need to stick to what they did with the Chargers, run Joel Mixon, hope he has over 100 yards, and keep it low scoring, or else Patrick Mahomes is going to have a heyday.
Look, the Chiefs is the Chiefs, is what Travis Kelce likes to say, because they're back-to-back champs, and that hadn't happened in a very long time. And then they have a chance to be the first three-peat ever. We have to take them seriously, and they lost one real game this season. I'm not counting the Carson Wentz catastrophe in Week 18. I don't think anyone really considers him part of the Chiefs, unless, God forbid, something happens to Mahomes. Mahomes is so good in these moments because he's had so many of them. When you have the experience of playing in the big time, in the big moments, and you get back there, you've been there already. I mean, the Yankees, when they played, and Jabba, like going back even before you were there to the 90s Yankees with the Core Four and, Bernie and all those guys, Paul O'Neill, they won together and they kept winning together because they stayed together and they knew how to win together. This is a lot of the same guys in this nucleus that's been winning together. Not to mention the fact that they won a Super Bowl a couple of years before the 2 in a row that they got. So they've already have 3. If they can get the 4th, you have to start using the word dynasty. Houston hasn't looked so great this season. I was really surprised how they came out against the Chargers. It did look like something was wrong with them. Obviously, the things going on in LA makes football feel like it's not that important. I don't really know if that was it or whatever it was, but the Texans showed up. They looked a little bit better than they had before, but this is the Chiefs. I'm going with the Chiefs. I don't think it's going to be close.
Well, we're not making picks right now, but I will say this. Are we making picks today, or are we doing a little bit later in the show? I think we're going to do that a little bit later in the show, but I do think – I'm sorry, what did you say?
It was going to be this segment.
Oh, so we're doing picks right now? All right. So I think it's better at the end of the show because we can add that after analytics. I think it's probably better that way. But if you want to do that now, that's fine. If you look at the Chiefs right now, they're the home team. It's going to be cold. I think the Texans, obviously, they play in the heat. The advantage goes to the Chiefs. They are the home team. I think that obviously everybody keeps talking about Joe Mixon, but I think Pacheco, I think their dynamic duo over there with Hunt and Pacheco, I think they're going to be able to run the ball too. I question the Chiefs defense on the edges. They kind of disappear in certain games. And I do believe that the Chiefs offensive line is a lot better now going into the playoffs than they have been all season because they're actually fully healthy. So I got the Chiefs in this game. I think it's going to be a very, very close game. I don't think as everybody thinks they're going to run away with it, I don't think they're going to run away with this game. I think it's going to be a lot closer than people think, but I have the Chiefs. Go ahead, Speedy.
Yeah, go ahead, Speedy. Let's see what you got.
I was getting the music on. Sorry, we're doing picks.
I didn't even know we were doing the picks right now.
Yeah, no, I didn't either. I got the Chiefs too in a tighter, lower scoring game. I think the Texans definitely cover. The Texans defense will keep it tough. I think the Chiefs will just win it kind of late at the end, like they always do. I just don't know if the Texans, with losing the receivers, have enough.
Yeah, I think so too. I just looked at the weather, and we all know how weather changes, but they said it's supposed to be 27, but feel like 10 with wind gusts up to 20 miles an hour. So, but it's the Chiefs. I think they cover. I do think it's a lower scoring game. I think it's not going to be what the people that are Kansas City homers are going to want, because it's going to be closer than they like. But yeah, they still come out on top.
I think the Chiefs will win as well. I don't think they'll cover the spread, but I think they'll win. They're the Chiefs. They win these games.
Go ahead, Scoops.
Yeah, I like Fish mentioned a little bit before. I don't see any reason why not to pick the back-to-back this impending Super Bowl champions. Give me the Chiefs.
You look at the Commanders and the Lions. This is going to be a fun game. I think, obviously, Jaden Daniels proved that he didn't look like a rookie in a game that went back and forth. And Baker Mayfield made mistakes, but when they needed to play, Jaden Daniels made the plays with his legs and with his arm. I expect him to keep this close. I wouldn't be surprised if Washington pulls away in this game because of the way Dan Quinn plays defense. He goes at you. He goes at your best players. But I do believe the Lions, in front of their crowd, they're looking to go all the way this year. This is a team that went all the way to the NFC title game, had one of the best first halves we ever seen a team have, and then fall flat on their face against the San Francisco 49ers in the second half. I do not believe that will happen again. Give me the Lions, and I think another close game. I think they'll still be a lot closer than people think.
I agree with you. One of the biggest things that the Lions have been weak at ever since Dan Campbell has taken over, they have struggled massively against running quarterbacks. Justin Fields, Geno Smith, all these guys have had big games against this Lions defense. The Lions pass rush has still been very strong, so I think they'll still be able to get home and try to stop the run the way that Tampa couldn't last week. But I think the Lions do ultimately win a higher scoring close game, but I do think Washington makes it very interesting.
Yeah, with their defense and struggling to guard a running quarterback, that kind of worries me a little bit. And seeing how poised Jaden Daniels has been this year, it's kind of worrisome in a way. But I think they still get it done. It's at 9.5 right now. I think it's probably going to be not as close. I think it's going to probably hit the overs too, but I'm taking the Lions at home. It's too tough to go against them right now.
Yeah, I think the Lions just have too many weapons. They're gonna score a lot of points, and I don't think Washington will be able to keep up. I think a bye week, Aaron Glenn will have something schemed up, and it's going to be Lions by a lot.
Oops.
David Montgomery has come back from the MCL injury for this game. So they get to have their two back set. I mean, Gibbs did amazing without him there, but you don't really want to have to run Gibbs so many times through the tackles. He's a little bit smaller, but his speed is out of control. He's one of the top 5 running backs in the league, and Montgomery's might be top 15 himself. And that's what they're dealing with behind. Why do you think you get 2 top running backs like that? It doesn't happen without elite offensive line play. And that's where I think this game's going to be decided, gentlemen. The Lions' offensive line is the best in the business for a reason. They are going to take them to the woodshed. Lions win.
Yeah, the Lions are just, their offense is so good. Just give me the Lions. I got the Lions going all the way to the Super Bowl, but the Lions will prevail in this game here.
That's your phone, Speedy. Move the phone.
Did you see the Lions' dad, though? Real quick note. He changed their last name to St. Brown because he said it would look better on a football jersey.
I do believe his father. His father's out of his damn mind. And if you ever got a chance to watch Wide Receivers on Netflix, you get a chance to meet his crazy father and his crazy family.
That's why I said it like, what? Yes. You're thinking like that? And I mean, it does look cool. Let's not lie.
No question. St. Brown, I mean, it sounds like an angel. That sounds like a saint, as everybody thinks he is on the football field. Rams and Eagles heading over there to Philadelphia. The Eagles got lucky last week. I mean, the Eagles did not show up in the game. You have a wide receiver sitting on the bench reading books. What are we going to see next? Are they going to play Little House on the Prairie on the sidelines? Who knows? I mean, Michael Landon's not going to be there. I don't know what's going to happen in this game. The Rams put up a great offense. They knocked out a team that I thought was going to run away in that game against a Minnesota team that had a lightning fast offense and a lightning defense all season long. Well, they completely shut them down and put up some big numbers. I don't think that's going to happen against the Eagles. The Eagles had one of the best defense all throughout the season. They had one of the best defenses in all of football. I think they're going to put up big numbers with Saquon. I think Saquon will have 150 yards. I think he'll have a touchdown. What I think is going to be a breakout, Devontae Smith. He's going to break out this game. I really do. I don't think the Rams have anybody or any answers in the slot to stop Devontae Smith. I think Smith is going to score at least 2 touchdowns in a game and put up 100 yards. I think this is a blowout. I think they blow out the LA Rams. Give me Philadelphia on a blowout.
Yeah, I'm thinking a lot of the same things you were saying with Devontae Smith, especially. I think the way they're going to be able to use him in motion, I think against this Rams defense that likes to play a lot of man, I think they like to use a lot of their corners very physical as well. I think that'll cancel out Brown. Now, obviously, Saquon, I think, still has a big game. He's not going to have the 302 yards that he had from scrimmage against the Rams the first time, but I still think he plays very well. And I like a lot of the matchups that on their defense, stopping these slot concepts that the Rams like to do. Cooper DeJean, there's a reason he was in the Rookie of the Year conversation. I think he's a tough matchup for this Rams team. And the one thing that beats the Eagles with his tight ends a lot of the time, but the Rams really don't have that. So I like the Eagles too, and I like it by double digits as well.
Yeah, I mean, just the Eagles and the weapons that they have, and I mean, it's the Rams. Like it's just some Jekyll and Hyde, and what Stafford are you going to get? And I think Saquon is continuing to be Saquon, and yeah, I think he's going to rush for close to 200. Arrow got it at 150. I'll take the overs on that, but yeah, I'm taking them to definitely cover, and it'll be kind of a boring game, as we've seen. Kind of that's been the trend in these playoffs so far. So hopefully we get more than one good game these Saturday and Sunday.
Give me Sean McVay. Give me Matt Stafford. Give me the Rams. I think with the way they're playing, 5 of the last 6 games, they've held opponents under 10 points. Eagles offense look trash. Hurts looks trash. Give me the Rams. I think they're not going to let Saquon Barkley go for, I think he had like 240 yards against them the first time or something crazy. So I don't think they're going to let him do that. The Eagles are too reliant on Saquon Barkley right now, and A.J. Brown's going to be reading books on the sidelines while the Rams are going up.
Look, this is what I've been waiting for all season. The moment it completely falls apart for Nick Sirianni, that smug piece of trash. I absolutely hate that man, and he has led this team in such a strange way for the last few years. He's brash. He's in your face. I guess that's what Philadelphia wants in a coach, but I don't know how you handle that as a player. It's like when you're winning, it's like, oh, that's just weird, Nick. But when times go bad, and I think they might with the defensive scheme that they're going to play, because the Rams are no fools. McVay is an elite coach. You said it, Owen. And he is going to load up the box on Saquon and dare Jalen Hurts to throw it. How could he not do that? Hurts has not been throwing well. Maybe A.J. Brown was learning a new way to communicate with Jalen Hurts, Errol. Maybe that's what it was. He was like reading some kind of self-help books. He was trying to channel his inner
He's
chi.
such an elite coach that Saquon Barkley had 300 scrimmage yards against him the last time they met. So
it's regular season. Well, I'm sure he didn't play 8 in the box at that time. He's not going to play. He's going to put 8 in the box. He's going to bring pressure off like edges and do run blitzes. He's going to do whatever it takes. I would also say that those young guys on that defense have gotten better all season. Jared Verse is a man-child. I believe he's going to be defensive player, a rookie of the year. It's him or who? Speedy, do you know who is the favorite? He's got to be in the
other one. The Braden Fisk was the other one.
Two Seminoles.
The other one on that line. The other one on that line. They went together to the Rams. And look, it doesn't surprise anybody that they've been this good. Speedy was on Fisk in the draft. And it's one of those things that
I was on both of them because they're Seminoles.
Yeah. Can you imagine? We talked about it a little while ago, but the Falcons decided to sign Cousins and draft Penix, and they could have had Verse. I don't know. I think they might have been in this situation in the playoffs instead of the Rams, perhaps. That's all revisionist history. But last thing, I think the Rams are going to take them down. I can't wait to see it happen. I want to see the fighting on the sideline.
Thinking,
I want to see Big Dom holding back Nicky from AJ Brown and the defense. Okay. And I can't wait for it.
Good. Mm-hmm.
The Rams are a good team. Their offense is good. The defense really showed up last time, putting up 9 sacks and Sam Darnold. I don't think it's going to be the same trend. I do think it's going to be a close game against the Eagles. I'm with Fish, though. I hope that Rams pull away, but I think the Eagles are going to have it at the end of the day. So it's going to be the Eagles for me.
The Eagles are going. They're going. It's going to be a great NFC title game. I think it is. And I think this should have been the AFC title game. The Ravens and the Bills. This is the best game of the weekend. It's not even a question. The 2 MVP candidates, the 2 guys fighting for the MVP votes. I still think it's going to be Josh Allen, even though I think Saquon Barkley is the MVP throughout the league. They're not going to give it to a running back. They'll always give it to a quarterback. But I think this game is going to be high flying. I think it's going to be cold. And everybody thinks the Ravens are going to run away with this game. It always seems to be that way. Lamar Jackson puts up numbers. He runs all over the place. And he's going to win. Not this year, baby. It's the Buffalo Bills year. I absolutely believe Josh Allen at home is going to put up big numbers like he did last week. I think they're going to do enough, and they're going to be able to run the ball. The Ravens defense all season long, up, down, up, down. The last 4 games, they've played well. But this guy, and I say Cook, he has been a man-child. How many touchdowns does he have this year? 17?
I think, yeah.
No, 17. I think he broke the record. O.J. Simpson's record over the weekend. He has 17 touchdowns. He's been one of the more electrifying running backs in all of the NFL. I expect them to put up big numbers against this Ravens defense on the outside, not on the inside. And I think Lamar Jackson is going to make mistakes. He's going to put the ball into places like he did last year in the AFC title game, where Lamar looks like a guy that can't get over the hump, get themselves to a Super Bowl. I think the Bills are going to win the game. I think it'll be close. Give me the Bills.
Yeah, I like a close, higher scoring game as well. Not necessarily like it's going to be a shootout like 41-35 or something like that. But I do think when you look at the Bills, the way they use the 2 tight end sets is something that we didn't see a lot of in the past because they had Stephon Diggs there and Gabe Davis. And I think that's a big matchup advantage against this Ravens team that you mentioned Kyle Hamilton yesterday. He's a monster, but there are a lot of young linebackers besides that have had trouble guarding tight ends this year. Buffalo's had some issues with that too, but they're getting a lot of those guys healthy now. So I think I'm going to give the slight edge, very slight edge to the Bills in this one as well.
Yeah, I think this is it lines up to be the best game of the weekend. Will that play out? We'll see. We've seen how Lamar is kind of adjusted his game to not only be a threat with his feet, but also in the passing game. So, and you have 2 guys that are, prolific MVP candidates every year and how good they are. It's going to be a cold one in Buffalo, and those Buffalo crazies, you know how they like that. So it's going to be a close one for me, but I'm gonna have to go with the Bills, and it's just in their environment, in their just their core of what they believe in, and how they embrace all of just Buffalo. I think it's going to be Bills winning that one, and I think there's going to be some big plays. I think it's at like 51.5 right now. I think it comes close to that, but doesn't quite get there.
So if I'm picking with my heart, I want the Bills to win. If I'm picking with my brains, Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson are probably going to be too much for that Bills defensive line to handle. They did the zone read all week last week against the Steelers and were really, really, really successful with it. And I think Derrick Henry is going to have a huge game against the Bills defensive line. And the first time they played, he had a huge game. So I wouldn't be surprised if he runs all over him. I hope Josh Allen pulls it off, but I think Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson are just too much.
This is the game that we all wanted to see, right? The 2 guys up for MVP. You said it, Errol. It's neck and neck. It's probably the closest MVP race we've had since the last co-champion that we talked about on the show. It was 2003. Was the last one. with Peyton Manning and Steve McNair. Before that was Favre and Barry Sanders in 97. This could end up being something like that. It would have to be a tie, 16-16. But you got to give it to the team that's hot. But both teams are hot. Both teams are playing great. This is going to be really, really awesome. Thank you, Jamie Lee. I appreciate the comment. But if you're just listening, I apparently am very gangsta right now in my analysis of the Bills. Lamar Jackson one. Lamar Jackson is a great football player. He has been doing things. He can make plays happen off schedule like you wouldn't believe. He rolls out. Receivers are on their third time running back across the field before they get open sometimes, and he's still running around. He can. It doesn't matter how good your team is. He's better than you. Except Josh Allen's the same way. I can't wait to see it. I think it's going to be a big over. I don't think there's going to be much defense at all. It's going to be the last team with the ball. It's going to be like those old Chiefs-Bills games. I'm going to say go with the home team, go with Allen. The Bills need it, man. Go with the Bills.
I agree. I think this should be the AFC Championship game, but it'll have to do with the divisional round. But I think Lamar Jackson and, as Owen put it, Derrick Henry are going to be way too much for Josh Allen and the Bills. I think this year is the year that Josh Allen can get over the hump and show that he's not as bad of a playoff quarterback as he's shown in the past. So give me Lamar Jackson and the Ravens.
And I'm going to tell you why. And Speedy, shut the music. You know, and after the thing, you shut the music. I'll tell you why Josh Allen deserves the opportunity to go face off the Chiefs. The last time they met the Chiefs, it wasn't such a great game to watch. And I remember they made the Josh Allen rule because of that Kansas City Chief game against the Buffalo Bills. And it went to overtime, and Josh Allen never got a chance to throw the ball and do what he does. I expect it to be the Chiefs and the Buffalo Bills. And why wouldn't it would be fitting to see the Buffalo Bills knock off the Kansas City Chiefs the way the Kansas City Chiefs did it to the Buffalo Bills the year that everybody thought Buffalo that year was going to the Super Bowl. I think it'll be fun. I think it's going to be exciting. And I do think, I like you said, Jabba, we don't know if this is going to be the best game. But as far as star power, this is the best game. Because even when you look at the Rams and the Eagles, as good as both teams are, do you really think that the Rams, when you look at the Rams big picture, everybody thought it was going to be Minnesota and the Eagles. And now you see the Rams. I don't think that there's a lot of star power. You want to see what Jaden Daniels is going to do against, obviously, Dan Campbell in this offense. And everybody thinks is the next Super Bowl champion. And then the Texans and the Chiefs, we've seen this before. And I love C.J. Stroud. I love him. I really do. But I can't see C.J. Stroud going to Kansas City, especially with the referees on the side of the Swifties. I cannot see the Texans pulling off a very close game. I think this is the closest game out of all of them. I think it's going to be really, really close. And I wouldn't be surprised if the Texans have a lead with 5 or 6 minutes left. But I trust Andy Reid is going to find a way, or I trust the referees are going to give them the best chance to win. So I think that game is going to be very, very interesting. But the Chiefs could lose that game too. So I've seen everything when it comes to the NFL. So anything's possible. And I would love to see CJ Stroud in an AFC title game. I really would. But we're going to see CJ Stroud there a lot. I expect CJ Stroud to be there for many, many years to come with the guys like Joe Burrow and everybody. And by the way, we saw this on ESPN the other day. Everybody was talking about star power AFC quarterbacks. They talk about Lamar, Josh Allen, and all these other guys. People forget CJ Stroud is right there with the Joe Burrows, the Lamar Jacksons, and the Josh Allens. I think CJ Stroud earned the right to be compared to those guys. So the AFC has a tremendous amount of young, talented quarterbacks in the future. I think it's going to be fun moving forward. So there you go. Very excited to get our next guest. But first, we're going to go to our Sports Minute with Tommy Scoops. When we come back, we will be talking to former Jets, Dolphins, Rams, defensive end, Quinton Coples.
This is the Jabba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
All right. Keeping it with some NFL as we just got out of the playoff picks. Keeping it with the NFL, the Commanders kicker Zane Gonzalez had a full practice today, even while dealing with a hip injury. However, the team did not take any chances and worked out with 3 different kickers to bring in if Gonzalez is a no-go for the Lions on Saturday. And the Vikings safety Harrison Smith is going to be taking some time this offseason to decide retirement. The veteran safety will decide to return for his 14th season. That'll be next season. And to finish off in the NBA, the Hornets and Suns are currently finalizing a trade that'll send a Hornets center, Nick Richards, and a second-round pick to the Suns for forward Josh Okogie and 3 second-round picks. Keeping with the NBA now for Scoops to scores, the Knicks are having a 70-62 lead over the 76ers, while the Raptors have a 2.52-50 lead over the Celtics. The Hawks and Bulls are currently all tied up at 27, while the Bucks have a 32-14 lead over the Magic. Pelicans with a 31-27 lead over the Mavericks, and the Spurs have a 30-25 lead over the Grizzlies. And with that, that is all the time I have for you guys. So I'm kicking it back to the boys for their next guest on Jabba and the Mouth.
Any questions?
This is the Jabba and the Mouth Show.
631 672 3108 is the number to call. You're listening to Jabba and the Mouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, Jabba Chamberlain and Speedy Petey. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba and the Mouth, every single Mondays and Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Before we get Quinton on, our show is brought to you by, ladies and gentlemen, Ice Shaker. And it is fantastic looking, as you see right here. Jabba's got the Yankees. I've got the American flag. We all got something. Speedy's got something hanging, where the sun doesn't shine. Founded by former NFL fullback Chris Gronkowski, Ice Shaker was developed with one goal in mind: to help people live an active and healthy lifestyle by providing them with an ultimate drinking vessel for nutrition and hydration vessels. Ladies and gentlemen, go to iceshaker.com and shop all their official licensed collections from Star Wars to Marvel and so much more. Enjoy a free shipment when you spend $50 or more. Go to iceshaker.com to check out all the great products and deals. Ladies and gentlemen, please go to iceshaker.com. And if you like the Jets, you can get a Jets beautiful emblem Ice Shaker. If you like the Giants, if you like the Bills, if you like Lamar Jackson's face on one, they can custom make it for you. And if you want a picture of Speedy, they'll do that for you too. Oh, it's going to cost a little bit of money, but they'll do that too. All you got to do, ladies and gentlemen, is go to Ice Shaker and get yourself an Ice Shaker. And now, ladies and gentlemen, he's been waiting, and I've been waiting to get him on the show because he was a Jet, and he was drafted by Rex Ryan and Mike Dumb Man Cunningham. We're now talking to former Jets, Dolphins, Rams defensive end Quinton Coples. Quinton, what's up, buddy?
What's going on, man? Thanks for having me.
Well, we're happy to have you. I mean, I'm a Jet fan. I remember when you were drafted, and I really thought when you were drafted, man, Muhammad Wilkerson, Quinton Coples, the beasts that we have up front. I thought we were going to have a star defensive line for the next 10 years. And then what happens? Well, you know what happens. As we all know,
get the job done.
Job done. I mean, every time we think the Jets are going to get the job done, they fall flat on their face. I mean, Gang Green. Who names their team Gang Green, Quinton? Who names them?
They did.
Maybe we should let you name.
Sure. Yeah,
could you give us a new nickname? Could you give us a new nickname? Give us a new nickname for the New York Jets.
Yeah, that's going to be tough. I want to be respectful, but they just been underachievers for since I known the New York Jets to be the New York Jets. Since what, 1960?
Yes, 1969.
Yeah,
It's the last time they won a Super Bowl.
We had some great rosters. That's the most disappointing part about it all. We had some great rosters. Even when I was there, we had the opportunity, but things didn't pan out.
Well, we definitely had great rosters, and I got a nickname for you. We can call them the Green Goblin Bitches. That's what I want to call the Jets. That's their nickname, the Green Goblin Bitches, because that's what they are. They're a bunch of she-man bitches every single time. You bring in Aaron Rodgers, every single person you bring in. Then you bring in Joe Douglas. He drafts very well, and they fall flat on their face. But let's get into you first. I mean, obviously, you're retired. You're 34 years old. What have you been doing since you've left the NFL?
Oh man, I've been giving myself a chance out here in the corporate world and what they call the real world. But I have an executive protection company that I founded about 4 years ago, or created about four years ago, 5 years now. So I do that now. I'm building that company. I'm trying to get into I'm in the business sector right now, so in the protection sector. So that's kind of where I'm at right now. Building that company, took care of my money, had some real estate situations that kind of kept me afloat, and constantly learning. That's pretty much it. Being the best husband and father I could be as well. But
you're an entrepreneur. I got to pat you on the back. Jabba, you got to pat him on the back. Pat him on the back.
No. I'm going to pat him on the back, not for that, but I'm going to pat him on the back because he caught himself for saying the best husband and father. Because if they listen to it and you didn't shout him out, boy.
Yeah, it's all bad. Yeah, it's all bad. I mean, it's kind of like, given at this point, but when I'm on platform, I would definitely love to show my appreciation of being able to be a father and a husband that I am.
How many kids you got?
I have 4.
Damn.
Yeah, 4. Yeah. You're always supposed to double your parents. So
you were getting busy. Stop lying. You were getting busy. You and your wife are getting busy.
That comes with it. That's a part of it. That's how they come.
Are you going for number 5? You're 34 years old. You still have a lot of time.
Nah, we're good. My wife got a 2-star, so it was done. I got the girl on the last one, so I was good. I got 3 boys in the girl, so
I'm 42. I'm 42. I don't even have any kids. I don't even have any kids. I don't have any kids yet.
You gotta get this.
What's the age ranges?
What's this? 8, 6, 2, and 1.
Oh damn! Y'all don't get no sleep.
Nah. Well, yeah, we got them on schedule. It's easy. It's actually easy when you got them on schedule. And then I tell other married couples have shifts. So she has night shift, and I take the morning. So I go work out, then I come home, fix breakfast, make them do exercises before they go to school. They homeschool, so they did do that. Then I gotta take them for a PE session at 1:32, and then the day is over. So they cover 2 to 3 subjects a day, and then they do the PE work, and then they done. So it's not the traditional 8 hours of schooling that we used to. So which is very different and helpful in the same sense. You see a dramatic growth in a short period of time.
So why don't we go into your career? Because I'm a Jet fan. I remember you were drafted in 2012. You were drafted by, obviously you played for the Tar Heels, North Carolina, and it's been a big college when it comes to quarterbacks. We've seen over the last couple of years. Drake May being another one. We'll see. We have a guy that has been on our show and said that he's going to go. He's going to be a top 5 quarterback in the next 3 years. I think he's on drugs. That's just my opinion.
Drake May?
But, yeah. Drake
top
May.
5 in the next 3 years?
That's what he said.
I mean, I love the kid, but that's a hard pull there. That's a hard ask. But I think he'd be good. I think he'd be one of these established quarterbacks. I don't think he's going to – and I don't know this because I don't know his day-to-day routine and what he got going on. But I will say that top 3 quarterbacks in the league at this time. There's some guys that's playing some great football. I mean, I don't think Patrick Mahomes is going to retire no time soon. Lamar Jackson's not going to retire soon. Josh Allen not going to retire soon. So top 3 is wow. Then Sam Darnold just had a record year, didn't he? So it's man.
Don't make me sick. Don't make me sick. Please. I knew you were going to do something. You were going to bring up a Jet that leaves the Jets and puts up unbelievable numbers. The Jets have never had a quarterback. Never had a quarterback.
That's traditionally how it goes.
Put up numbers like Sam Darnold.
The Jets have a coaching personnel issue. And they keep trying to solve it with head coaches, and that's not the case. And it's not just the Jets; it's a lot of teams around the league. They don't develop people no more. They just expect you to come in and be what your talent says, your potential says you can be, and that is a disadvantage to these kids because they don't understand. They don't understand the game of football at this level. So it's one thing to play good in college level, but when you get to the pros, you're seeing the best of the best each and every week. So it's not like you're going to have a week off where you can kind of stat pad or get your numbers up. Even a sorry team can clip you, in a game. So it's nobody's developing kids no more. And then you took the physicality away from football. So now it's really 7-on-7 glorified.
So I saw on your Twitter, you actually had an interesting tweet, because I know you're a North Carolina guy. You actually did not like the Bill Belichick move as much as some other people did. Explain your reasoning on that.
Yeah, I just don't think it makes any sense overall. So we went from 82 to 70 and year and age, right? Okay, let's think about all the dynamics of Bill. Does Bill like to talk? No. So how's recruiting going to go? Imagine Bill been in your living room and you trying to convince you to send your child to North Carolina. It's not going to happen. So then you have that. How many max contracts did we have with Bill Belichick at New England?
Not many.
Now we're
Not
in
many.
yeah, okay. So
Tom
now even he took pay cuts. Yeah, so not necessarily.
Tom wanted his offensive line to get paid, so he never was
Yeah, so
behind
he never
paid.
really messed out. You know what I mean? And so you got that, and then now these kids, you got like average guys just wanting like $40,000 a month now with NIL deals. Like if they got just a little bit of hype behind them, they don't want at least $40,000 a month. So he's not going to be up for that. And yeah, they may have staff and coaches delegated to that, but at the end of the day, he has to agree to want to pay that type of money of some sort. Like he has to be in the midst of that. He don't like paying people. Like he's old school. He believes you grind and get what you deserve based off how you play. So that's not going to work, in my opinion. And then you have how old is his wife?
Old.
20, 26, 25,
26.
something like that.
Okay, 26. You're going to bring her around 19 to 24, 5 young men.
Dude, they can have a threesome. They can have a threesome.
What are we talking here? You know what I mean? So then you lose your wife and then into this. And then on top of that, I don't want to disrespect it or say anything crazy, but then I'm on y'all show, so I'm gonna guess. But yeah, and then you gotta think about it. He came with a 400-page demand letter. Now, if somebody came up to you like tonight, if you know, when you sent me the invitation and things like that, I was like, hey, Earl, here's 400 demands that that you have to comply with in order for me to come on my show. You're like the hell with it. We good, Q. Like it just doesn't make sense. So when somebody come to a job and they have a 400-page demand letter, then your son has to succeed you. It's like, and to be honest, he really wants to be in the NFL. He doesn't want to coach. He's settling. So, and everybody in college football is doing what? Going younger. So we went from 80 to 72. Whoop-de-doo. Way to go, Carolina. We really outdid ourselves with this one.
Well, they're doing that in the NFL, going younger for coaches too.
You have to. The game has changed, and there's no more blue-collar, hard work atmosphere no more. Like these kids are highly skilled, and we're not physical anymore. So to think that you could, have 2-a-days, 3-a-days, and all these camp times and stuff, even the rules are changing in NFLPA. Like you can't have these 2-a-days and stuff like that. Like, and you're only limited with pads and stuff like that. Like when I was going out, it was starting to create that. The game is softer now, so you can't have an old school, tough, rugged coach coaching young kids who is all about their stats and money. It ain't gonna work.
Well, you brought up something too that I'd like to ask you from your perspective, being a first round pick. And now, like, Saban got out because he's like, we can't teach these young men anymore because now they're talking to families, and it's like, well, how much money is my son going to make? It's not about how do you develop and do you keep a certain grade point average so they stay eligible, or do you have a study hall? Like all the questions when I was coming up that if they didn't answer them the right way and didn't focus on education and what they're doing, my dad was like, nah, we're out. Like, we're not going to finish this conversation. And so do you think the NIL has changed the fact of how these kids approach the game and what they see? Because you brought up Belichick. Is he going to go and be like, oh, yeah, you're a 4-star out of Houston, Texas?
I don't think he's going
to spend the time to go do it? He's going to delegate. You know that.
Yeah, for sure.
But then when it comes down to it and they get to campus and he's sitting in the office and they're having the conversation, and it's like, well, I got offered from Alabama 50 plus a condo or whatever. Is he going to entertain that and try to adjust to the times, or is he just going to be like, hey, you guys handle it, I'm just going to be the face?
I think he's going to delegate, like you said. I think he's going to be the face. I think Belichick is about 2 years into this job before he's done. I really think he's just settled for this. And honestly, I wish that Carolina would just take the money, donate it to his charity so he can get the money and then say, hey, we messed up, and find a coach that actually fits. I mean, just think about this. We have the number 2 Nike contract. We have Jordan Brand. We are surrounded by, let's say, 3 HBCUs, North Carolina State and Duke, and then just a couple small colleges. So it's really college town that you can't miss. And then you got an all-girls school in Raleigh and Meredith. Like, so you have all this, and then you got the Tech moving heavily into Raleigh. I say all that to say, like, how can you lose? Like, how are you not dominating the recruiting? You have the Jordan Brand, number 2 Nike contract, and we have some of the greatest of great. You got Julius Peppers and Michael Jordan. I would be using them like, hey, I got a big time recruit here. I just need you to get on the phone and kind of encourage him and to kind of come to North Carolina. Who's saying no to who's Julius Peppers? Or have Michael Jordan make like some type of, video, because he's probably not going to be on the phone with him, but make a video or something, right? And then just say his name. How can he turn it down?
Well, they got Jordan Brand videos where they're going to be like, oh, this is what you get.
Correct.
But I think that's where in lies that used to be. I remember, and obviously you probably do as well. Like, how much swag are we getting? Like, and now it's like, well, I got 40 grand in NIL. What do I care about sweats and a t-shirt? I can go buy all this, and I think
they care. But
I know they do. Yeah, trust
it's
me.
the way you present it. And I think to answer your question, the NIL is a good and bad thing. So the good part is that players get paid, which is crazy because imagine the athletes who lost everything because they took some money or they went out to eat with a former
Reggie Bush.
Like,
no, he got it back.
Yeah, he got it back. But I'm saying, like, imagine all of the talent.
He's still not allowed to go to USC. They still haven't invited him back. I mean, they still have dropped the hammer on him, no matter if he got a Heisman Trophy back. And he was fighting that. By the way, did you watch the Heisman? He wasn't even invited to the Heisman Trophy. Everybody was there but him.
Mm-hmm.
Q, what do you think too? Like, I know this for a fact because my son is a freshman in college on a baseball scholarship.
Okay.
So I know they care, like what brand it is. But he's also at times getting paid for certain things where it's like, okay, if I don't get the nicest stuff, but I'm going to be able to play, we're going to be competitive. They just won the junior college national championship. Their men's and women's basketball teams. Women are number 1. Men are like number 8. They're in the preseason top 20. And so, being what it is, I understand that. But I think where it comes into play, where I think you're 100% right, is like, why aren't you pushing that more with all of the schools and all the talent you have around you? I say the same thing about it here. Like, we have tradition. Yeah, we haven't been great here in Nebraska, but we're losing the best kids in Nebraska, not only in baseball, football, basketball, because we haven't won nothing. And I think that plays a huge part as well.
I think winning is like 3rd on the list.
That's crazy to think about.
No, it's crazy, but yeah, like I think it's money, and then it's like opportunity seen, not necessarily like coaches and like the marketing value. It's not then you're thinking about winning. I don't think kids are even thinking about winning no more because it's all about getting to the money. And so it's can I get my stats and can I get my money, and am I going to be in a marketable situation where I can maximize as much money as I can? I give you, and you guys can mark my word on this, I give it about 7 to 10 years. You're going to see a lot of first-round talent not even going to the league no more. Because NIL is only going up. I mean, Archie Manning is getting paid about to get paid like $5 million a year or something.
I think that was initially. I think
So
it's
what is the point? Like, we went to the NFL to get money, and now they don't opened up college for private investors and to bid in and own some of these colleges now.
Yeah, they
So
said they wanted to have a 50-50 split between like
Yeah.
owners and the college, so that could
Yeah.
all go to it.
So it's not going to be no need to go to the NFL no more. Because think about it, you're beating up your body, and the NFL really don't want to pay you. Like, the NFL is grimy, so the NFL is doing everything they can not to pay you. And then you get into college, and they like, hey, I want to give you every dollar I can so you can possibly win me a championship this year. Who's going to say no to that? And why would I go there to potentially not play or get into, get hurt or whatever, when I could just stay in college and dominate and get $5 million a year?
And you
Invest
can play
that properly, and then we're good. You're good for life.
And you can play 6 years now. You can play till you're 25, 26 years old now.
Right. So it don't make sense to go. It wouldn't make sense to go to the NFL after a while. I think that's why you see the NFL getting these different contracts with TV deals and things of that nature, because they understand like the market is slowing down. It's slowing down for them. Go ahead.
We are talking to former Jets, Dolphins, and Rams defensive end Quinton Coples. I want to get off of college football because the Jets have been the storyline over the last couple of years, and there's a lot of attacks on where the Jets are going as far as the head coach. Rex Ryan has been in the tabloids. He wants the job. Tell us a little bit about Rex Ryan. Do you think Rex Ryan should get another chance as the Jets head coach? And my other question is, Woody Johnson has also been attacked in many different ways throughout, different writers. Rich Cimini has thrown him under the bus. What kind of owner is a guy like Woody Johnson? Do you like Woody Johnson? Was Woody Johnson good to you? And do you think Woody Johnson needs to be gone as an owner for the New York Jets? Or do you think you can win with him?
Yeah, I don't think it matters with the owners, to be honest. Like, I think like for him, what I've read up on him is like, he's trying to be more, bring his input in and, put himself in position to be able to make some decisions around football. I think that's an issue. I think if you even look at the Cowboys with Jerry Jones, like that's been thrown in their side. It's like when you have an owner coming down to kind of make football decisions, then you're going to be a recipe for disaster, because he's going to think more with emotions than he is going to be about actually talent and what really makes sense and mesh. And see, the thing with the football is about it's scheme, it's schematic. So it's like, how does this kid fit in the scheme? He might not be the best athlete, but how does he fit in the scheme? Same thing New England did. That's the reason why they got 4 or 5 Super Bowls, is because they put people in the right scheme. They wasn't the best talent. They won't jumping off the TV in regards to that. It was scheme. They put the right talent around it. So in regards to the Jets, I think they should hire Woody. I think they should hire Rex.
Really?
Give him a second chance. Yeah, I think see, the thing with Rex that Rex never had while he was at the Jets is a dominant offensive coordinator, where he don't have to go over there at all. He is a defensive genius. So he, as a head coach, you have to put your hand in everything. But if it's somebody that he could just leave the offense to, I throw something out here, and I'm a Steelers fan now, but I throw something out here now, and we need an offensive coordinator too. But Eric Bieniemy.
I've been saying
Think
that.
about this. Yes, think about this. Like, who's been dominating the last 5-7 years? Kansas City. Who was unstoppable? Andy Reid and Eric. Like it was the best 1-2 punch in all of pro football, right? Who knows offense and offensive schemes better than him?
But why?
That's going to get you. That's going to get you to the place where you want to go. And the thing is, Andy Reid ain't did too much different from when he had Eric.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? But see, the biggest issue in football right now is coaches don't make in-game adjustments. We still have this old traditional wait to halftime, make this 1 or 2 adjustments, and then come back out and think that you're going to win the game. The reason why the Sean McVays and all these other cats are really like surprising people and making an impact is because they make in-game decisions. Like there's no need for you to have 9 assistants, and we're not making an adjustment in game. I don't need you to tell me when we get to halftime, hey, we need to switch from cover 2 to cover 3. I need to know after we keep getting ran up, keep getting ran up the middle, and we can't stop nobody. Hey, we need to shift. We need to make a change of defense.
But you said, wait a second. You said Rex Ryan, but you said go younger. And I agree with you. Eric Bieniemy should be the offensive coordinator. Why not Brian Flores? Bring the younger guy, Brian Flores, who's a defensive genius. We've seen what he's done. He knows the AFC. You bring in Brian Flores, and then you make Eric Bieniemy as your offensive coordinator. That's something that I would look at more than Rex Ryan. Rex Ryan hasn't been in the game in 5 years.
Yeah, but he's called the game. He knows the game. The game ain't really changed. It's all about making the adjustments. What in football has really changed besides they took the physicality part about? It's all X's and O's. At the end of the day, it's the same format, it's the same schemes. It's like it's chess. It's how can I make my move better than your next move? Or how am I going to trap you doing X, Y, and Z? Like, it's schemes. So football don't change. It's all about are you going to make in-game adjustments? I'm not mad at Brian Flores. I'm not mad at that pick as well, but you did ask me about Rex. And I'm kind of,
you sound just like Trevor Price. No, Trevor Price was on the show. He's been working. Trevor. He worked with, obviously Rex Ryan. He said that Rex Ryan would be a great pick, and now you're saying Rex Ryan should be a great pick. So 2 former Jets that played with Rex Ryan wants Rex Ryan back for the New York Jets. That's very interesting. Very.
But you're going to need somebody. Well, see, the thing about Rex is not afraid of Aaron, and he'll get on him. But he also love them the right way too. It's just like a child, Sometimes we become this big child. Basically, we just grow up and age go up, but the maturity and how we think never really do when you don't really get outside of football. Then when you get outside, you got to kind of become a man real quick. But I think that But then I got an offensive coordinator who's going to position Aaron to be successful. And you got Devontae Adams, and then you got, So you got the pieces. The Jets don't really, outside of offensive line, like they don't really need a lot. They can plug in some pieces here and there, but you got your quarterback, you got your receivers. And I don't know who's up for contract on defense, but if you can keep the core defense together, you right there. You just need the coach.
DJ Reed is the only one that I can remember, and CJ Mosley, but you're right.
Yeah.
It's 100%. You're absolutely right. But I do also believe that if you're sitting here and you're looking at the Jets, what did I say? What was the Jets' problem this year going into the season?
Third down.
No, their problem was their coaching. I said if the Jets were going to win, Robert Saleh would have to have an all-time great year. Robert Saleh is not a good coach. I said the weakness of the Jets was not their offensive line, their defense, or anything. They have all the weapons to win. Their problem was their coach, and their coach fell flat on his face. That's why I named him Bambi. His name is Robert Bambi Saleh. So,
by the way, there's definitely interviews from the Jaguars too. So the Jaguars are in a jungle with a deer, not ideal for that kind of circumstance. I think the Raiders interviewed him too, which will be interesting. So I wanted to ask you about Aaron Rodgers, the dynamic, the off the field as well. You talk about on the field, you thought he would be a good fit with a new head coach like Rex Ryan, but like off the field, all the drama that's come with it. Like, how do the Jets try to make that adjustment work to try to make it work the second year with a different coach?
You got to bring somebody, like I said, you got to have a great offensive coordinator. Like, you got to have somebody that can actually understand that caliber of quarterback. That's not a quarterback that you just throw with anybody. That's Aaron Rodgers. So you got to find somebody who can actually coach him and put him in position to be successful. But he's going to be he's a diva, right? And we cool with divas. I think what people are having a hard time understanding right now, like football is football. Whatever I do off the field is who I am, what my online personality, whatever that is, that's separate from what I do on the field. So if he want to do podcasts, if he want to make statements, whatever, like I would have a conversation with him and just say, hey, in-house rules, like let's keep everything that's in-house. Now you can give your opinion, like, hey, maybe we should have went for it on this fourth down instead of punting or some football stuff you could talk about like that, but not like key decisions and downing your teammates. Only for the simple fact it's ingrained in us to feel some type of way if our teammates say something to the media about it, because the media we look at as is already against us. So for you to come out and then put your 2 cents in to go against me, now you're causing rough in the locker room, and it's just not going to end well for us, the team.
Java, before you go, I just want to ask one more thing too, because you dealt with it your rookie year too. Your rookie year was the Sanchez and Tebow at the same time years. Like, would you think it's a kind of similar circumstances, like PR wise?
No, heck no. It's way worse. I mean, I don't know because I'm not on the private flight, but I mean, Tebow had people like just standing outside the gate for the plane and all kinds of stuff. So it was a unique situation. And then ever since the butt fumble, Mark Sanchez couldn't recover from that. Like, there was no way he was going to recover that. Media crushed them. We couldn't defend it. So it was a situation where like he had to, and I'm pretty sure he's probably still do have to live that and relive that. And it's just not going to be a good thing. It just wasn't a good thing. So I don't think it's the same thing. I think media has kind of taken a shift in regards to their relationship with players. Now, a couple players got a podcast, and it seems that they have a little more freedom to speak on certain things. So I don't think that it's compared at all. I don't think you compare the two. I think the Mark Sanchez and Tim Tebow era was insane to be complained. It was draining, but yeah.
Do you think in part of that Q too, knowing how important it is, like, I don't care if you got a problem with me if I didn't execute or whatever, or I should have done this, but if you come to me and then it comes out and somebody said, I was like, yeah, no, we already talked about it. It ain't a big deal. Like, how much of an impact do you think that clubhouse dynamic translates to the play on the field and communication and trust in one another?
So I look at it like, I don't think it's just the way you say it, basically. It's not necessarily that you said something, it's the way you said it. So like, say like if we turn this show into like film study, and I got up here and I started talking about, well, hey, this guy missed, snatched in, take on the double team there, or whatever, right? That's my bro, so I know he gonna have something to say, but yeah. Like if I say that, then that's different than like Snacks got blown off the ball, like totally different, reaction and response that he gonna have versus me saying like, hey, he didn't take on the double team. The guard got up to the linebacker and that opened up a seam for the running back. You know what I mean? So we talking ball there versus I'm critiquing your game. Like, you shouldn't critique game. You should talk ball, and you can only talk ball to people who really understand ball and not necessarily people who trying to get like a I got you moment and create a headline or a clip. So if you're talking ball, like you guys, I listened to the show before I got on, kind of thorough. You guys kind of understand the game at a high level. So it's easy for me to be able to talk ball with you guys versus me just getting up here saying, oh yeah, this guy wasn't this guy wasn't that. Because it's just headlines and clips at that point. And we feel some type of way about that part versus saying like, hey, yeah, like for the Steelers, like the George Pickens not running his route, like there was a misunderstanding, like Russell said, it was a misunderstanding on our communication part. Me and him got to get on the same page. That's a cover up versus saying like he didn't never run the route. Ask him why he didn't run the route. You know what I mean? Totally different response. But then the media came in, some players came out and was like, he's not running routes, he's doing X, Y, Z, which to me, I don't like that either. But people want to create this media personality thing.
You could use TikTok. I mean, a lot of former Pittsburgh Steelers like to use TikTok and social media. Antonio Brown, Juju Smith-Schuster. I mean, hey, why don't we all do that? Why don't we form a TikTok with you, Quinton? We'll call it Coples Prairie, okay? And we
Right.
can dance in the background. Me and Jabba will dance in the background, and you can
Come
dance
on.
like you intercepted the ball, pick 6, and you scored a touchdown. I mean, that would be fun.
Man.
That would be cool.
You are,
And then
I
Speedy
wish this
could do
wasn't
his.
live, so we could have kept that to ourselves, man.
I mean,
Somebody's gonna steal
somebody's
that
got
idea, I'm sure.
I mean, watching the Jets makes me sick to my stomach. Watching that garbage of a team, I start to get agita. As everybody
So you
knows,
think they terrible? You don't see no light of the day coming at all?
I do. I
Okay.
do. I think that the Jets have a lot of young talent, but young talent doesn't always get you over the hump. And it's all about coaching. I've said this, you know this. Everybody keeps saying the most important position in football is quarterback. No, the most important position in football is coaching. That is the answer. If you look at all the successful teams, Quinton, come on, look at the last 15 years. It's practically the same coaches winning and going to the AFC title game and going to the Super Bowl. It's a rarity that you see a team out of nowhere comes out of nowhere. Look at Dan Quinn. Dan Quinn's a winner. Everywhere he's gone, he's found a way to win. Seattle, defensive coordinator, went to a Super Bowl, won a Super Bowl. He goes over to Atlanta, took a team to a Super Bowl, and then fell flat on his face because of the different players that decided to stab him in the back. And then he goes over. Then he goes to the Cowboys. Look what he did to the Cowboys. Made that a world-renowned defense. Now look at the Cowboys this year after he left. And then he goes to the Washington Commanders. Look at the Washington Commanders this year and their defense after trading away 3 of their best defensive players at the trade deadline last year. He's a winner. When you find the right guys and they fit what you're trying to do, they usually take you to the promised land, right or wrong.
Right. Question: why don't you think they involve more former players in coaching positions?
That's a good question. You want to know my true answer to that? Here, when you look at the players and you look at all the quarterbacks that we've seen decide to go and become head coaches, look at Kellen Moore. Does anybody really believe Kellen Moore's a good offensive coordinator? Come on. If you watch his offense and everywhere he's gone, besides the one time that he was coaching the Cowboys, because it was Mike McCarthy's offense and he was calling the plays, not Kellen Moore. Kellen Moore goes to the Chargers and he falls flat on his face in 1 year. Let's be honest. And then you look at what the Philadelphia Eagles. Does anybody believe Kellen Moore is the reason why the Philadelphia Eagles are having a good season? It's because you have Saquon Barkley and he runs over everybody. That's the reason why. So, no, I think that when you look at these former quarterbacks or former players, they all fall flat on their face. There's 1 or 2 guys that we can pick out over the years that people could say has, transitioned from as a player into a coach. But rarely you see a guy or an NFL coach really turn into from a good player to a coach. Deion Sanders, do you think he's a good coach?
No.
I rest my case. The greatest cornerback of all time, as everybody says, that guy, I can't wait until he goes to the Cowboys and falls flat on his face.
I don't think he's gonna go. I don't think he's built for it. And so quarterback is a unique position. So why do you think they invest in that position versus a linebacker or a middle linebacker or a defensive end or a linebacker?
It's very simple.
Well, yeah, it's pass rushers and corners that are getting more of the money on the defensive side of the ball. I think linebackers, there's a lot of good coverage ones in the league now, and I think that's because it's a passing league. They're trying to specify in that more. If you're going to be just a tackler or run tackler, I don't think they're as valuable as that anymore. But from a coaching perspective, it's interesting because you look at somebody like D'Amico Ryans and Mike Vrabel, 2 guys that have been good with like rebirthing those 2 types of teams. You wonder if that trend go in the other direction because there's they know the captain of the defense type thing, the same kind of play calling, game planning stuff, things like too. So I think that'll be more of an emphasis down the road if those guys continue to be successful. But it's just because of the way the league wanted to be more offense, more flashy, like you're saying. I think that's why there's less of them just being interviewed in general.
Yeah.
And look at their age.
Yeah. I think quarterbacks are good. Well, probably if they are to coach, they should be like either a quarterback coach, or if they're really good and understand football, they can play the coordinator position. But I would never understand why they believe that a quarterback could be anywhere near like a head coach or some of them even the O coordinator position at all.
And you want to know something? The better coaches, the players that become coaches, are defensive guys. Defensive guys. D'Amico Ryan. It's the defensive guys. It's not the quarterbacks or these offensive linemen. I mean, Dan Campbell was he was a tight end. I mean, who would have thought that Dan Campbell was going to transition as a good head coach? I mean, it's leadership.
He was a player, so I can expect that. And then the tight end position is a gritty, grimy position. It's not necessarily like you have all these protections around you. You know what I mean? So you don't really understand.
Were you in Miami when he was an interim there? Because
I know. Yeah, when I finished my contract, he was the intern coach. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's when you talk about grimy, like look at baseball. Those guys that become managers are catchers. Like it's when you say like those skill positions, and you've probably seen it too on the side, like even with teammates, some of the most talented people can't teach you a damn thing because it's so easy for them and they can't relate. But when you have guys that grind and understand, like in the trenches, like when Weber played tight end wasn't like a sexy position as it is now.
Right.
Catchers, you don't even see their face half the time, but you look how many catchers have come and been great managers.
Yeah.
And I think there's a lot to be said about skill positions versus the gritty and the grindy that come out, and like you see it. Like I think it's amazing to me playing for as long as we both have, and seeing different dynamics and schemes and game plans and all the other stuff, where it's like the ones that had to work for it can relate more and get their message across better than the ones that were great because it just came so easy to them. And I'm not, there's exceptions, but I'm saying most of the time in my experiences, that's kind of what it's felt like.
Yeah, I had to learn, coverage. I played corner a couple of times. Like I had to drop back. I had to learn the whole linebacker concepts and different things like that. And I think that plays more well into transitioning to coaching, because like even now I talk to guys now who get into coaching, they kind of like have a hard time, or they just pitching stuff off to me. I always tell them, like I had a high school team down here that I was coaching with, Brandon Jacobs, and we had a situation out here in a private school named St. Francis, and then we took that team in 1 year. I came in on 1 year. He built that team based off from the Little League, the feeder program, and all that. But when I got there, we were semis, and I was only there for like 4 or 5 months. But it was not necessarily not just saying it was me, but it was more so like he had players that actually played the game, and we was coaching the game. And the biggest difference is that we don't coach the game for kids to be like us. We coach the game based off their skill set. So my golden rule is I'm not coaching you to be me and to have my success, because you may have tight hips. So now I need to help you understand where your power is. Hey, you're not going to be this two-hand swipe guy off the edge. Like you might get it every now and then, but you're a club rip guy because you can't open your hips. You know what I mean? And that little twitch and understanding like, hey, let's master club rip and see and watch how many plays you make. Versus you out there trying to do a club rip, trying to do a spin, trying to do a two-hand swipe, trying to like you trying to do a swim. Like it's not gonna work. It's not good. Yeah, you got to understand your body mechanics. And if I got a speed guy, like I'm not sending you in to do a lot of power stuff. We're bending the edge. We're getting around the corner. And I think that's the difference between a lot of former players. A lot of former players don't know how to coach today's game. They know how to coach how they was trained and how they was training back when they was playing. And it becomes a duplicate of them instead of a new player.
Before we let you go, and by the way, if anybody doesn't know who we're talking to former Jets, Dolphins, Rams, defensive end Quinton Coples. Before we let you go, you mentioned a lot of interesting things, and we spoke about the Jets. We spoke about practically everything, college football,
we having fun,
everything, having fun, and looking at the game as a whole. You're looking at the playoffs right now. And you have this week, I think, the best game. You have Buffalo and Baltimore. Who do you think?
Why do you think that's the best game?
Yeah, because I think you two have the two star quarterbacks. You have the Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen. Those are the two guys. I mean, that's what everybody thinks is going to be the best game of the weekend.
Yeah, so it's good hype, good promotion, good PR. Yeah.
If you look at both of those guys, who do you think should win the game and play Kansas City in Kansas City. Who do you think has the best chance of knocking off Kansas City at on the AFC title game?
Who has the best chance? Josh Allen. Yeah, the Bills got the best chance of knocking them off. One, because now you're talking about a team that weather doesn't play a factor. So that whether they go to Arrowhead, that's not going to be an issue. They got the talent, they got the skill positions, and you got the quarterback who's a risk taker. He gets out there, and so I got a lot of respect for him. I got a lot of respect for both of them, but I don't think that Baltimore makes it out of Buffalo. It been 27 degrees, feeling like 10. I've been there before. That wind coming off that water, it's a different type of feeling. I don't think the read option is going to work well with the Bills as it did with the Steelers. And the Steelers, we were done week 1 of December, so it wasn't like they was going to have a chance or a shot. That's my team, but I called double-digit win by before it happened, so I already knew that was going to happen. I just don't think they got enough. I mean, I got enough far as like talent wise. I just don't know if Lamar is going to ever get over that hump of these where he have a good game or a breakout game and then get in the playoffs and he just can't get over that hump. They don't have Zay Flowers, which is a key receiver for him. He bails them out now. When he catches the ball, he bails them out because he has a little catching problem as well. But
yeah, he's a choke artist. That's what he is. He's a choke
yeah,
artist.
he bails them out, though. He helps them. So without him, I just don't see where they're gonna beat Buffalo. I don't think they can beat Buffalo at Buffalo. I can't see. I think it'll be a good first half, good start, and I think once they realize that they're not going to be able to run all over Buffalo, because they're going to stack the box. Lamar's going to have to throw the ball, and I don't think he want to throw the ball to 10. So if Buffalo get home a couple times, hit Lamar, and stop the run, game over.
All right, quickly. Who do you have going to the Super Bowl, and who do you have winning?
You got a picture? I'll make sure I get this right. I think I got Detroit and I got Detroit coming out of the NFC, and I have Kansas City. Yeah, Kansas City coming out of the AFC.
Why would you do this?
You can't beat them, bro. Like you got to beat them and the referees. Like they have every. The NFL is. I don't like. I don't want to get into conspiracy because people think
it's true. It's true.
Open-minded, you can really see it. They have everything around them. Like it's set for them to do this three-peat. Patrick Mahomes is being set up to overthrow Tom Brady on the throne.
It's rigged.
This is what's going to happen within the next 3 to 5 years. This is what they're aiming for. This is what they're trying to do. Like they're doing everything in their willpower to make this happen. You have to literally beat the Kansas City team. You can't keep it close. It can't be like, they got an opportunity to score. They got an opportunity to take you to overtime. You're never going to win these games. The same thing with the Patriots. When we played them, like we had the defense to stop them and do X, Y, and Z, but we knew Tom Brady's going to get these calls. And it's just no way you can't beat them when they in stride. Right? And they are in stride. Like they were supposed to lose. For me to believe that they can be beat, they were supposed to lose at least 3 or 4 games in the regular season. And this is not a good team. Like talent-wise, it's not like they jumping off the board. But they have a offensive genius on the sideline.
Don't say Nagy.
Right. And their defense hold up. Their defense do just enough. They don't have to be great. They just need to do just enough. And the good thing about that whole situation is, oh boy.
What the hell is he doing?
Oh, man, it's a little freaky. But yeah.
That was a little freaky. I don't know what the hell was that. Where did you get that video?
Right. Yeah. And so they don't have to do a lot. So, and then the number one thing that Patrick Mahomes has mastered, him and Andy Reid, is keeping the other team off the field. Their time of possession is critical, man. It's ridiculous, and they get it. So you get the calls and you understand time of possession. That's a bad combination to go into. In this Arrowhead, I don't think nobody's going to go on Arrowhead and beat them. So, I think Bills freeze up in that game because of the pressure. Josh Allen is facing that monster. Like, they know they about to be a three-peat. They not stupid. They know what's going on, and you just gotta accept what comes with that. I don't think that nobody else. The trick game is going to be on the NFC side is the Rams and the Eagles. I think that's a very tricky game. If the Eagles can pull it out, they probably win by 3, if that. But people are sleeping on. If I'm betting on the Rams because people are sleeping on them.
Blowouts.
You think so?
Blowout. Eagles.
Your blowout is going to come Detroit Rams, in my opinion. That's what I think. That's when I think you get your blowout. I don't see them blowing out the Rams at all. They just get it, bro. Like this is their Super Bowl. They know they're not gonna get past Detroit, but they do know that they can knock out 2 teams. Sean McVay keep his job again or whatever. Not that I don't even think it's in trouble.
I disagree. If the Rams play the Lions in the NFC title game, the Rams are going to beat them because last year the Lions just beat them.
That's it. Our injury.
The Lions just beat them, and I thought the referees choked in that game too. That was horrible play calling too in that game. So.
Yeah, bar no injury, the Rams don't have a chance. The Detroit is stacked, and they have a coach.
Eagles are beating Detroit, baby. It's Eagles Bills, baby. That's what we're going to see. Eagles Bills. That's what I want to see in the Super Bowl.
What have you seen out of the Philadelphia Eagles that gives you so much confidence?
Saquon Barkley.
Yeah, they're gonna stack the box. He's gonna have to run option routes and swing routes.
Hold on one second, but Quinton, we gotta go. But I'm gonna tell you something. Stack the box. Every single team tried to stack the box against that guy this year.
Yeah, but it's playoffs, and here's the caveat. Saquon has been trying not to get hurt the last couple of weeks. He's been playing not to get hurt. Now it's a different ball game. So now he got to actually run the ball. I don't think that and then they're going to force Jalen Hurts to actually throw the ball.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, these highlights are cool, but it's playoff ball. You know, everything goes up in playoffs. There's another level. So these highlights right here, you be far in between.
Okay. All right, Quinton. I'm going to tell you what. After the Eagles kick the you-know-what out of the Rams, and the Rams, and then they play the Lions, and they kick the crap out of the Lions, you'll have to come back on the show, and we're going to have to.
Invite me anytime. I love this. Right. Invite me anytime, but I don't see that. I don't see neither one happening. No time soon in the future.
I got you. I'm going to think about that.
Yeah,
I'm going to think about that. Let's do it. Quinton, we love you. It was a great interview. We really appreciate
you guys so much.
And take care of those 4 kids and make it number 5, okay?
We can't make it due to advanced science and technology.
Would you like to adopt Speedy? Would you like to adopt him? I mean, look at him. I adopt him. What do you think?
Hey.
Would you adopt Speedy? How about that? Would you adopt
Speedy? Yeah. And matter of fact, before I go, make sure you guys go get that Speedy cup. I forgot the brand. I can't name it. My fault. But the cup with Speedy face on it. Make sure that be the number 1 seller.
You should, or Speedy had a branded sex toy that was in Walmart.
It's a booming industry. Listen, it's a good investment. The industry is a $1 trillion injury.
Well, guess what? He was signing autographs a couple of years ago at Walmart, and you could have gotten yourself the Speedster. That was the wonderful, Speedster delightful.
For females, right?
Oh, for males too. Speedy likes that too.
Don't fall for this propaganda, Quinton.
Don't do it, Speedy. Not for the males, but for the females, for sure. It's a growing energy, and they buy quick. I always remember that females buy quick.
Do they ever? And so do you. Thank you, Quinton.
That's right. Appreciate you guys, man.
Former Jet, Rams and Dolphin. It was great. Our interview, and he gave us some good takes. He gave us some football, college football, some NFL football, the Jets, as he threw the Jets under the bus. I throw them under the bus all the time. I can't stand watching them. I can't stand watching that team. They're as gang as green as Speedy's underpants. Anyways, when we come back, we got a lot more to get into. Deion Sanders, very interesting story. We'll get into that. But first, our Sports Minute with Tommy Scoops.
This is the Jabba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
The Rams tight end Tyler Higbee was actually limited in practice today, as Higbee actually just returned to the team last month after being sidelined for a majority of the season with an ACL tear. He was actually hospitalized after spitting up blood in his Monday contest against the Vikings. He will be monitored before the Eagles matchup this weekend. In other news, the Cowboys, who are still actively searching for a head coach after they are letting Mike McCarthy go, they are set to interview Seahawks assistant coach Leslie Frazier and are also deciding to interview Robert Saleh later this week. And also finishing off in the NBA, the Rockets are actually the favorites to currently land Devin Booker in a potential trade. The veteran shooting guard is actually a heavy favorite to be traded before next month's deadline. Now for Scoops' scores over in the NBA, the Knicks have a 109-109 tall tied up a piece against the 76ers, looking like that game is going to go into overtime. In the fourth quarter, the Raptors have a 94-84 lead over the Celtics, while the Hawks have a 70-59 lead over the Bulls. The Bucks with a 71-47 lead over the Magic, while the Pelicans have a 79-69 lead over the Mavericks. The Spurs currently hold a 68-63 over the Grizzlies, while the Rockets have a 23-18 lead over the Nuggets, and the Hornets and Jazz are currently tied up with only 20 apiece. And with that being said, that is all the time I have for you guys. Kicking it back to the boys for the continuation of Job in the Mouth.
Any questions?
What is this? This is the Jabba and the Mouth Show.
631-672-3108. You're listening to Jabba in the Mouth. I'm your host, Never Locks, my co-host, Jabba Chamberlain, and the Speedster, Speedy Petey. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba in the Mouth every single Mondays and Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Quinton Coples, ladies and gentlemen, boy, oh boy, he gave us some good takes, not only on college football, but the NFL, and he's a Pittsburgh Steelers fan. Who would have thought? Mike Tomlin lover, and maybe he's an Antonio Brown lover as well. I don't know. I never asked him, Jabba. You're muted.
Yeah, I know. I was just getting it off. That was the engagement, not only from our side, but then him kind of just transitioning back and forth. That was great.
No, he was fantastic. I didn't expect him to really go back and forth and banter about some of the stuff, and I didn't even know he was working. I was going to talk about the Brandon Jacobs thing because he owes me some money.
That's right.
He owes me some money. He owes me a football game as he completely disappeared off the face of the earth. That's what Brandon Jacobs did. So, but I'm not going to throw Brandon under the bus. Whenever we do get Brandon Jacobs back on the show.
Whenever he'll respond and not change his number all the time.
Well, he changed his number because he owes us a little bit of money. As he lost the bet. And, when you lose, you lose. You snooze. How's that? Adam Schefter didn't snooze. Reports say that the Cowboys fired Mike McCarthy. The first call Jerry Jones made was to Deion Sanders. Deion said that the Cowboys job was intriguing, but loves his situation at Colorado. Deion also mentioned that he has always had a good relationship with Jerry Jones and his family. And it was truly delightful to get a call from him. CeeDee Lamb liked the social media post on Deion Sanders being the betting favorite of the Dallas Cowboys job. Stephen A. Smith says that Deion Sanders would take the Cowboys job right away and believes the Cowboys would make the NFC Championship game if they hired Deion Sanders. Cam Newton said he is concerned about Deion Sanders being able to coach another quarterback that isn't his son. Deion Sanders has said in the past that he has no desire to coach NFL players. So let's go down and dirty with this whole story. Deion Sanders is definitely going to be fully interviewed by the Dallas Cowboys. And one of the reasons why is because Deion Sanders and Jerry Jones has a love triangle. These guys love each other. And Deion will go somewhere if somebody shows him all the love in the world. They pay him a lot of money and they show him love. Because as Deion Sanders has said over the years, as he flashes himself on a football, show me some love. So Jerry Jones shows him some love, and so does the family. So why wouldn't he take the job? Now the question is, if Deion Sanders goes there, are the Cowboys willing to move up to get Shador? That's the secret here. That's the only way Deion Sanders takes the job. He came out and pretty much said, if he leaves Colorado, it has to be a reason where he can coach his son or sons. So I don't know if that's feasible. I don't know if the Cowboys can land a Shador Sanders unless they somehow jump from wherever they're positioned 10 all the way to 1 or 2 to get the guy of their dreams, and that's Shador Sanders. And do they pass up and try to move Dak Prescott's contract, which is $60 million? Who's going to take on a contract like that? And who's obviously looking at it as a feasible contract moving forward? I don't know. CeeDee Lamb coming out and saying that he loves the fact that Deion Sanders could be the lead favorite of getting the job. I think that, to me, is a hoax. I don't believe in this. I don't know if Deion's going to, out of all the teams to look at, I think it makes more sense in the Raiders than it does the Cowboys. And Stephen A. Smith, who can't stand the Cowboys, he has a love fest for Deion Sanders. Whenever Stephen A. Smith has a love fest for somebody, a.k.a. Floyd Mayweather, he blows his head up. Oh, he's this, he's that. He's the greatest boxer of all time. We've heard him say this many, many times. Deion Sanders, who he can't stand the Cowboys. Deion Sanders goes to the Cowboys. Automatically, he thinks they're going to go to the NFC Championship game. What is he, nuts? Deion Sanders hasn't won anything. He did nothing in Colorado. What have they won? 2 years he was there. What did he do? Jackson State? Jackson State is a Division I school that nobody gives a crap about. He went to Colorado to prove that he can win and can get into this tournament. He didn't have any chance of making the tournament. And by the way, we've argued this many, many times. How many top 25 teams did he beat this year? The answer? None. 0. Zilch. And he's going to get a Cowboys job? He's going to get an NFL job? Why does anybody think that this guy is a good coach? He's done nothing as a head coach. He's won nothing. And Shador Sanders is one of the most overrated quarterbacks that's going to be drafted in the first round that I've ever seen in NFL history.
Yep, and this is exactly what Jerry Jones wants. He just wants clicks. He wants attention. He wants this drama to spin out all on them just because that they decided to drag it out with Mike McCarthy, fire him on the second to last day of that particular deadline. So now they're going to drag it out where they're going to have Deion Sanders as the betting favorite, and they're going to make it where it's going to be a drama whether he's actually hired or not. And whether you're right, he doesn't want to coach in the NFL. He wants to coach his sons, and maybe that kind of thing is not feasible for Dak Prescott already being there and signing that $60 million per year deal. Now, if they can get enough suitors to make a trade for Dak Prescott, I mean, I think any team would want to trade for Dak Prescott, but is Jerry Jones going to be that aggressive? Is his son going to be that aggressive in saying, no, we have a franchise quarterback. We have a potentially top 5 quarterback in Dak Prescott. We are not making this move, or we're not going to do any of this. So that's going to make an influence on that as well. Now, CeeDee Lamb apparently likes it, fine, but how many other players are going to like it? How many of these tough-nosed players are going to like it? And a flashy guy like Deion Sanders, that I'll give him credit for the Jackson State. You're going undefeated in the FCS, fine. That's about it. And that was 3 years ago. So that's what you're going to bring in as a head coach. Good luck.
Yeah, but I think you bring up a great point where I don't think a lot of people have thought about this. I think with what Deion has said and what he's done already, I think that's a huge part in if he does sign is like, is there any way you can make it happen to where we can make a trade to get my son? Because he said he's wanted to do it. But then at the same time, he talks out of the other side of his mouth because he comes out and says he never wants to coach in the NFL. Then he says, I love Colorado. I love this. And what is it? Like, really, at the end of the day, what is it? And I think it's his way or the highway. And if he doesn't get what he wants, then of course he's going to stay in Colorado. But I think if they go in and you talk about all the relationships, of course he's going to say all the right things and make sure that everybody's like, yeah, this is what I want to do. And, I have a great relationship, but I love Colorado, so I'm not leaving them on the back burner, but I still am talking. It's just he talks out of both sides of his mouth to try to make everybody happy. And at the end of the day, sometimes you're not going to make anybody happy, or you're only going to have one side, and that's just the nature of the beast. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays out.
Errol, like you said, what have they won? What has Deion won? He hasn't really won anything with Colorado. He hasn't really even put together anything he can lean his hat on besides he has Shadur and Travis Hunter going 1 and 3 in the draft or 2 and 3 in the draft. And if he's going to get his son, who is he going to trade with? Because I don't think the Giants are going to give up their 3 spot to draft Shadur Sanders to make Deion happy. And Cam Ward, Travis Hunter going 1-2. So how's he going to get his son? It's not going to happen. I think this is just clickbait. This is just big news. So that way the Kellen Moore coming back is a little bit softer blow. Instead of taking the heat for that, they can be like, well, we tried with Deion.
Oh, I want to throw up. Kellen Moore. Oh,
That's who it's going to be. I'm telling you.
oh, that's what I thought. So disgusting.
Well, I don't think it's that far-fetched that Shadur Sanders falls in the draft. I was looking at the Athletics, Dane Brugler, New York Times affiliated mock draft, his second one of the year. He has Shadur at 6 to the Raiders. So really you only need to jump to 5, and 10-5 is doable for the Cowboys. And maybe that's part of a flop of sending Dak somewhere. This is a crazy idea. I personally would not trade Dak. I would not hire Deion. But I'm not Jerry Jones, and I love watching him screw everything up. And it says, and Jabba showed us in our meeting the other day, I think maybe it was at the end of the show on Monday, that actually Deion is the favorite odds maker, and I believe it was at FanDuel, Jabba.
That was one of the 1,900 betting sites there were.
Well, it's one of the ones that is popularly used, has him at plus 100 above all other candidates. That's crazy. I mean, I obviously wouldn't make that bet because, I mean, you're basically just throwing money away in something like that. But I'll tell you, this is really, really interesting. What if Deion Sanders, I mean, look, just think of all the mileage we're going to get, Errol, talking about Deion bungling up the Cowboys season, having them fall apart and them having to fire him, and him just doing the same stuff he did when he was a player and just be about himself. I can't wait to see this fall apart. The Eagles are going to fall apart this week with the Rams. The Cowboys are going to fall apart next. I love Jaden Daniels, but he takes a lot of hits. It's Giants. It's wide open for the Giants, guys.
Dude, you have such a love fest for the Giants. I know you want to bet against the Eagles and you don't want to see Saquon Barkley achieve his goals, but guess what? You're gonna fall flat on your face. And Deion Sanders is definitely gonna fall flat on his face if he gets that job. There's no way that guy deserves an opportunity to coach in the NFL for what we've seen so far in the last couple of years in college football. I'm not going to give him a pat on the back like Speedy did when it comes to Jackson State. Jackson State, where they play, is not a good division. It's not a good conference. I'm not going to sit there and give them a pat on the back. In Colorado, what did they do? Who did they beat? They beat nobody. They have beaten no one. And Deion Sanders coming out and doing what he did before the season started, him and his son sitting there in front of the press talking the crap that they talk. Do you really want Shadur Sanders and Deion Sanders at a press conference after Shadur gets drafted by the Cowboys after they move up and trade Dak Prescott away, and he goes over, Dak goes somewhere else and wins a Super Bowl with another team, and then all those Dak Prescott haters over there with the Cowboys are sitting there saying, but Dak, why could you do it here? Why did you do it here?
Maybe
and the reason why, because Jerry freaking Jones is an idiot. That's why.
Maybe Dak Prescott will finally win 3 Super Bowls in a row like the Beef thoughts.
Absolutely disgraceful. And Deion Sanders sitting there getting patted on the back by Stephen A. Smith. Stephen, stop. Stop it. You hate the Cowboys. Now you're going to sit there and say they're going to be in the NFC title game? Choke on it. Choke on the mic, Stephen. Jeff Passan didn't speak. Or, I mean, he did speak, but he didn't choke on the mic. Reports that the Padres and Blue Jays and Dodgers are the 3 finals for 23-year-old Japanese pitcher Roki Sasaki. Sasaki has 8 more days to make a decision, with his signing window closing next Thursday. Cubs insider Bruce Levine says that they would be interested in a big contract for Alex Bregman, but wants a shorter contract. The Athletic reports that the Yankees are trying to clear salary salary to trade for infielders for an infielder, and likely would trade Marcus Stroman in the deal. The Athletic reports that Pete Alonso could return to the Mets for a three-year deal and with opt-outs, and would only take a 3-year deal with the Mets. SNY's Andy Martino reports that the Mets could consider a trade for Vladimir Guerrero Jr. if they aren't able to bring back Pete Alonso. Vladimir Guerrero is the answer. If the Mets can persuade the Blue Jays to trade him to the Mets, I mean, think about the lineup. Vladimir Guerrero, Juan Soto, and Francisco Lindor. I mean, come on. That is as good as it gets. I mean, it really is. And I love Vladimir Guerrero. I would love to see him go to the Yankees, but we'll see what happens next year. I don't believe the Blue Jays are trading Vladimir Guerrero until the trade deadline. And whoever gives him the most is where he's going. But that doesn't mean anything, because we know what the Yankees did. They traded for Juan Soto, and he flew over there to the New York Mets. So there's no guarantees for any of that unless you think you're going to win a World Series. As far as the Sasaki thing, I don't know what Sasaki is going to be in the major leagues. We've seen, obviously, some of these Japanese pitchers really achieve their goals, as we all know, Jabba. And then we've seen a lot of these Japanese pitchers fall flat on their face. Sasaki, obviously, coming off an injury season, wasn't 100% healthy. They say he's got some shoulder issues and maybe elbow issues. Are you going to take a chance? And I know Yankee fans are probably upset that he's ruled them out and he's ruled the Mets out. Nobody thought Sasaki was going to the Yankees and the Mets. He was going to probably stay on the West Coast. I wouldn't be surprised if he picks the Padres or the Dodgers, and that's the only two teams he's going to go to. The Blue Jays always strike out. They're an absolute disgraceful organization that never gets their guy. And the guys that they have over there in Bichette and Guerrero, they should have signed them a long time ago. Now they're going to say sayonara, as they've done, a lot of players have done over the years. I think the fact is, right now, when you look at the Yankee situation, the Yankees are going to get an infielder. I don't know how big he's going to be or who he's going to be. Nolan Arenado, that's not going to happen. It seems like the Yankees are going to reach whoever they bring in. It's not going to be a superstar player. And if it is a former superstar player, he's a guy on his way out. Paul Goldschmidt being another one. So all the things that you see. And Pete Alonso, come on. Pete Alonso is signing with the Mets. He's going nowhere. He's going to sign the 3-year with an opt-out. He wants to stay there. And Juan Soto already said that one of the main things that he wanted was Pete Alonso coming back. I think Pete Alonso is on his way back. I just think they're trying to figure out the negotiation of the opt-out.
Yeah, you also look at the fact that you said only the Mets would give him a 3-year deal with the opt-outs. And from the report I was reading, it was the team opt-out too. So it seems like he trusts the front office to make that kind of thing work. Whether they get the money to work is another question. But I think the years were always the thing that was holding him back, and Scott Boras back, especially in the past. Now, Scott Boras declined to comment, so maybe as a counteroffer, who knows. But I do think Pete Alonso is coming back. But again, if he doesn't, the Vlad thing is interesting. Now, I agree with you. I would wait until the trade deadline before things start to spiral out of control for the Blue Jays, if that's the direction they're going to go in, because the price that they're going to be asking for right now off of Vlad's second half of the season, which was unbelievable in the second half of the season last year. Outside of Aaron Judge, there weren't better numbers in the American League in the second half, hitting-wise. So wait on the price. It's going to be too high right now. If things start to spiral out of control, maybe it's worth considering later. As far as Sasaki, I'm fine with the Mets not going after another Japanese pitcher. They need more pitching depth, and they need one star. I've always said he was going to the Dodgers, and don't be surprised if they defer money once again, like we all love.
Yeah, if he goes to the Dodgers, I might not watch baseball. Like, I might just be like, all right, I
feel like he's going. So
we get it. And from the people that I've talked to on the inside, and I know the Blue Jays have dropped a ball before, but they're the front runner right now.
Really?
And that's via 3 people I've talked to that are very close to this topic. So, like I said, that could change. You never know. It'd be amazing to me if the Dodgers can pull those, and it wouldn't surprise me, to be honest with you, but I think it would be. I don't think it would be great for the game. I'll just put it that way. I think it's obviously a contingent with these Japanese players. We just saw an international signing of an 18-year-old two-way kid, obviously from Japan, and then trying to follow in Ohtani's footsteps. And there were some great international signings. Hanley Ramirez's son, he signed, and there's all these kids that are international signings. But what makes him so different is he can pitch right now. These other international signings are 16, 17, 18, 19-year-old kids where they may be in A-ball, double-A, you never know. And we've seen good ones, bad ones, and superstars from both ends. So yeah, I just think it would, and this is just me personally, I think it'd be bad for baseball if he goes. I think there's a great contingent of Japanese in Toronto, and I don't think that'd be a bad move. But are they going to drop the ball again? I mean, remember we were talking about this. It's like we were on Ohtani watch because they said he was going to Toronto.
Yep,
and
Jeff fell for that big time.
Yeah, and so it's like, oh, really? They're going to do something. So I would say either the Blue Jays or the Padres. If it happens to the Dodgers, I think it's going to put a bad taste in a lot of baseball people's mouth, especially if it becomes a deferred contract in the way that they've kind of leaned towards. So I hope it doesn't. I hope it's either the Padres or the Blue Jays because I just like that dynamic and what it is. But you can't count the Dodgers out since they're in the last three. They're, from everybody that I've talked to and read and know people in the situation, the Dodgers are third, but they're not out of it. So I guess you can't say there's not a chance.
Either the Dodgers with deferred money or the Blue Jays overpay. There's no in between.
It's kind of interesting that the choices are between Toronto and a couple of California teams because those aren't really the tax havens that you see free agents go for, like a Texas, where you can get more out of your contract, where the state taxes don't exist. California is going to tax the crap out of you. It's the same as New York. Arguably, I would say worse, I would hear. But at least I hear that it's worse than even New York. And New York's like got to be the second worst if it's California's the worst with taxes. So it's not a taxes thing. It's just, I think it's a culture thing. In California, there's more Japanese culture. And Toronto is a huge international culture. It's not that New York doesn't, but it doesn't have a lot of Japanese. Hideki Matsui, Hideki Irabu. I mean, if the guy's named Hideki, maybe he'll come join the Yankees. But unfortunately,
Hiroki Kuroda, Tanaka, Ichiro.
I love Tanaka, man. Tanaka, before he got hurt, until he got hurt, I just thought he had so much spin on that ball. It wasn't the same after he came back, but he still was like a great warrior for the Yankees. And it really bothers me that the Yankees aren't even in the discussion for the final three. Like that's how the mighty have fallen as far as the Yankees are always in the final three.
That's not the Yankees. No, it's
not. No, but Matsui saw the Yankees win a decade earlier and wanted to be a Yankee. The Yankees haven't been winning since 2009, and it hasn't been a lot of winning since then. So guys aren't like remembering it.
I don't think it has anything to do with it. I think he wants to be closer to his family. And I don't think the Blue Jays, I know Job is saying that they're the lead. The Blue Jays are always the lead. They were the lead for Ohtani, and they fell flat on their face. I remember when Jeff was telling us straight out, he's flying to Toronto. He's going to sign with Toronto. And then all of a sudden, within 24 hours, he's in LA, signing with the LA Dodgers. I don't believe it. I think Sasaki is going to either San Diego or he's going to the Dodgers. I think he's staying out west. He's hanging out with his buddies.
Fish, to give you context, we were in the car. Arrow picked me up, and we were literally in the car. Jeff calls him. It's like
I said he was an idiot.
Yeah,
I said he was an idiot.
He was Jeff. But I'll just last thing about the Blue Jays. They had this young, promising core: Biggio's kid, Bichette's kid, Vlad Guerrero's kid. It was this cool story. These second-generation players. Biggio's kid didn't pan out. Bichette had this knee injury a couple of years ago, and he came back, except it's like his power's gone, and he's lost some of his lateral movement. He's not the same player. He's not on that trajectory to be a great player anymore. And Vlad Guerrero's the last remaining piece. And he got hot, Speedy, if you remember. I was talking crap about his statistics, and he got hot the very night I was opening my big fat mouth about how the Yankees own him, and he destroyed the Yankees in that series and had a wonderful season. I would love to see him come to New York. Really, either New York team would love to have him. I don't know if the Mets are going to try. The Mets should just keep Alonso. You were saying it, Alonso. See, it seems like the Mets Alonso thought he was like I guess he's a Boris client, right? So they're just trying to drum up some kind of a market for him, but he doesn't play much defense. He doesn't have hit for a high average. He's got a lot of pop, but those guys don't age well. He's already not good defensively. So he's really a DH going forwards in a couple of years, right? So what are you really paying this guy? Is he really going to get more than $100 million, 3 years, $100 million? Is that really even what he's going to get? I don't think he gets that much. I think he's going to get like 3 for 90. If it's 100, there's going to be deferred money involved.
So you're talking about Pete Alonso? He's making more.
Yeah.
He's making more.
You think he's going to get more than 100 in
Yes,
3-year deal? 33 in that 33 per?
They're only signing him a 3-year deal because they don't want to give him the 5th-year option that he wants. They're going to.
But who else is going to? Who are they competing against?
I don't know, but there'll be a team that's going to pay him more than $30 million. This guy is an average of 40 home runs and gives you over 100 RBIs. Those guys don't grow on trees. Jim Tomei, remember him? Jim Tomei did it forever.
Let's not call him Jim Tomei.
Well, hold on one second. Pete Alonso was the fastest to 150 home runs or something like that before what's his name again?
Before
Aaron Judge. Aaron Judge got hot. So to say that Pete Alonso is not looked at that kind of trajectory, he is. He can hit home runs, and he's got a tremendous.
But he doesn't hit for the average like
Tomei
did. Tomei was a monster, dude.
He also. What do you think Pete Alonso is? What do you think? He's not a monster?
Tomei's a Hall of Famer, though. He hit 600 home runs.
Tomei came in the league at an early part of his age. Pete Alonso didn't come until he was 25, 26. So Tomei was here. Jabba, when did Tomei come in? 21? I think he was 21 years old when he stepped on a baseball field in the MLB. I mean, Pete Alonso was.
He was young and also probably one of the nicest human beings on the planet.
Yeah. And honestly, honest to God, I think Pete Alonso is going to get closer to, I would say, between 35 and 38 million. He's going to get a 3-year deal. That's what he wants. He's making more than $30 million a year. I don't see the Mets like underpaying him. They just don't want to give him anything more than 3 years, and they want to opt out if he can't stay healthy. So that's where
Pete was 24 when he came in.
Was it 24 or 25? Speedy, do you know?
24.
And you're right about Tomei. He was 21 when he came up to the league.
But Pete Alonso too, and to kind of counteract that, Pete Alonso really has only got hurt 1 year of his career. Like he's average is like 155 a year, because he doesn't do anything but swing.
Until the last, when he had that clutch home run in the playoffs, though, Jabba, he was setting records for futility with runners on base. Speedy, you know this as a Mets fan.
Yeah,
it was so bad that nobody, he was going to be gone, and that was it, because he was so inept in the clutch. It was under 150, right? It was so bad. And then he had that great moment with the home run where he put his hands up. I got the picture of
3-run home run against Cincinnati. Was it Cincinnati? The Brewers. That's right.
And that whole run right there at the end of the season, that was really exciting. It was a really great end of the year for the National League, leading up to that run for the Mets. But look, there's a lot of interesting things that you said. Bregman, there's a lot of guys still available. Santander, I don't think signed yet. One guy that did sign.
I think Bregman's overrated. I don't like Alex Bregman. I never liked him. I think he's a washed up player. I don't think he's the same player he was 5 years ago. That's just my opinion. I mean, Jabba might think differently. You might think differently. I am so happy he's not going to be a Yankee, because I could see him falling flat on his face as a Yankee. I don't want Alex Bregman. I think he's expensive. I think he's expensive, and I think he's a big mouth. Do you think he would work over here with the media, the way the media is here in New York? We know somebody that came here. He played for the Blue Jays, and he won an MVP. He didn't work out over here, and they said he had a big mouth, and he couldn't handle the media. And boy, could he not handle the media as he opened his mouth when he fell flat on his face. So,
but Bregman's still young. Bregman, I don't think is 30 yet.
31.
So
he's 31.
Is 30. Well, Donaldson was like 37 when they grabbed him. Donaldson was kind of watching.
Donaldson was like 34. I think he was 34 when he came to the Yankees. I'm pretty sure he was 34 years old when he came to the Yankees.
Maybe we're off by a year or two. Regardless, Donaldson had all those calf injuries and all those things that
he won an MVP. Alex Bregman never.
But it was years earlier.
Doesn't matter. He won an MVP.
You're right. He did. He was a great player for a short period of time, and he was a great player.
5 years. He was one of the best players.
Alex Bregman is like one of those guys who might not have the same pop he had when he first came up. I would agree with you. I had him in fantasy. He was one of my dynasty guys. He wasn't as good, but he's an average guy. He's a defense guy. He's an on base guy, and he's just like a good ball player. He's the type of guy you probably want to have on your team. Jabba, how many guys you play with that just weren't like the flashy numbers guys, but you needed them to win? Like, who do you think of when you think of something like that?
Brett Gardner.
Yeah.
I mean, you're gonna have those guys that what's gonna happen, but then you're gonna have to, when we were talking to Q, is like you have to have those grinders, and you knew you were gonna get that from Gardy every day, and wasn't gonna complain, wasn't gonna do anything. You needed the personalities, in the CCs, you needed the leaders in the Derricks, and then you needed the ones that were just red asses and Jorge, and then you got Matsui, and so there's such a different dynamic. But Gardy's probably one that I've played with the most. That's the first one that comes where it's like, what you're gonna get. It ain't gonna be flashy. He's gonna steal you some bags. He's gonna do what he needs to do. He's gonna play a good outfield, and I think fan favorite from a lot of people that I've talked to, but I think very underrated for what he was.
Well, before we get to pound for pound, we're going to go, obviously, to Let's Parlay. Let's go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll have Let's Parlay, and then right after Let's Parlay, we'll have pound for pound.
This is the Jabba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
All right, Titans, who are actively searching for a GM, just completed a GM interview with Ian Cunningham, who is the Bears' assistant GM, and looked at as the best candidate from the Bears GM staff overall. Throwing it over to the NBA, the Pacers guard Benedict Mathurin has been suspended for 1 game without pay after getting in the face and cursing at an official during the game yesterday against the loss against the Cavaliers after he got a technical for swinging on the rim. And finally, the Knicks have actually just defeated the 76ers 125-119 in overtime, with point guard Jalen Brunson leading the way at 38 points, 5 rebounds, and Josh Hart actually had a 10-point triple-double as the Knicks improved to 27-15. And now, for keeping it on the NBA, as we usually do in Scoops' scores, the Hawks have a 97-84 lead over the Bulls in the fourth, while the Bucks have a pretty big 106-76 lead over the Magic in the fourth quarter. The Mavericks have a 1.105-104 lead over the Pelicans, while the Grizzlies are keeping it close with the Spurs, 109-104. The Rockets have a 59-42 lead over the Nuggets, while the Jazz currently have a 55-51 lead over the Hornets, and the Warriors are sitting comfortably 29-10 over the Timberwolves. And that is all the time I have for you guys right now. We're kicking it back to the boys for Let's Parlay on Jabba in the Mouth.
Any questions?
We're back. This is the Jabba and the Mouth Show.
631-672-3108 if the number to call. You're listening to Jabba and the Mouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, Jabba Chamberlain and Speedy. Petey, go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba in the Mouth every single Mondays and Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do is tune in and check out local listings for all our shows. Just go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we do this every single week as we call this Let's Parlay.
It's time for Let's Parlay.
It's just Reno Johnny tonight, and if you don't know how to play the game, it's pretty simple. What was his record last week?
Unfortunately, 1-3.
It was 1-3 last week.
Last time you had a rough week, Johnny, you went 4-0 2 straight weeks after that.
All right. So if you're a betting man or a betting woman, I'd bet this week on his picks. Are you ready, Reno?
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready to go.
All right. His top 3 and then his final parlay. That's 4 picks, guys. Reno, give us number 1.
I'm doing it. I don't care. Homer play. Give me Notre Dame. With the spread, I'm going to take the 8.5, whatever you can get. Look, I really wasn't impressed with Ohio State. They probably are a play call away from that game being tied. I thought and I was screaming at my TV. My wife was telling me to stop screaming. The neighbors were probably hearing me. First and goal from the 1. You do not line up in shotgun and pitch it back. By the time the play starts, you've already given him 5 yards. I didn't understand that play call. You take Arch Manning and you ram him down the center 4 times. That's why you have Arch Manning there. You used him earlier in the game. Probably if he tripped, but if he doesn't trip, he's gone on that 4th and 1 from midfield. Same thing here. They try to get cute with it, lost them the game. You look at the score, yeah, they scored 21, 28, one of them on defense. And one of those touchdowns also came with just an atrocious play call before the half. I think they got real lax, just played everybody back. I saw it as a coach. My coaching mind was kind of working. I saw it as soon as they lined up, and I said, why is everybody on the weak side? And they went right to the strong side at 5, 6 guys. It was just a bad play calling moment for Texas. Ohio State didn't impress me. Will Howard didn't impress me. He never has impressed me. He's got a lot of playmakers on the side, but I expect these cornerbacks to do exactly what Texas did, which is take away Jeremiah Smith, take away the deep throws, force Ohio State to run the ball. The difference is Notre Dame, I think their defense can show up. They've showed up in the playoffs, stopping the run. I think if they can do that against Ohio State, they'll be in this game. I'm not saying they can win the game. I would love for them to win the game. I think it's a lot closer than people think. This is a rivalry game. I think people forget that Ohio State and Notre Dame do not like each other. It is a rivalry game. Notre Dame doesn't play in a conference, so they get a lot of slack from that. They have their rivalries include USC and Ohio State among others. So I think this game is a lot closer than people think. I think Will Howard is not good. I think he'll be forced to make mistakes. His Notre Dame defense is maybe just as good, if not better, than Texas's defense outside of the running game for the year. But other than that, I'm taking Notre Dame with the points. I hope they can win the game. I'm going to take them off that plus 8.5.
All right, give us your number 2.
Yeah, we're going to the NFL, and there's been a lot of talk, and it's kind of annoying talk that it's become a racial issue for whatever freaking reason. Lamar versus Josh, we get it. 2 great quarterbacks. I think they've both had faults in the playoffs. I'm going to go with what I think is the biggest issue in this game. And when I look at playoffs with Josh Allen and with Lamar Jackson, the Ravens are now the favorite in this game. And I look at Lamar Jackson as really struggling in the playoffs. He really has laid eggs and duds in the playoffs. Josh Allen hasn't. Josh Allen has played really well for the most part in the playoffs. He just ran into Patrick Mahomes. I mean, we all remember 13 seconds on the clock in Kansas City. You think he's finally going to get this win against Patrick Mahomes. You gave him 13 seconds, which is 13 seconds too many. Josh Allen's played better in the playoffs. He's at home. He hasn't had a receiver all year. Now he has Amari Cooper and a running game. I understand what you have in Baltimore. I'm just going to go with what I've seen. The home advantage for the Bills. I think it's an insane environment. You're going from Baltimore where you have the insane environment. Now you hit the road. I just think it's too much. I'm going to take the Bills on the money line. I want to say the Ravens are catching a lot of public money right now, becoming the favorite. So I'm going to take the Bills. I think Josh Allen this year is not – his numbers may not be there, but I think with what he did with the team that he had, I think he's the MVP. I think he lost a lot of weapons in the offseason, and this is one of his best years ever. So give me Josh Allen at home, beating the Ravens, and advancing.
All right, give us your number 3.
This is a play. Give me the Rams. I think the Rams can actually upset the Philadelphia Eagles. I think the Rams are one of the hottest teams in the league right now. Remember this. They started 1-4. People were like, oh, they're done. Sean McVay was a one-hit wonder. Matt Stafford's old. He's got to go. And they had no receivers because everybody's hurt. Now they're healthy. Now they're kind of coming into their own. They have a running game. He can catch the ball just as well as any back in the league. They have Cooper Kupp, which has been really quiet. I think he kind of has a good game this week. I think the Eagles, on the other hand, like Jalen Hurts, like that game last week, Jalen Hurts did not play very well. He had 39 yards up midway through the third quarter, and they were winning the game. I think the opponent was just outmatched last week in terms of who's going to win that game, the home field advantage. Those two have home field advantage, but I think LA is playing with some heavy hearts, and they've kind of showed that on the field. They really are playing for the city of LA, and I think they have the pieces to really hold on to Saquon Barkley. But I think the Los Angeles Rams have the best young defensive line in the league. They got 4 guys that are just dog. I think they're going to give Saquon everything he can handle. I think Jalen Hurts makes some mistakes. If they can hold him off a 3rd and 1 and 4th and 1, I think the Rams can win this game outright. I'm going to sprinkle on the money line, but I'm going to take the official play at plus 6.5.
All right, final pick of the night.
And this is a play that my wife is probably going to smother me here later, but I'm going to fade the Kansas City Chiefs. I'm going to take the Houston Texans. I think there's been a big question mark all year long with C.J. Stroud. He did suffer from what he did last year, a sophomore slump, and it happens. But playoff time, I thought he played exponentially better last week than he did all year long. I think he made the right decisions. He made good throws downfield. He was poised in the pocket. A playoff game, I understand they were home, but this is a situation now where you're catching more than a touchdown. And one of the worst teams in the league this year catching more than a touchdown has been the Kansas City Chiefs. They just don't cover these type of spreads. Now, they may win. They may do everything possible. They'll win the game. They might even let the Texans have a lead late just to make it fun and interesting. They'll find a way to win. They'll find a way to get some ghost call at the end. They'll find a way to get Patrick Mahomes just enough time to get in field goal range or whatever. And I think that they win. However, I do think that this defense is good enough to contain. I'm still not impressed with any of the receivers outside of Travis Kelce for the Kansas City Chiefs. I think the defense is good enough. Contain Isaiah Pacheco, whoever's going to be running the ball in the backfield. CJ Stroud just does just enough to score, just enough to stay in this game. I think they keep this game a lot tighter than the experts believe.
All right. Reno Johnny, thank you, man. That was pretty quick. Easy.
Yeah. There's no Ohio State fan here to tarnish the show.
Well,
you guys getting better.
Message for him. There's nothing. Notre Dame is going to kick the you-know-what out of them. Our friend Wadley Leonard's going to kick the you-know-what out of them. So that's
I really do hope. I do think they have a chance. Yes. I think Will Howard might be, and I think I text this maybe in the group, or nobody deserves it less than Will Howard. He's not that good of a quarterback. I think he's really benefiting from the tremendous talent at Ohio State. Ryan Day has done nothing for them at all. Can't win big games. The talent now is one thing where his coaching ineptitude, he has so much talent that they can gloss over that. I just think the school itself, they deserve to lose. If any school deserves to lose, it's them.
All right, Reno. We really appreciate the time. As always, we'll see you next week, buddy.
Thanks, Steve.
Reno Johnny, let's parlay. All right. Everybody's been waiting for this. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we got some pound for pound. Tick-tock, tick-tock, where is our drop? And he's still trying to figure that one out.
Yes, I am.
All right, so let's go to a quick break because our producer.
There we go.
Finally.
I found it. Here we go.
Wow.
This is Pound for Pound.
I'm coming for you. I was going to rip his heart out. I'm the best ever. I'm the most brutal and Michigan, most ruthless champion there's ever been. And I'm just ferocious. I want your heart. I want to eat his children.
All right, let's go. Let's give them the rules and let's move forward with this.
All right, everybody. Welcome to once again, Pound for Pound, everyone's favorite segment where we discuss the top 5 pound for pound something or others. And tonight it is top 5 pound for pound ballpark foods. So the rules for this game are very simple. We have 3 rounds. One round is foods that they have in common. Both Jabba and Errol sent me their top 5 lists in order of their foods. So we're going to start off with what they have in common, and they're going to argue their case. Someone will go first, and the other person will go second. And at the end of the round, whoever makes the best arguments will get the first point and win the round. Second round is what they had differently. In this round, as opposed to just making cases, they're going to argue against each other. There will be a rebuttal after you state the case for your food. And the last round, we will post a picture of both of their lists, and they will fight back and forth for the last round's point to say who has the best list and critique the order of the lists. Are you boys ready to play pound for pound? All right, so for tonight, the first food that you guys have in common is helmet ice cream. Jabba, start us off and tell us why helmet ice cream is a top 5 pound for pound ballpark food.
I think it's a double positive, because not only do you get great ice cream, but you get a souvenir to take home. And in some of those hot days, there's nothing better than the good old ice cream. You just got to be careful to eat it fast enough that it doesn't melt. But I think it's on there just because you get a variety of flavors and you get a souvenir when you leave. And I think that's just a win, especially for kids. Like, oh, I can take this home. And that's why it's on there for me.
Well, first of all, as far as the souvenir, I mean, I take that home and I don't know what to do with it. Am I going to drink out of it, or am I going to eat it? It's so small, but it's refreshing. It's a hot summer day, and I want some ice cream. I want to make sure that I'm cool. And listen, sometimes I'll buy ice cream just to keep it on my lap because I'm sweating in the seats because it's like 90 degrees, and I need to keep Mr. Winky a little cool. So I mean, honestly, it's ice cream. How could you go wrong? Nobody can go wrong with ice cream. It's tasty. It's delicious. You can use different flavors. The one thing I can't stand is I've tried Yankee Stadium and I've tried Citi Field. Citi Field has better ice cream for some reason. Yankee Stadium has like this yogurt like ice cream. It tastes like crap. If you would ask me where would I rather go for ice cream, it would be Citi Field over Yankee Stadium, because the Yankee Stadium's ice cream is absolutely horrendous. I can't stand it. Every time I go, and it's so expensive. It's like $9 for a cup with a helmet, and it's disgusting. Oh my God. Yeah, but Citi Field I love. So I think it's refreshing. It's for obviously in the summertime, and nobody can go wrong with ice cream. Ice cream's the best.
All right. Ice cream is the best. Before we move on, Speedy, you got any favorite ice cream memories? Licking ice cream at a ballpark, out of a helmet?
In recent years. Chocolate's a good
No,
flavor. No, I don't think I've ordered.
Did you keep any of the helmets?
Oh, yeah. Years ago.
Years ago.
That's what I like about it, because you get people collect spoons or shot glasses. It's like, oh, yeah, I went and watched the Mets.
It is a thing I've seen people collect for sure, things like that. All right, we got one more in common that you guys have on your list. So the second thing for round one are chicken fingers or chicken finger basket, just, chicken fingers. This time, Errol, start off telling us why chicken fingers is a top 5 pound for pound.
Oh, I love chicken fingers. Who doesn't love chicken fingers? First of all, you get the bang for the buck. You get like 6 to 8 chicken fingers. It's big. It's thick. You like it big and thick. And then you the French fries. Who doesn't like French fries? It doesn't matter who cooks it and who fries it. It's delicious, salty, tasty, everything. And by the way, you want to get more for the bang for the buck. You go and buy, if you're going to buy something, would you rather buy a hamburger with fries, where a little hamburger and it's the same price? So would you rather a chicken finger basket where you're getting more for $14 instead of $14 or $15 that you're getting for a hamburger and fry? You're getting like 6, chicken fingers. You're getting fries. And by the way, you can dip and dot with all the honey mustard and ketchup and mustard. I mean, you can't go wrong with chicken fingers. Love chicken fingers. That's the way I'm going, baby, over a hamburger. Bang for the buck, baby. Bang for the buck.
Jabba.
Yeah, you know what? It's tough to argue because that was, for me, the variety. Because you never get the same chicken finger no matter where you go. And it's kind of hard to mess up a chicken finger, but I love the variety that you can have so many sauces with the hamburger. Like, you might get a frozen hockey puck, so that's why it wasn't on mine, because then you're chewing on boot leather. At least with the chicken, you can mask maybe if it's a little dried out, because you have the sauces to go over there. So for me, it was the variety, and if it's not the best quality, but it's a ballpark food, like, I get it all the time. Like, we were just at high school state basketball, and Dad and I were there, and it's like, yeah, I want chicken fingers and fries, because then you can share it too. The shareability, it's not like you're sharing a hamburger or something like that. And there's other stuff that you can share, and that was another avenue of mine where it's like, hey, you want a finger? Boom. Oh, I want honey mustard. Well, I want ranch. And so you have the variety and the shareability of it.
I'm
You're
not
gonna
sharing my chicken
absolutely.
fingers. I'm not
You're
sharing my chicken.
sharing.
I'm eating it all myself. I got to fill this stomach up. If I'm
Speedy,
gonna eat
you're
it,
gonna be the decider on this one, Speedy. Speedy, do you share chicken fingers when you go to the ballpark, or are they all for yourself?
Sure.
Yeah, I think so. Round one is going to go to Jabba. I'm going to give you the reason why. Ice cream argument, souvenir cup. Speedy did say he took the cups home. I remember having the cups home. I thought that was the winning argument, that they can be a good souvenir on top of being refreshing. You both said refreshing. And chicken fingers, it was a really strong competition. I like the bang for buck argument from Errol, but the variety and then a shareability argument from Jabba put it over the top. So Jabba takes
I'm not sharing
round
anything when I'm
one.
spending almost $20 for chicken fingers. I'm not
No
sharing
apologies needed. Moving on to round two. So now round two again are the things you guys didn't have in common. And you're going to, first person goes, tell you what, say why you liked it the most. It's on your list. And then the other person is going to say, no, that should have been on the list. And whoever has a better argument wins the point. So Jabba is up 1-0 heading into round two. So Errol, you'll start this round. The first one you don't have in common, yours is a Shake Shack burger and milkshake. Go ahead, Errol.
Who doesn't love Shake Shack in a burger? Who doesn't like a shake? It's hot. It's gloomy outside. You want to be cool. You want to get down and dirty. What you like ice cream. Well, a shake is just as good as ice cream. So you get a bang for the buck. You're getting your hamburger. You're getting your meal. Who doesn't like Shake Shack hamburgers? I love it. I go there right now. I live around a corner from it. You go over there. You go to Citi Field. Where do you, the first place I'm going to Shake Shack. To me, it's you're getting the burger. You're getting your meal, and you're getting your dessert. That's the way I go. I'm going to fill my stomach up. I'm going to go to the one place that I love more than anything, Shake Shack. Screw Wendy's, screw Burger King, screw McDonald's. It's a little expensive over at the ballpark, but I'm going Shake Shack, Citi Field, baby.
All right, so now Jabba, tell us why the Shake Shack burger is not a top 5 pound-for-pound ballpark food.
I mean, this is a tough one because that's the first. We had a day off and I went to Citi Field to watch a game, and it's not a bad. It just sometimes I don't want all of it. I don't want. I just maybe want the shake, and I don't want the burger. You know, I'm kind of there to be a connoisseur of all the foods, and I know like what I loved about this one was we tried to be different. Because we could all have the same normal, consistent stuff, but we all grab because that's specific to Citi Field, and I think that I'm going to give you this one because you can't argue it. Because some people specifically go for the experience and Shake Shack, because Shake Shack is great. So I'm going to concede this one because I really can't argue with it because I had a great experience with it when I went to the game. So I'll give you that.
The only thing I eat at Citi Field, as far as the chicken fingers at Yankee Stadium, Shake Shack. You can't even. You got to sit online. That's the only thing that sucks about Shake Shack. When you go to the game, you better go there early because in the first inning, you're going to be sitting there till the 5th inning. It's a long friggin' line.
Jabba conceded the point. I will say this. I'm never going to wait on a line like that, so I'm never going to have a Shake Shack burger at Citi Field. It's just never going to happen.
That's like the only negative, and I was like, I mean.
I'm just never going to do that. But I will say that are going to stay in the burger theme because Jabba has a burger on his too. One that I remember there being a special about. Jabba, tell us about the Krispy Kreme bun burger.
Yeah, this was, I love our creativity in this. And Errol and I kind of talked about it. Let's broaden our horizons. And I was like, God, we all love sports. We've all been to basketball. And I was like, I remember this one that always stuck in my head because I tried to make it at home. I mean, that's just the fat kid coming out in me. But I mean, it was literally in Sports Illustrated as #2 ballpark food. It was hosted on the Travel Channel. Like, it's just the nostalgic. And it was done by a minor league the Grizzly Gateways or the Gateway Grizzlies. And just the anomaly of it and the traction it got because it was so different makes it one of the most iconic. And now you see all these, crazy ballpark foods. That was like my first introduction to like thinking outside the box. Now there's like 2-foot hot dogs and, all these big burgers. But to have the notoriety for not even a major league field, a minor league field, and you have the Travel Channel, and then the number 2 ballpark food in Sports Illustrated kind of speaks for itself.
Errol, your rebuttal.
I never had the burger, so how would I know? I mean, it's a burger. I'm sure it tastes good. The Sports Illustrated says it's good. I guess it's good. So I guess I'll eat it. I don't know. I mean, I'm going Shake Shack because I'm used to the burger and I can eat it every single day. I know everybody's going to say, well, why don't you try something new? Well, if you haven't tried it, then I'm probably going to get scared of it because every time somebody tells me to try something, it usually sucks. So I know Sports Illustrated and everybody says it's good, but probably knowing me, I'll probably throw up and then I wish I never did it. So that's the only thing. I've never had it, so I can't really argue.
So I think I actually have had one of these, and they are not as good as you would think if they're not done right. And they're very easily can go wrong if the burger is too juicy. It's going to run. It's going to become like a big sopping mush pile of everything. But if you grill it right, it's going to have that same, if you ever like grill something that has like brown sugar on it, it's going to caramelize on it. And it's going to just be like delicious. If you have like a maple bacon cheeseburger or something with that, it's pretty money. I'm not going to lie. So just throwing that out there, since you guys both kind of conceded on the burgers, we'll call that a draw on the 2 burgers. Let's move on to the next one that we have here, which is interesting. We're up to Errol, right? So Errol, Cracker Jacks are on your list. And not on Jabba.
Actually, it's actually Jabba. I went first with the burger, but I'll go Cracker Jacks.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Cracker Jacks, you get a souvenir in that too. You get a ring in the box, so you have something to take home. Cracker Jacks has been known forever. I mean, Babe Ruth talks about it. Babe Ruth in the olden days used to buy for the kids. He'd buy boxes of Cracker Jacks for all the kids out there. In the stadium. To me, it's world renowned. It's known for everything. And to me, I don't like popcorn. I like the taste. I like something that's going to give me, something to go get myself a soda to mix it up with a Cracker Jack. Cracker Jacks are so tasty, so delicious. You get a lot. You get a bang for the buck in your box. And like I said, you go home with a souvenir. And you can never go wrong with Cracker Jacks. It's been around for 100 years in baseball. It's world renowned when it comes to baseball games.
Jabba?
Yeah, I'll go on the other side. I'm a straight popcorn guy because I just want the butter or just plain popcorn. I don't like sweet and crunchy.
Let's say this because the next one was going to be your popcorn one, Jabba. Because Jabba has popcorn on the list, and so far we've got Battle Burger and we've got Battle flavored popcorn.
Because wouldn't it be flavored cup? It would be they're 2 completely different entities, though.
Oh, for sure.
So mine for me is half the time when I would get Cracker Jack in the boxes, I would be pissed because the ring or something would break by the time I would even get it home, and I didn't really like.
What the hell are you doing with it? That's what I want to know.
I'm a kid. I want to play with it, and then next thing you know, it's broke, and then I'm sad and I'm crying.
Speedy could put it on the other finger he has. I mean, if it could fit.
Well, I wouldn't know, but yeah, I get the nostalgic purpose, but then sometimes it was like I remember there was washable tattoos that didn't even mean anything. Like the prize wasn't really much for me, and I'm fat, so like. There wasn't much in a Cracker Jack box, and I'd sometimes be pissed that I was out already. And then it takes so hard. If you got like fat hands to try to get it in the Cracker Jack box, you might as well just tip it up and just do it like that. So
you cut the box. I cut the box. And you rip the box and I tear. I take it by layers, man. I'm popping them, man. I'm throwing them up at the end, trying to catch it in my mouth,
Do you shake them up before you go in?
I do. I do. Absolutely do. I like to shake and shack and, make sure that it gets in that mouth of mine. You know what I mean? the nice, tasty, Cracker Jack. Jack the Cracker.
Well, we're certainly entering rare territories right now. And the last of the members of the lists, we're going to go to Jabba this time. We have for Jabba nachos with jalapeno.
Yeah, this for me is just nostalgic, and you can go, and I knew nachos, but you can go get chili cheese nachos. You can get pulled barbecue pork nachos. There's so many varieties, and I just love it. It sucked when that stupid pandemic came out, and Carter would have a basketball game, and of course I'd want nachos, and you'd get like a fake cheese, which the fake cheese is the nostalgia because you don't know what the hell it is. But when it comes in either the boat or the old school nacho cheese with the own cheese thing, it just hits different. And it's one of those things where you can customize it and you have so many opportunities. And I literally love nachos. I know you guys are killing us on the hot dog, but that's a hot dog's on every norm. We tried to be different. None of us, that would have been a draw too. Like we would have been like,
I don't like hot dogs, so I'll never use hot dog. Dirty dogs in the city. That's about it.
Yeah, but I mean,
talking about you don't know what's in them.
Yeah, no doubt, exactly. So, and we get spoiled with good hot dogs here. Don't ask Owen about his wife getting hot dogs because that was a disaster.
I don't want to know what kind of hot dog she fits over there.
You were chewing plastic. Love her to death, but you were chewing plastic, and they were supposed to be like these expensive hot
double
dogs.
Double dogs.
Yeah, nachos for me is you can customize it. You could go old school with it. I still go old school at home with just chips and cheese and throw a little sauce every once in a while. Like I still keep it. And for me, it's like you can get them everywhere. Nostalgia. And then if you want to fancy them up, yeah, that's for me my favorite.
Errol, your rebuttal.
First of all, nachos are too messy. 1, 2, I hate jalapenos, and 3, I like nachos. I like them. I like chili. I like all that other stuff. Well, if I'm going to have that, I might as well have a chili. Why am I going to put them on nachos? Nachos, they don't give you enough nachos, first of all. If they give you more nachos, they don't give you enough chili. That's the problem. They never give you both. And if they want to go the cheap route, it depends on what stadium it is. They'll give you too many nachos, and I'm like, I'm sick of that, and it has no taste. And then if you go with they give you more chili, you don't have enough nachos, so you're really dipping your hands because you don't have a spoon. So I wouldn't go nachos. I never would put nachos at that. At Applebee's or something like that, absolutely. I'm going nachos because they give you a whole bowl of them, and I get to sit there and watch sports. But at a ball game, forget it. Too messy. I'm going to drop it on my jersey. And, people, you sit in a little square box. You can't even move when you're trying to eat them. And then you spill it on your girlfriend. She's pissed off. So, yeah, I'm staying away from nachos.
Yeah, but I'm in a suite. I don't have to worry about being next to somebody.
Well, you're in a suite. Not everybody's in a suite, buddy.
Well, us peons with our no leg room trying to eat nachos. That's a pretty valid point, but you do have a chance, Jabba. Right now, this second round is going to come down to this last one. Errol's last choice here is he actually put 2 things, so I don't know if you want to go with both of them, but they're kind of in the same family.
It's all together.
Churros or a cinnamon bun. They're not the same thing.
No, those are 2 different things.
Yeah,
you just both have cinnamon.
I'll go with. I like cinnamon, so either or. Not all ballparks have churros, and they have cinnamon buns. They don't have both. So to me, it's all about cinnamon.
I would say probably the more popular one that we could go at is churros. There's probably more churros at places.
Right. It's more of a ballpark food because of its,
Who doesn't love a long stick? Who doesn't like a long stick with cinnamon on it? I like it long. I like it thick. And by the way, you can dip it in nice little whatever they call that. The icing on the cake, baby. It gives you a sweet taste in your mouth.
I'm pretty sure I've never had a churro that I've dipped in icing.
Oh, I love it.
And no, I don't.
It's so good.
Well, because then now I get cinnamon all over my shirt.
No. With cinnamon sticks, you have, first of all, you always get a napkin.
You're
You always
getting
have a
two
napkin.
things right now.
You're eating in front. That's better than dropping freaking all this chili crap all over you.
To
Cinnamon,
be fair,
you
you
can
did
let go.
say different types of nachos, so it's
But it's
a
still
little okay.
a nacho. There's still
You're not wrong. You're not
a
wrong.
churro.
I would argue, you guys.
A churro is completely then what'd you call it? A cinnamon what?
A cinnamon stick. That's what it is. A churro is a cinnamon stick.
It's a
That's all it
cinnamon.
is.
Yeah, but you said two things. What did he say? Fish?
Yeah, cinnamon
churro?
bun. I love cinnamon
A
bun.
bun and a churro are two different things.
Again, each ballpark has different things. Some of them don't have churros. Like
That's
in
just
City
like
Field.
nachos.
Again, but your nachos again is, to me, no matter what nacho you get, it's gonna be messy. So with churros and cinnamon buns, to me, churros you can wipe the crap off. If you cinnamon buns, yeah, you're gonna get a little greasy if you don't have a napkin, but it's not gonna be as bad as a chili all over you and wiping yourself off. It ruins your shirt.
A churro, I've had bad experience with churros where they cook them too long, and I try to bite the end of it, and I break my tooth.
Well, then I don't
So
know.
that's
where
why
you're going.
if I ever get one, I have to break it in half and eat from the middle like a serial killer.
Hey, listen, the churros are the delicious things, and it's a nice and sweet, and it melts in your mouth, not in your hands. Okay, so,
And like you don't like hot
All
dogs, I don't like sweets, so it's few and far.
Okay, so let's go through the scores for round two. We already said the two burgers were a wash. You guys both conceded to each other. I'm going to give Jabba the Cracker Jack popcorn debate. He made lots of fat kid issue things that I completely related to, like the box being way too small and not being able to get that much, like your hand doesn't get in there real well, so you end up turning it upside down. You just drop a bunch on the floor. I'm not a Cracker Jack guy, and I think the popcorn argument made more sense. We get to the nacho argument, though, and I give it to Errol. It's too messy, Jabba. There was something you guys didn't say that I always say about nachos is nobody evenly distributes the cheese.
Hold
You're
on one
supposed
second.
to layer
I got
the
a question.
cheese in the
I got a
chips.
hold on.
That's why if you get the little
Got a
container
question.
that comes in it, you can dip it in.
Your argument is taking away winning something and bringing something home. Cracker Jacks, you win something and you get something out of the thing. So how is that different from a cup from a Yankee Stadium or a Citi Field? You're getting something to bring home. So what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Hey, if that was the winning take, if that was the winning take on giving him the Carvel argument, well, my winning take was Cracker Jacks. You got something to bring home. You can't bring popcorn home. Who's going to bring popcorn home?
What's Carvel?
Yeah, but like you can keep the helmets forever.
And you can keep the
Cracker
ring,
Jack thing
whatever's
is
in the
gone
Cracker
in 5 minutes.
Well, hold
It's
on one
trash.
second. You're
Come
getting
on.
something.
Come on, it's trash. It's trash. It's
not.
like a henna tattoo.
I
Like a
disagree.
wing.
I disagree.
Disappears.
My argument is different. My argument is different.
It's a butterfly for your wrist.
Your argument is that you.
Anyway,
get
my point is round two is a tie because
doesn't
you guys
matter. I
each won a
disagree.
topic and had a draw.
I'm gonna
so we're
argue
going to round
that.
three.
I'm going to argue.
You're allowed to argue. That's the whole point of this game. Let's move to round three to finish the argument up. We're going to post now your lists in order. We haven't told you the order. We just talked about the things on the list. Now we're going to criticize each other's order. So now if you're watching along with us, you'll see them, but I will read them off to you in the order if you are just listening at home or on the road, wherever you are. So the list Errol has here, he has chicken fingers at number 1, followed by the Shake Shack burger and milkshake, then followed by the helmet ice cream, Cracker Jacks, and then his churro cinnamon bun, slightly controversial choice at number 5. Jabba's list, on the other hand, has the nachos with jalapeno, I would argue controversial at the top, with helmet ice cream number 2, Krispy Kreme burger from our famous illustrious past, number 3, chicken fingers at 4, and then finishing it off with popcorn. Who do we want to start? It's so after the first round we had who did we have winning the first round? I said
me.
Jabba won the first round. We had a draw in the second round. So Errol, you're behind. Start us off, Errol. Go ahead, and this is what we're gonna do. You're going to explain your list and then attack his.
It's pretty simple. Chicken fingers are the best. Chicken fingers, you get more. You get the bang for the buck. You can share it, as you say, even though I keep it for myself. I'm going that way. I can't stand nachos. Nachos is You drop it all over you. It's messy. I don't want that. Chicken fingers are easy. You could share it, whatever the hell you do. You dip it into many different sauces, and you get more for the bang for the buck. Shake Shack burger, you know what I think about the Shake Shack burger? That to me, that's an all-time great. It doesn't matter. Yeah, you got to wait on the line for it. It's worth every bit of it. The taste and the milkshake, that puts it right on top. That gives you that little cherry on top. You're getting a dessert with a nice hamburger. And his Helmet ice cream is more of a dessert. I put that on the bottom. I want to be filling. I want to make sure that I'm filled all the way to the top. And by the way, I've got a dessert and a dinner all in one right there in number 2. Number 3, my Helmet ice cream. Obviously, it's my final thing. I look at Cracker Jacks. They're all desserts. That's what I look. And the best dessert is, to me, the best dessert of them all. That's the Helmet ice cream, Carvel, whatever. I'm gonna fill myself up. I usually get 2. I get one in the 3rd inning, and I get the other one before it closes up. 7.5 innings, 9 after whatever each ballpark does in the 7th inning. So that's
7th inning stretch.
Yeah, everybody does different things. They sing songs. Obviously, Boston, they sing in Yankee Stadium. Obviously, they do other things. So I'm going with the ice cream because I'm getting 2 for the bang for the buck. Krispy Kreme burger. I've never had it, and it sounds disgusting. Krispy Kreme. I think of a donut with Krispy Kreme more than a burger. So I've never had it, so I wouldn't even know anything about it. Hey, it's a burger. It might be good, but like I said, if I try something somebody tells me to take, I usually have the runs. So I'm going to stay away from that. Cracker Jacks, obviously, to chicken fingers. Obviously, chicken fingers should be on the top. That's the best. That's the bang for the buck. You're going to get that on the top. You don't get that on the bottom. You get the desserts on the bottom because you're filled, and that's what you do. So I'm going to go Cracker Jacks. You know what I feel about Cracker Jacks. I like it better than buttered freaking popcorn. I could get that. First of all, I could get buttered popcorn at the movie theater. I'm going to get something different. I'm going to get something like something that goes back in baseball for many, many years, 100 years. I'm going to go with the Cracker Jacks and churros, cinnamon buns, the popcorn. Popcorn you could put anywhere. I guess that's a dessert if that's what you want. And he loves his popcorn. I'm going to go with the churros or the cinnamon buns. Hey, guess what? I love cinnamon. It's a dessert. And when you go with the churros, you can never go wrong. You want to dip it in your icing. You want to snap it. It breaks off your teeth. You can shove it up your damn ass. Yes, it's going to taste good no matter what. I'm going to go with the churros and cinnamon buns because they're delicious and they're sweet and caring. And you can share it. So take that and shove it up your ass.
All right. Well, I don't think anything up anybody's orifice is going to taste good.
It might taste. I mean, people do other things with it, so.
Yeah, but they usually clean it out and they get paid to do it.
I hope I get paid for that. If I got paid to clean my own ass, I'd be a rich guy.
with churros, yeah, that's a nice enema. Great job.
It's delicious.
So,
that's a delicious enema.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. I nachos for me. It's so many ways you can have it. Old, plain, and simple with jalapenos is obviously my choice. Without, because Errol's soft as cheese and doesn't like spice, and it gives his belly a hurt because he can't try new things.
Oh, I don't want it to drop on me.
Have you never dropped food on yourself before? Don't act
Not
like
if I have to deal with that.
Oh
all
yeah,
day long.
I forgot.
And
You're perfect at
Cheesesteaks.
everything. You've never dropped food on you. You first and everything. So.
Nobody said I was perfect at everything. Only you say I'm perfect at everything. I never
Because you
said
do
that.
everything great. You eat food great. You do all this other stuff. Chicken
I
fingers.
don't remember
Yeah.
saying that I do everything perfectly. You do. So
I mean, well, I could go back and watch the shows and make a complete
You
segment
can.
on how you're great at everything.
I never said I was great at everything, but you say that I say that I'm great at everything.
Yeah. All right, let's get back to the topic at hand. Ding ding. Then Shake Shack burger, yeah, but it's kind of, I'll go against the grain into, it's like not everybody has Shake Shack, and that's like if they started new, then they get a bellyache. Helmet ice cream is classic. Souvenirs. I know people that still have helmets to this day and that are older than me, and they've passed them down to their grandchildren, and that's pretty cool. And I think that is literally going to not even hold up to Shake Shack. Then we got Helmet Ice Cream versus Krispy Kreme Burger. Two very, very good things. Sweet, something different. You got to try it. Obviously, it's hard to go against Helmet Ice Cream because that's one of the ones we've had together. Then we go down to Cracker Jacks, and Cracker Jacks is a one-stop shop. You're getting the same thing, chicken fingers. I'll use his verbiage. You get bang for the buck. You can share. You can have different sauces. Cracker Jacks, you're stuck in one anomaly that's boring and can't even get your hand in it, and you waste half of it. Then go to churros and cinnamon buns. Yeah, that's cheating right there because you can't have two. And popcorn is just nostalgic because you can have it everywhere, not at home at the
If
ballpark.
it was cheating, why is he putting it there? I'll take churros. I'll take cinnamon buns. Either or. I'm going to go.
Because you gave him the list. He's just saying the list.
It's allowed. It's
told me.
allowed. It's within the boundaries of the rules.
Yeah, no, we're good. We're good. So, and popcorn, it's for me, it's sweet and it's not sweet, crunchy. Usually when you get popcorn, it's in a dish where you don't have to worry about dropping it. And it's better. You don't get the 2-cent ring that breaks or disappears. But sometimes you get a souvenir popcorn thing that you can take home and use again. So that there's advantages to that too. So that's why my order is my order.
All right, so I'm going to rule on round 3. And again, Jabba was leading heading into this round, but I'm going to side with Errol in round 3, giving us a tie. I thought the argument about the nachos that we said before being messy, I didn't think it was really hard for you to recover from Jabba as far as how that went into this round. I thought that the argument for popcorn being more a movie thing was a really good argument by Errol as well. So I think he was just able to get some pointers over the list. So Errol, pay attention. We have a tiebreaker. And the tiebreaker I thought of a little bit ago when I realized this was going this way. The song is Buy Me Some Peanuts and Cracker Jacks, not just Cracker Jack. It's peanuts. I want to know your takes on peanuts and people leaving peanut shells all over the stands in ballparks. This is your tiebreaker. Errol, start us off.
I started last time. Why am I always starting off?
All right, so Jabba, start us off. I don't remember. I forget.
Starting off every single round. You're muted.
Jabba, you're muted.
Not the peanuts and Cracker Jacks. You're talking about just peanut shells?
I'm talking about peanuts and peanut etiquette at a ballpark. I just want to hear this discussion because I have strong opinions about it, and I want to hear what you guys think.
First of all, I think it's rude and disrespectful. I get it's part of it, but you got to figure out somebody's got to clean that up and remind you they're taking a blower. I'm not a peanut guy at the park because you're literally, no matter how you do it, you're wiping it off on your pants. I don't like them. I'm not a big peanut guy anyways. I think it's fun, but sometimes it's too everywhere, and I feel bad. Like if I have a peanut, because you just throw it on the ground, somebody's got to clean it up, sweep it up, blow it out, whatever. I'm just not a big peanut guy at a game.
Errol.
Well, I'm not a big peanut guy either. It's too salty. You got to buy a drink. It gets a little expensive. If you buy peanuts in a bag, you got to stick your hands in, depending on all the different diseases and COVID and all that other stuff. You're going to put your hands, and you're going to share your bag with somebody's hands and your peanuts. I don't want to do that. It could get a little disgusting, and then somebody's licking their fingers off and sticking it in the bag. I'm not doing that. I rather the shells anyways, because at least with the shells, they have the non-list shells now, and you're going in your hand and you're just throwing it in your mouth. I mean, everybody's in their hand. So I'd rather the shells, at least that's somewhat clean. But again, I would agree with Jabba. I am not going to eat them at the ballparks because, one, they're too salty. Two, people use them usually to throw at people. And could you imagine being hit with a peanut in the back of your head? That doesn't help. And I think it's too salty. I think it's salt. You got to buy a drink every time. And the more you eat, the more you got to buy. I mean, buy a drink. And you just got to keep buying and buying and buying. It's too salty. I don't like it. So I wouldn't go and buy peanuts. But I mean, it's not my pick, and I'm definitely not one to say, hey, mom, or hey, dad, or hey, baby, go get me some peanuts. So,
all right, let's finish this segment. I thought this was an excellent competition in the overtime round. I'm going to give it to Errol. Errol, you're the winner of tonight's pound for pound. The reason for this is very simple.
Salty
peanuts are freaking gross. They are nasty, especially with the communal, everyone sticking their hand. I was just waiting for someone to say that. That is the one I was looking for, is the putting your hands in, everyone sharing it, licking your fingers, and then putting them back in, constantly doing that. That's gross. Errol, you're the winner of tonight's pound for pound.
How about this? Could you imagine sharing peanuts with Speedy, and he has his hands in his pants and then dips his hands in the bag? Could you imagine that? Just the thought in my mind makes me sick to my stomach, because Speedy half the time has his hands in his pants. And then I say, here, Speedy, here's my Mike and Ike's, or and he's dipping his hands in my friggin' food. No, I'm going to stay away from peanuts. I'm still a Cracker Jack guy. I disagree with the buttered, popcorn. But hey, everybody loves their buttered popcorn. You like to butter. I wonder how Owen would feel. Cracker Jacks are butter popcorn. I think it's very interesting that some people don't like Cracker Jacks. I love Cracker Jacks. I actually have a box. I have those big fix. You go to Costco's and you buy like the set of it. I eat Cracker Jacks all the time. It's delicious, and I do keep the rings, by the way. I keep them in my cupboard, and I give it to my nephews when they come over, and they just throw it around in different spots. So there you go. They put it all over their rings and they make it seem like they're rich or something like that, like it's some special thing. So, and one of my nephews can't even fit it on his fingers. They're so small. He's got the fattest fingers. Jabba definitely can't fit it on his fingers, his fat fingers.
My ring size is only a size 10.
Size 10? What do you know? You know my ring size, and I got fat fingers. It's like I would say about an 8. I would 8.5, 8. You got a 10? That's a big freaking finger. That's
not
thick.
that big.
Show your finger. Show your finger.
I don't even know what mine is.
Those are big fingers, Jabba. Those are big fingers. Those are big hands.
Mitts.
I'm not going to complain about that. I know your woman's not.
Yeah,
gonna
Scoop said his is 11 and 12.
Well, then he has fat freaking fingers. So
for rings, Scoops?
No, you definitely don't have bigger fingers.
You don't know what you're talking about, dude. There's no way.
There's no way he has an 11 finger. I don't believe it. I got to see it. I got to see this.
Do you just have like I don't know, man.
You got to go. Now we got to go to the ring store, and we have to have.
Yeah, I definitely want to see this ring size thing.
An 11 ring. What, on your big toe?
All right. So, before we go too off topic when we're talking about rings.
Oh yeah.
Crystal in our chat said Aaron is an 11 or 12. Yep.
Interesting. That's cool.
Yeah.
Very possible. I'll have to ask my wife.
After Monday's loss to the Raptors, Steph Curry said that the Warriors do not need to make a desperate trade despite falling under 500. ESPN's Brian Windhorst was shocked that Steph Curry would say something like that and called him an anti-LeBron James. Windhorst added that Steph Curry is in an acceptance stage that the team might not be great regardless of any trade deadline move. He added that the Warriors dodged a bullet by not getting Paul George this offseason when they had the second biggest offer for him than the 76ers. Draymond Green also said that the Warriors shouldn't mortgage their future and says those are moves only bad teams make. Steve Kerr also said that he isn't content with the Warriors roster as it's currently built. And I mean, he also said that he is content, and takes a lot of responsibility for the struggles. The Warriors are now 19-20 for the season, 12th in the Western Conference, and have lost 17 of their last 24 games. It's pretty simple. They need to make a move. They need to do something very, very quickly because the Warriors in the Western Conference, it's very top heavy. And if they keep falling off, they're going to fall to the bottom. But it doesn't really hurt them because the NBA for years have really favored the Warriors. When the Warriors are a bad team, they get a top draft pick. I remember one year after winning all those championships, they had a dreadful season, and they were like the 7th or 8th worst team in the NBA, and they got a top 3 pick. They get Wiseman. Wiseman obviously was a bust over there because they couldn't develop him. He goes over there to Detroit, and Wiseman's been a pretty decent player. But he was supposedly supposed to be the best player in that draft class. I look at the situation for what it is. Steph Curry right now is at the tail end of his career. He still can play basketball. He's still good. If I were the Warriors, I would trade him, get as much as they possibly can for him right now, rebuild through Steph Curry. If they sit back and they wonder if they can win another championship, those are the teams that never get over the hump, aka the LA Clippers. The Clippers never even won a championship. And when they had a chance to move Lob City, they waited too long. And Chris Paul was moved at the last minute, and they didn't get much for him. And then they traded, obviously, many different other people in over the years, and Lob City never really got over the hump because of Doc Rivers. It's honestly, Steve Kerr is not going to be there that much longer. I really don't. I know he signed the extension, but he only signed the extension because he wants to get paid top dollar for all these coaches that we've seen over the last couple of years making the money that they're making. But I think he knows that the writing's on the wall. How many years left does Steve Kerr want to be there? Steve Kerr has a lot of, obviously mental issues. He's had problems on the back end of his problems outside of basketball. As everybody knows, his father was killed years and years ago. So he's always been, up and down. His father was also a teacher, and he was all, scientist and all that other stuff. So I think Steve Kerr is at the tail end of his career and I think he's going to leave. I think he's going to go back to broadcasting. I don't see him staying with the Warriors. I honestly think they should have told Atkinson that he was going to get the job in a year or two and gone that way. Because look what Kenny Atkinson is doing for the Cavaliers right now. Kenny Atkinson would have been a perfect fit. If yes, Steph Curry, look at his transition of his game. The transition of his game came from Kenny Atkinson. So Draymond Green shouldn't be speaking. Steph Curry going back and forth with Brian Windhorst. Brian Windhorst shouldn't be speaking and shouldn't be taking shots at Steph Curry. That's for damn sure. But he's not wrong. This team is at the tail end. I think it's time to rebuild. Move these guys. Instead of trading away pieces to try to build and try to win now, there is no building for this team. Just like there's no building for the Lakers. No matter what you put with LeBron James, there's no end-all, be-all. There's no getting over the hump with all these talented young teams like OKC, like the Grizzlies. They got a future. There is no future with these teams. I think move Steph Curry and get as much as you possibly can for him.
Before I get to my point, he's been waiting on the phone. We got Keith on the phone. 5 minutes, you got Keith.
Good timing. Well, what they talk about was it's not worth mortgaging the future, and it's not, because you're right. Those teams aren't getting over the hump, no matter what they do. They're just not. They're done. They had a great year. As far as Curry having problems, dude, he was in college when that happened. 35, 40 years ago. He doesn't have any mental problems now.
No, not Curry. Kerr. Kerr's got mental.
Kerr. No, that's what I meant. Kerr.
Yeah.
No. That happened to his dad when he was in college.
No. But he's got mental issues. He obviously goes in. But Steve Kerr. I'm going to tell you. Steve Kerr used to do a podcast. Okay. Steve Kerr used to do a podcast off the basketball courts, and he talks about his mental issues and his problems with his chemical imbalance in his brain. And he has, I don't know if you know this, he's on Wellbutrin. And
but I take something too. But that's
he's got mental issues. If you're on Wellbutrin,
mental issues, but he takes care of it with Wellbutrin. Yeah, he went through definitely PTSD when his dad was.
Yeah, he still has mental issues.
But that hasn't stopped him from being a great coach.
I'm not saying it's going to affect him. You
don't think he'll want to coach again?
No, I don't.
I
don't. I think he wants to go back to broadcasting.
Well, maybe we'll say. But either way, I don't. I agree with every step of Curry says and Green. You're right. It's not worth making a trade or doing something because who are they going to get that's going to put him over the hump?
Yeah, they're an old team. It's going to be very hard.
Trade Curry.
Well, they're weird.
Try to
They're
get as
weird.
much
They
as you
got
can.
some really young guys. They don't have much talent. Bottom line, they don't have it.
And Steve Kerr's been bad with young players.
But
That's
they're not
the reason
going. They're never going to trade Curry.
They should.
Yeah. Well, that's what Steven Smith's thing is always LeBron to go to the Warriors, and they still wouldn't win.
No.
But he just say that all the time.
Of course. They want headlines, but that's never going to work.
Yeah,
either.
but and LeBron's not going anywhere near this Curry. If anybody, I mean, maybe I would get rid of LeBron, but I don't think Curry will.
They wouldn't have extended LeBron. If
I disagree with you. I think I could see Steph Curry going
Curry's
somewhere else.
Curry's the greatest player in Golden State history. They're not going to trade him.
Well, I don't know. I mean, he's a great player. There's no question. But they also had Tim Hardaway. He was a pretty good player too.
Well, yeah, I know, but he didn't have the success.
And also Chris Mullen. Remember him?
Yep.
Chris Mullen wasn't near the greatest player. He wasn't even a great. Chris Mullen wasn't a great.
It was
pro.
a different
He was a good
time.
pro.
No, hold on.
He's a
Hall of
good
Famer.
pro.
He's a
He
Hall
was
of
a good
Famer.
pro. Listen, he was a good pro. He wasn't a great pro. Okay, did you watch him his whole career? Well,
Yeah, I watched Chris Mullen.
I'm a lot older. You don't remember him like I do.
Yeah, but I watched Chris Mullen.
Great college player, good pro. Not great, believe me.
I know. I watched him play for St. John's.
As you know, he had a big alcohol problem, and that affected his career for a long time until he got together. Very good pro, not great. But anyway, well, I'm not saying they should trade Curry. I just don't think they won't. And who would want him right now? Like, where's he going
Teams are still going to want him. He's still pretty.
No, who's he going to put over the hump?
Oh, right now? I'll tell you right now where he could go. Right now, he could put over the hump. The Timberwolves.
I think OKC's a
the
lot.
Timberwolves. He plays with Anthony Edwards.
Timberwolves are garbage.
If you put him with the Timber, how about Dallas with Luka Doncic? Him and Luka spreading out, spreading around the perimeter.
They got Thompson, dude. That's why they got Thompson.
So you wouldn't reunite him with the point guard you played with for 12 years?
No, there's no.
They would fit. They trade Kyrie. They trade Kyrie in that deal. I think that would work.
There's no chance of them trading Curry to Dallas. That's just stupid. But maybe you could put a team over the hump. I'm just saying he's near the end of his career. He's a great player, one of the greatest ever, obviously. The greatest shooter ever.
Yeah, he is the greatest shooter ever. There's no question.
But I tell you, Errol, you know what? I agree with you. Well, I think a great move this year, Ram, for San Antonio. Chris Paul is having an amazing year that no one's talking about.
Yes.
Well, I will say this about Chris Paul. For all those people that are trying to say that this guy's better than Chris Paul in a 15-year span, is better than Steph Curry has been in a 15-year span. 100%.
Only because listen, Errol.
He's not one, but he's not
he'll never be. He's not even close to. He's not even a good outside shooter. He's average.
Yeah, but you don't have to be. He's a better leader, and he makes everybody around him better.
Yeah, you do, because that's why he never won a championship.
He didn't win a championship because he played on crappy teams.
No, he was on some good teams.
Who?
Listen.
Who? Tell me one. Tell me one. Phoenix? Get out of here. They shouldn't have even been in the finals. No, I don't. I think they were overrated.
They came out of nowhere.
I think they were overrated.
If he was in his prime with them, they might have won. But he wasn't. But
I think they were overrated.
Hey, listen, I'm giving him his props. I think San Antonio should make him the next head coach. Just keep him right there. He'd be what he's done for Wembanyama. What he's done for Wembanyama is amazing, and it was a great move. Wembanyama is a stick player, as I said. But I think Chris Paul's having an amazing year that nobody's really talking about. He's getting 10 assists, 13, 14 points. He's just been great for that young team. Brilliant move bringing him in there.
It's interesting. I'm interested to see what they're going to be if they make the playoffs.
Oh, they're going to be good, man.
Not with him, because he's only there for a year. He's only going to be there.
I know, but that's why I think he'll wind up being a head coach someday.
We'll see.
Thanks, I think
Keith.
he'd be great when he's so smart. All right, guys, take care.
Keith is listening, and that's a good take. I mean, honestly, you go back and forth with Steph Curry. I don't know, and I mean, obviously, Jabba, your thoughts to Steph Curry coming out and saying that there's no trade that would make this team better. Are your thoughts to that?
Yeah, I think he's right, because he sees where they're at, and obviously he wants his legacy to be in one spot. So, you brought up trade him, get what you can for him. I don't think that'll ever happen. He's not a LeBron. He's a different mentality. Both great players, obviously, but I think he wants his legacy to stay in one spot. And they're getting older. Obviously, we've seen it. Are they still doing it at a high level? Yeah, but they don't have enough. And what would you get rid of to make them put them over the edge? So agree with Keith too. Is a great take, and it's all kind of, does it make sense in a way? Yeah, but you also got to understand he wants his legacy from just what I've seen and how he reacts to certain things, that he wants it to be in one spot. So that's where I see it going.
Yeah, shout out to Steph Curry. He's doing it right. He doesn't want to ruin the team. He doesn't want to be a LeBron. LeBron's ruined every franchise he's been with by leaving him with nothing. So good for him. But trading him, any contender would take Steph Curry right now and put him on their roster. He's unselfish. He's unselfish. He shoots the three well. He passes the ball well, and he's a proven winner in the playoffs. I don't think any team that's in the hunt wouldn't take him. Now, I don't think Steph Curry would ever go because he's just too humble, and he'll just stay in San Francisco and ride out the rest of his days. But
I'll make a bet with you on that one, because I do believe Steph Curry is going to want to win another championship. He's trying to compete. He's trying to be compared to one of the greats of all time, even though he claims he's the greatest point guard of all time. He needs to win another title. If he goes somewhere else and wins another title with another organization, I think you can consider that. He's not the greatest point guard of all time right now where he stands. So
they're gonna create the end of an era super team with him, KD, LeBron, all those old guys.
Oh God.
That's what the Lakers did. You remember the Lakers did that the year they lost?
Malone, Gary Payton. I remember that whole team. Yes, I remember that despicable team they put together. Yes, I remember.
It was a pretty despicable team. It was like everyone just hunting for an extra trophy. Curry's not at that point of his career, right? Curry's still having a good season. It's just that everyone around him is not. They started off really hot. They've lost like something around 7 out of their last 17. They've won 7 out of the last 17. They're way under 500, or it was 7-17. Speedy, it was something like that.
They lost 17.
The stats were so 7-17 out of the last 24 after a hot start. They're now under 500 for the first time this season. This is not a playoff team the way they're comprised. But Curry, it's like, it reminds me of Reggie Miller at the end. He could have went somewhere and been a real asset to a team, and he just stayed those last couple of years. It didn't really, there was nothing to that team with him there at that point.
Reggie was a different player.
The best shooter ever.
Never won.
Oh, of course he was. Of course he was.
He never won. He was a different player.
But he is the most important player in Golden State history by far. And look, you could say Tim Hardaway. I don't disagree with you. Very important, but I think of the Heat more when I think of Tim Hardaway, to be honest, just because of the rivalries with the Knicks. But I'll say this: it was a great career there. That's where he's probably better actually in his career. But it's a real thing that the Warriors can't win, and Curry doesn't want the band to just fall apart. He already lost Klay Thompson. Draymond's clearly the next one to go if that's going to happen. They're going to have to do something and rebuild, but he doesn't want to have a full rebuild because he doesn't want to leave and he doesn't want to play for a loser. So he's stuck between a rock and a hard place. It's really sad because those teams, we go back a decade now, that was some of the best basketball I've ever seen in my entire life. When I think of the last 25 years of basketball, after Michael Jordan, you think about the Kobe Celtics rivalries at the end of the 2000s. You think of the LeBron, Wade, Bosh super team, and you think of the Curry team. You think of the Curry, Draymond, Clay, and then Durant for those short time as well. That's the hierarchy in basketball the last 25 years.
That team, if they ever played the 96 Bulls, they would have gotten their ass beat in. So overrated. I never liked that team. And they're all selfish players, all 4 of them. So I never liked those Golden State Warrior teams. I thought they were very overrated.
I like the team before Durant more, to be honest with you. Remember the Harrison Barnes version of that team where they passed the ball like crazy?
Iguodala was the MVP. I remember, and they played Cleveland. I know, I remember, and I honestly think that team was more fun to watch than the team that they put together with Durant. And honestly, Durant was the best player on the team. It wasn't even close, even though Steph probably thought differently. Who won those MVPs? It was Durant. So I'm not taking shots at Steph. Everybody thinks I hate the guy. I don't hate his talent. He's talented. He's a great shooter, but he's an overrated shooter. And what I mean by that is He's the greatest shooter of all time, but people overrate because he's the greatest shooter of all time. They compare him to the greatest players of all time. He's not the greatest basketball player of all time. He's not even close, and he's not the greatest point guard of all time because he doesn't have those point guard traits. So that's just my opinion.
Top 50 all time? Top 50 all time?
Oh, yeah, he is. Top 25 of all time.
So that was my next question. I would say top 25.
Yeah, he is.
I think he's top 25 because of the shooting, because of the championships. But you're not wrong about a lot of the criticisms about his game. You know, but you know, you're kind of like, who cares? You know, this guy has done stuff. He played the game in such a special way.
Speaking of criticism, ESPN reports that Jimmy Butler had a face-to-face meeting with Pat Riley yesterday and told him he is bringing back his trade request after saying he would play for the Heat after his suspension. The Athletic reports that Butler was frustrated at the way they have built the roster around him in the last 2 years. NBA.com reports that Pat Riley and the Heat were also willing to reduce the suspension and fine Butler extra for not practicing and causing drama. Butler also says he is not signing an extension whether he is traded or not, saying he will only play on his player option for next season. Reports say that Butler would not want to play for either the Bucks or the Grizzlies. Butler barely wants to play for the Suns and said he would be fine with playing for the Lakers and the Mavericks as well. Of course, he wants to play with Luka Doncic, and he'll play with LeBron James because obviously the old men, there's a bunch of old men running up and down the court. We might as well call that the Lakerettes because all they do is bitch. Every single one of them.
Oh,
they're
Jimmy
better than the cheerleaders. Seriously, LeBron bitches, Anthony Davis bitches, and then you bring Jimmy Butler. Wonderful. The Three Stooges on the basketball court. I'm not a big fan of that. As far as the Bucks are concerned, he was never going to the Bucks. He's not going to the Grizzlies. Why would you want to go to the Grizzlies? And why would the Grizzlies want his ass when you have to deal with John Morant? You have to deal with enough with that guy. You're going to bring Jimmy Buckets and deal with that? I wouldn't do that. And the Suns, go ahead, take Jimmy Buckets. Every old person they bring. Bradley Beal, bust. And now you're talking about your best player, looking to move your best player because he don't want to be there anymore. So what are you going to have? Kevin Durant and Jimmy Buckets? Give me a break. What a disgrace. And as far as Pat Riley is concerned, Pat Riley makes me laugh, okay? And there's only one reason why he makes me laugh. When Pat Riley speaks and he likes to throw his players under the bus, he does it in public. But when he wants to keep it in-house and he wants to talk about making moves and bringing in LeBron James in free agency, he keeps it on the lowdown. How about just keeping on lowdown instead of throwing your players under the bus? You like to do that when you're bringing players in, but when a push comes to shove, when you want to throw somebody under the bus and show your fans that you're giving up on a player or the player doesn't want to be there anymore, you throw your player under the bus. What a disgrace.
Yeah, you're trying to make it work by, you're not going to reduce the suspension. I don't think the suspension was mainly the problem that Jimmy Butler would ever have. He purposely kept out of games in the playoffs because he got frustrated with Pat Riley that he had all those comments, we would have beaten the Celtics, yada, yada, whatever. But even so, you're making the drama a lot more about you're trying to inflict your will. And now as a result, because of this trade request, this new trade request, and because of this restriction, the saying, I'm not re-signing wherever I go, he is getting the final laugh on the Miami Heat, where you're not going to get any trade value whatsoever. You guys debated last week about whether Jimmy Butler is a good fit for the Knicks and other teams like that maybe wouldn't have to give up these big pricey assets to do it. Now there's going to be tons of teams that are not going to have to give big pricey assets. And what are you going to be stuck with, Pat Riley? You're going to be stuck with taking an old man from the Suns on an old roster and settling for that when you could have gotten for a lot more in the offseason last year.
Yeah, this is all kind of just absolute, just a catastrophe and always one. I mean, coming from higher ups to Jimmy Butler to this, to going back to a trade to whatever, he's owed $52.5 million, and then he has the option, and he's 35. He'll be 36. I hate to admit he's a September birthday, but he is. He's gonna get the last laugh, and we're really we're seeing that right now. It's just, in which way is he gonna be laughing? Is it gonna be shoving it up there, you know what, or it's like, hey, I'm out, I'm going somewhere, and I'm actually going to play like, the player that I can play. So I think this is be interesting to see how he sticks it to him, because one way or the other he's going to, whether it's like you're not getting any picks, or hey, I'm going to stay and do this, or hey, you traded me and then I'm going to go ball out and you could have got that. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays all itself out.
Yeah, I think if it's not to the Knicks, I think one of those younger kind of borderline playoff teams like the Rockets or the Spurs would be a good fit for Jimmy Butler. I just think they're going to give away some draft picks, like a second and 2 second-round draft picks for Jimmy Butler, because that's all they're going to get. Nobody's going to pay high dollars for an old Jimmy Butler who's problems, but he could be a veteran presence for one of those younger teams that has some upside. We'll just see where it goes. I think Pat Riley's going to be not have shit in his hand at the end of it. He's not going to have any cards to deal because of how he's played games with Jimmy Butler, and that's not good for the Heat fans.
You say that, but there's a track record of Pat Riley always winning these things for his whole career. Pat Riley gets his way. He doesn't want to pay, he doesn't pay. If he wants to get the Shaq into Miami, he gets Shaq in Miami. If he wants him, if he wants to take a break from coaching the Lakers, go do some TV, get famous again, get the next job the next season. If you go back in time, look at what he did with the Lakers in the 80s, all the games that he played. If you ever got a chance to watch any of those, there were like 3 different shows HBO tried to make on the Lakers, Showtime Lakers. The shows were not great, but it did a lot of them tried to focus on Pat Riley. I think actually Academy Award winning actor Adrian Brody played Pat Riley in one of them. And I thought he did a good job. I didn't think the rest of the show was that great, but you kind of see that this guy is always up to something. Pat Riley, his whole life, he's always thinking about how to motivate people. He's always thinking about how to use leverage. And he does this. He has all the rings. He shows it to everyone whenever he does free agency negotiations famously. So do I think he's going to lose this one with Jimmy Butler? No, because he never does.
He will.
What's he going to lose?
He will, because all those teams that you're mentioning, all those teams that had all those great players and Dwayne Wade and all those, they're in their prime. They have like one guy in their prime that anybody wants. They don't have anything. They don't have a future. They really don't have anything. So how is he going to win? If Jimmy Buckets is going out there and saying, I'm not extending my contract, I'm just going to opt in to the rest of my contract, he's pretty much telling you to go after yourself, trade me wherever I want to go, because you're not getting much. So how is he winning? He's not going to win anything. He's going to win a second-round pick and maybe a player that sucks. That's what you're going to get.
Well,
that's all you're going to get. You're not getting a superstar.
You know how
player.
Riley thinks, though. You know how Riley thinks. He knows that Spoelstra is the best coach in the league, and he knows he just needs to get into the playoffs, and his coach is going to outcoach the next team. And Jimmy Butler's playoff Jimmy
They're not
persona.
making the playoffs without Jimmy Buckets. They're not.
Well, they're the 7th seed right now with Jimmy Buckets. There's a half game out of the top 6. So they're right in the range right now. It's not like they have to trade him like it's all over. If they could just stay afloat, maybe they could add smaller pieces to surround him with some shooting, because he wants the ball. Whoever they trade him to, it's not going to be someone that's going to let him get the ball as much as he gets in Miami. It's that simple.
He's going to Houston.
It's either going to work with him or not.
I think he's going to go to Houston. That's where I think that's the only way they're going to get something back for him. And Jimmy Butler, they're looking for a star to play with some of the young players. And Houston's got some good young players, young studs. Maybe you get one. Maybe you get one player for him. It's not going to be somebody that's going to make or break you for the Miami Heat, but maybe it sneaks him into the playoffs. Nothing scary. Jimmy Buckets is a playoff-born player. That guy is the best playoff player I've seen in the last 10 years. I don't think there's anybody comparable to him. He's sensational. He's fun to watch, and he plays a different game when he's in the playoffs. Coach K said on Sirius XM radio that the ACC and the Big East should combine to join College Basketball Maker Conference. He adds that it could be beneficial to the ACC for football and a few big East teams that have football teams such as UConn. He also says that the depth of the ACC hasn't been as good as the last few years, and the Big East depth has been great and could use the money that a Power 4 conference has. The combined conference would have 29 teams, as the ACC currently has 18 teams, and the Big East currently has 11 teams. Since the conference realignment in 2013, an ACC or Big East team has won the national championship 11 out of the 13 seasons. I think this is a great move. I think this is a great idea by Coach K, because you want competition. That's what you want. And these are the best basketball teams in the country. The ACC with Duke and North Carolina, and then you got obviously the Big East. We all know St. John's is becoming a world power. It will be with Pitino there. There's a lot to see. And then we have Villanova. There are so many good teams in the ACC and the Big East. Now, as far as football is concerned, I don't know how that works. It doesn't matter because the SEC is always going to dominate, so it really doesn't matter. But all in all, ACC, when it comes to basketball, ACC and the Big East has been the best over the last 15 years. It really has been. So I think it makes a lot of sense, and I think Coach K makes a valuable point to where college basketball is going now. And especially now, the NBA thinking about not forcing players to go to college. Yep. They're talking about maybe just taking that out again and letting high school players go right into the NBA or go to the G League or go play international ball and make more money. So they're trying to take that out again. And that's what Adam Silver's doing. You know why? Because big mouth LeBron James. That's why. Because LeBron rules. And when LeBron James came out last year on his, what's that thing? When he sits in the barbershop, and he came out and said, why should players have to go and play college ball when these players don't have money, their families don't have money? They should be allowed to do whatever they want with their careers. If they're 19 or 18, they're good enough to go play NBA basketball, they should be allowed. Well, guess what? As soon as he said that, Adam Silver's already trying to negotiate something in the new CBA. It's going to happen. And again, we're going to watch crappy college ball because all the great players are just going to go right to the NBA.
Yeah, I like this for a lot of different reasons. First of all, I know you mentioned the football thing. I don't think it's as much for the competition for them to actually win national championships, but the revenue that football usually is the moneymaker for a lot of schools. So I think that'll help a lot of those programs still grow. I love it for the fact of the coaches too. Remember, look at all the ACC coaches that have just retired recently, including Coach K. Jim Larinaga with Miami just announced his retirement, Roy Williams, etc. I think there were like 6 total. So they're going to have to get that kind of reputation back. Why not combine with the Big East, which has a lot of great coaches, had a lot of strong programs to make that kind of thing work, get the competition scheduled right away. And the third reason, and I discussed this with you earlier, Fish, you're going to reunite a lot of good rivalries of the old Big East, a lot of the ACC schools like Syracuse, like Louisville, like a lot of those schools are Pitt. A lot of those schools, they're going to rejuvenate those rivalries again, where I think it's going to really be good for the product and the viewership of college basketball. And I think it's going to make a lot of things work. You need to be able to get these power conferences to work like it is in football too. And I think like Coach K was saying, the depth of the ACC, well, they're still very good in the tournament. They still are very pesky. You saw NC State go to the Final Four last year, and you saw Duke and obviously established programs. But like the depth of the conference is not the same as the Big 12 and the SEC. And the Big East, like he was saying too, gets a lot of money to be able to flourish and grow their programs even more, where they're not going to dominate transfer portal because they're more program building teams. They're still going to get the revenue they need, the money to grow in a Power 4 ACC conference.
Yeah, I think the big thing too about this is it brings back old rivalries. It's you look at all these conferences when they all split up and became different conferences. You lost a lot of that, just the coming back to watch a game, alumni, just having that like camaraderie of like one of your buddies is a Nova fan, the other's Syracuse, like whatever, and you can talk trash. And it's, for me, I think it goes deeper than, obviously it is about money too. I think that's a huge part of it, but I think creating old rivalries as people have left conferences and gone back and forth, I think that's one of those things where kind of gets underlooked. Like, we lose tradition every once in a while where they, took away our Thanksgiving game against Iowa, and just certain things where, Nebraska and Oklahoma, that tradition, now you're not going to get that back. So it talks about these super conferences in all sports. And I think one of the greatest things it does create that old rivalry where now you can relive it and you create revenue, obviously. I just don't know the checks and balances of how it would completely work in all sports, because you can't just do it on one side and then not do it on the other. So that would be the hardest thing to figure out, I think.
Yeah, I think this sounds great that Coach K said it, and he said this would be a great super conference. But I think the logistics and everything else, there's just too many teams, Title IX, everything else to deal with. Like I just don't think this is ever going to happen. I don't think the Big East is going to sign up their market share with the ACC on basketball. I don't think the ACC is going to sign away their market share with football. It's just too much hoopla in the middle of everything, and I think Coach K is just saying this to stay in the media, but it's never. I don't think it'll ever happen. There's just too many teams.
Well, if anyone can come up with a great idea, it's that man, Coach K. Hall of Fame coach. He did everything in his career at Duke. He had different generations of great teams. Go back to the early '90s, the famous, and I'll put the clip for you. One of the most famous clips in all of sports history, the great Kentucky Duke last second Hilda Leitner. We're watching it if you're following along with us on YouTube right now. That was the first generation. Then you can go to the Jay Williams and Shane Battier group that were, JJ Redick at the beginning of his career was at the tail end of that group. They were some really good teams as well. And then you go forwards, you have to the one and done era. He was able to get it done there too. He's been able to achieve in all the different versions of college basketball you had. But I would argue, and a lot of fans argue, that the version of that early '90s was the best version of college basketball, of the '80s when the Big East was the king. When you had those rivalries, to get those rivalries back again would be everything to college basketball, especially. And I didn't hear anyone bring this up. The NIL money is pretty big deal right now in the mix of this. I don't think a lot of people are going to be opting to come out of the draft to try to be a second round pick when they can get more money going to college and being big man on campus. I think that's going to change the ball game completely. And I think they should really think about that before they make this new CBA. It might be kind of redundant and unnecessary.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we do this every single week. It's a little late, but I know everybody can't wait for this. So we call it Analytics.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Now, it's Analytics.
I want everybody together to go ahead and say penis, 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 vagina, vagina, vagina.
It's funny every time.
Let's explain
All right.
it.
All right, guys, welcome back to yet another edition of Analytics, a quality educational experience. This is the game in which we quiz each other. This is Speedy versus Errol, and they're going to basically have the same rules. They're going to have a mystery term that they have not heard before tonight, and they're going to have to figure out what it means and use it correctly in a sentence. Whoever gets it right with the fewest clues wins the game, except the types of terms are very different. The term that Errol will be getting from Speedy is a sports analytical term. And then Errol will have to use that term. Sports analytics, Errol's more of a feel eye test guy and, traditional stats than these newfangled analytics. The terms, on the other hand, the term that Errol has for Speedy is something that Speedy frequently on this show refers to as gross sexual crap. It is going to be a sexual innuendo that Speedy is unaware of. So to start the game, we're going to start off with Speedy revealing his term, sports analytical term of the day.
All right. So for this week, it is DRS.
DRS. Errol, tell us what you think. Wild guess what DRS means.
Drive, run, and sit.
One of those three is correct.
Yeah, you actually do have one of the letters correct.
Is it
but
run?
You are not correct yet. It is
it
run. It's runs.
Runs.
All right, so you have one. Not bad for a wild guess. Now we're going to pivot. Time to pivot with the music and pivot with the term. Errol, tell us your analytical term of the day.
Donkey punch.
Oh boy. The active thrusting.
You use thrusting in everything.
He does.
It's punch. You have to pack a punch, Java. Clearly,
You have to pack a punch.
Clearly, it is the thrusting.
Well, Speedy,
one's mouth into one's breast.
Speedy, I don't think that's correct, but to be sure, I need you to do a demonstration of what that would look like.
No,
right
there's no
now.
visuals here. There are no visuals here.
Well, in the audio audience, just use your imagination. We're going to move on now, back to the other side of it with Speedy's first hint for DRS.
All right, so I have to clear this first. All right, so it has to do with baseball. That's the sport. And it is a measure that anybody in the lineup can have based on
That's enough.
athleticism.
All right, so it is a baseball, and it can apply to anyone in the lineup, referring to athleticism.
Athleticism. DRS. Run system, I guess. Am I right? I don't know. I don't know this one.
What's the D? You didn't have a D.
D. Dodge.
No. This is not dodgeball.
That is incorrect. No, not dodgeball, but we are working our way towards the correct answer, I do hope. Moving back to the other side, Errol, give Speedy your clue for Donkey Punch.
You can do this sexually, illegally to a woman.
Oh boy. All right. I'm going to say it is the seductive act involving driving. I'll say it's like public intimacy with illegal women. I don't know if I can say
women.
I don't know if I can say the word on air, so I
say it.
Prostitution.
That's the word that you're worried about on this show of all.
What the?
So Speedy, I'm just trying to wrap my head around the answer. Can you use that in a sentence for us?
Oh, please.
Well, I guess Jimmy G back in the day loved all those prostitutes when he was Owens quarterback at the time, and he gave some donkey punches and had gave some donkey punches to some very attractive women that are now probably looking at Robert Kraft.
What the hell is this? What is it? Anything to do?
So Speedy,
what that mean? Oh God, please.
Speedy,
that
I'm
gonna have to make this a little bit more interesting. Oh my God.
That's
Speedy, you
incorrect.
all
I think you might need to be a little bit more direct with the clues for Speedy.
I might have
next
to.
time.
I might have to. Yeah.
All right, let's go back the other way. Speedy, give Errol another hint for DRS.
Okay, so it is something that, again, anybody in the lineup, and it is something that will help out a pitcher.
Good clue.
Well, we have runs, right?
Mm-hmm.
A pitcher, S.
Helps out a pitcher.
Pitcher. A relief pitcher. pitcher? Come on, give me. Can I?
Any pitcher,
No,
doesn't
no,
matter.
it's something that remember, it's from the lineup,
Uh-huh.
and it's something that helps out pitchers if you have a good DRS.
Runs save.
Yes, saved is correct.
All right, what is the D though?
D.
I have no idea.
Well, what does D usually stand for?
Duty dodging?
You wish.
I don't know. I'm not going to ask Java.
You're so close.
I'll buy a
but
vowel.
so far. All right. I think you're going to get it on the last one, Errol. But Errol, give Speedy his second to last clue.
Okay. You can do this when a woman is in front of you. She can be in front of you, and you're standing right behind her.
It's a strip club. Probably some strip club thing.
You can do this if you're standing behind a girl, and I can't tell you any more than that, and she's forward, looking forward.
If you're just joining us in the middle of this segment, Errol is trying to give a clue to the term.
This is just think about it.
Donkey punch.
You are behind her. Okay? She's looking forward. So that gives you the answer right there. What do you do?
All right, Speedy.
So punch.
Don't forget about the term donkey being the first term.
No, that's what's throwing me because I want to say it's something like a mule kick, but it's a punch. So like, I think it's like that's the direction. So I'll say, but it's a punch.
It could be used for another name of what is a donkey called.
Yeah.
That's a different type though. That's the.
Yeah, but that's why he's saying you're behind her and she's looking forward. So what is another name for a donkey?
Right, so I'll say it's the. So it's a punch though. That's. I would say like a kick. I would say like a mule kick, but it's not. It's a punch. So I'll say a closed fist driving into a woman's ass. While
Speedy.
she was behind.
Speedy, you surprisingly are still incorrect, but I would say you might be closer than Errol is right now, and Errol's pretty close. You guys, this is the closest game of analytics we have had yet so far. It all comes down to this, the final inning. Speedy,
yes.
Give Errol the last clue for DRS. Okay. And remember, Errol, you have to use it in a sentence. Correct.
So if a pitcher happens to be struggling but ends up getting lucky, like with hard hit contact, these particular players help out with great what?
Say that again.
So if a pitcher is struggling and happens to allow a lot of hard hit balls and they're struggling with the command, these particular players, anyone in the lineup can help them out with this.
D. How much time do I have? I don't know. I'm going to take a guess here.
That was not a great clue, Speedy. That was like a very weird sentence.
All right, I'll add something else too, Fish. It's a very generic term that's just common in any sport. So,
Speedy, how about this? It's the opposite of offense.
I thought that would be too easy, but okay.
Well, I know what it is. Defense runs saved.
Mm-hmm.
Defensive run saves. So now, Errol, you've gotten it a bunch of times on this show, but you have yet to be perfect on the sentence. So here is another chance, Errol. Use the term DRS correctly in a sentence.
A baseball player runs and defends and saves, that kid cost their team.
You got to use the term DRS in the sentence. You didn't say DRS.
The man on the baseball field uses defensive run save.
Just say DRS.
DRS to measure how many runs and saves there are. I don't know. I guess
All right.
that's what I said.
Not ideal. I'm going to say not the best sentence. A good example of a sentence for this one would have been Andrelton Simmons has one of the best DRSs of all time because he was such a great fielder. Okay? So, going back the other way. Time to solve, Speedy. You have never been so close, Speedy. Donkey punch.
Okay.
The last clue.
So
No, Errol gives you a clue.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Errol, give him a last clue.
You can hit her and give it to her at the same time.
So I was just short with the. I don't know why that was there. Being I was just short with the ass. I'm gonna say it's the action of donkey punching a closed fist into a woman's vagina.
Speedy, that is incorrect. I'm sorry. Errol is going to win tonight's analytics. Speedy, you were so close.
Punching a
It wasn't
vagina?
the incorrect. It wasn't the incorrect orifice. It was where the punch was supposed to go. You were supposed to, according to Wikipedia. In fact, Owen, do you want to read the Wikipedia definition for us on this one?
I'm going off Urban Dictionary.
Even better.
It's when you perform anal on a female, and when she is getting off, screams like a donkey, and you punch her in the face. That is the definition on Urban Dictionary.
Now, Speedy, would you do that to a woman?
I don't know if that works with Wikipedia. So Wikipedia's definition, on the contrary, says a donkey punch is an act during sexual intercourse. It is based upon the incorrect belief that if a man putting his penis in his partner's vagina or anus punches the back of their neck, the vagina and anus will become very tight, giving more pleasure to the man. In fact, no such reflex exists.
Let's ask Trevor
Guys,
Bauer.
this has been, well, analytics has been yet another quality educational experience.
No, I'd like to know from Trevor Bauer on, the sexual terms he used to some of these girls that wanted them or him to do these sexual things to them. I mean, Trevor didn't get in trouble for it, and he actually has proof that these girls actually asked him to do it. So I'd like to meet these girls, by the way. I think they're out of their damn minds. I mean, seriously. Could you imagine a guy? Trevor Bauer isn't a small guy. He's like 6'2", 6'3". He's a pretty big guy. And could you imagine a guy with a thrust of a punch right in the back of one of these girls' heads while he's getting them from behind? Speedy, would you throw a baseball in the back of a girl's head while you're getting her from behind? Why not? That's not making it violent. She asked.
How hard is the baseball? Jabba, you threw a baseball.
Yeah, it wouldn't feel good.
Thank you.
Nothing would feel good. Could you imagine me punching a girl in the back of the head?
That would also not feel good.
That would be like a donkey throw as opposed to a donkey punch, I guess.
Honestly, there are people that actually like that. They actually like that dirty term, and they do it, honestly. But I've never tried it, and I don't think I ever will. But hey, I'm sure there's a lot of people. I mean, Owen, would you try that?
Well,
definitely not.
You're from Nebraska. That's more like a California thing, right?
Super Smash thing. Super Smash thing.
I think Shaq's done it before. Could you imagine him punching a girl in the back of the head? Those big ass hands. It's probably the size of mine and Jabba's put together. Maybe even bigger than that. It's pretty big. Have you ever seen Shaquille O'Neal's shoe? Has any of you actually seen
Yes.
Shaquille O'Neal's shoe?
Yeah.
We were Speedy. Remember we went to the card show?
Oh,
and,
yeah.
And somebody somebody actually gave him his shoe and signed it. Dude, his shoe is got to be about 25 inches. It's got to be like that big. It's huge. How does a man wear a shoe like that? Jabba, what size shoe are you?
13.
That's it? Really? Fish, what size shoe are you?
13.
Owen?
9.5.
Yeah. How tall are you, Owen?
5'10".
You're 5'10" and a 9.5. Wow. Okay. Scoops. Okay. How about you, Speedy?
I'm either 9.5 or 10. I could do both.
Yeah, it depends on the shoe. Like a Jordan shoe, 11.5. Adidas, Reebok, depending on it, a 12. It all depends on the cut, but mainly 11.5. That's where I would say. Anything smaller than that, it squeezed the hell out of my feet. And I have very like wide feet, so I got to go like at least a little size higher so it doesn't f up my feet.
Yeah. Jordan's a little too narrow for me. Manny and our intern Manny says the Shaq has a size 22 shoe. 22.
Yeah, it's a big foot. It's a big foot. I'm telling you, it's something that I actually put it to my feet when I said, dude, I have a decent sized foot for a guy my size. I mean, like his foot is double the size to mine. Just think about that. I'm I am a 12. So that's 12, another 12 on top of it. So that's ridiculous. I'd be afraid of what he does to these women. I mean, seriously, could you imagine? Could you imagine a big man like that sticking his rhinoceros in a woman? What do you think, Speedy? Horn. How big do you think his horn?
Way too big.
I mean, do you think Jabba's horn bigger than Shaquille O'Neal's? You sound like a
Hell no.
I don't think a donkey's got a bigger thing than Shaquille O'Neal. I could see why all these women are dumping on him. I could see it. I mean, he gets some freaking hot chicks, man. I look at some of the hot chicks that he's getting, and I'm wondering, like, why are they with him? And now I can see. I mean, he's got a big schlong, you know, a nasty one, a foot long, a double-sized genie in a bottle.
He's got $1 billion too, right? Something like a $500 million or something.
I don't think listen, those girls can get whoever they want. I mean, look at those porn stars. They jump on these guys and they got a lifetime of money. Look, Jabba, you know, he pays his ex like $3 million or something like that. Was it Jabba? Something like some ridiculous number.
What?
Like money, like because you have child support. How much did you pay? Like how much do you pay?
No,
It's a lot. Right?
First of all, it's not compared to anything to Shaq. Promise.
No. I'm just saying, like, it depends on how much money you have, right?
Yeah, I mean, and he's got what, like 5 kids?
I think he's got 6. I think Shaq has 6, and his son has a heart problem. I remember that thing. I think he's in the NBA, isn't he? His son made the NBA, or
no. His kids aren't in the NBA.
Shaq has 8 kids.
Yeah, I remember he had 6 that I remember. Maybe he got 2 new ones.
Yeah.
I watched Cribs and he had like 6. He had 3 girls and 3 boys that I remember. And one of the little girls was like running around and like driving.
He's trying to catch Sean Kemp.
Yeah. How about Antonio Cromartie? Could you imagine that?
I was just gonna say. The Cromartie, like, whatever year that was, it was like 2000. How long ago was that? Like 2008 or something.
Yeah,
and it just seemed like he goes on that list and he just names all his kids, and they were all born in the same year, or within the same 18 months. He's got like 7 kids in like 18 months.
Because didn't he ask for an extra early signing bonus so he could?
Yes,
he did.
Actually. Yes, he did.
Because he had like 4 or 5 that were born like within like the year or whatever.
Could you imagine that? I don't even have a kid. This guy's got like 15 children. And could you imagine when he gets older and he's a grandfather, how many he's gonna have like 1,000 grandchildren? It's gonna be ridiculous. If he has 13, each kid has 10. Just think about it. 10 times 13 is what? He's gonna have 130.
Cromartie really has 14 kids.
Like 16, I think it is. Let me see.
Holy shit!
What is it? It's 14. So he's got 14 kids. So it's ridiculous.
Yeah, hard pass.
Yes, and he actually comes from a family, I think, where I think he's an eight kids or 9 kids in his family. It's ridiculous. Just think about that. I don't know. I'm staying away. I'm staying away from Antonio Cromartie numbers. I think 1 would be good for me. I think Joppa, you got the right number, my friend. 1 is better than none.
Owen's on the same track, but they're trying again. So
hey, listen, 2's not bad. I mean, 2 is more than enough for me. I mean, if I'm going with 1, I guess I'll go with 2. No, I don't know. I got enough. I got Speedy. I guess he's my long lost son over here. And I got my nephew that I'm taking care of now, dealing with his crap. Anyways, that's it for our show, ladies and gentlemen. It went a little longer because of Quinton Coples, but Quinton Coples was fantastic. I want to thank Quinton Coples for joining us and giving us hours worth of, interview. And he loved it, by the way. He definitely, I'm sure he's never been on a show like this. So thank you to Quinton Coples. Thank you to all the fans. Thank you to Keith for calling the show. And by the way, Jeff, I'm going to tell you this right now. Stop texting me and doing the things that you're doing. I don't care about the Jets. Stop texting me. The Jets season is over. I don't care. Stop texting me. So he's telling me, go, who would you go? What team? Our team. Who do they go? Where do they go? I don't give a crap. I don't care if they freaking pick up a woman from a supermarket and make her or him a coach. It doesn't really matter. They're going to suck anyways. But thank you to all the fans. 35,000 fans that downloaded our show on Apple Podcasts. Thank you to all the fans. Keep downloading, by the way. And our TikTok almost has 12,000. Keep downloading. And I don't know if TikTok's going to go or it's going to be on hold for a little while, but our numbers are sensational. Thank you to our marketer, Siobhan, and all the guys that are, helping us out and putting our stuff out in the right places. So thank you. And we'll be back on Monday. Speedy, we have anything set up for Monday yet? No, nothing yet. I'm sure we'll have at least 1 or 2 people, and maybe we'll have Chipper Jones on next week. So we'll let you guys know. We'll be posting up on social media. Thank you to Owen. Thank you to Fish, as always, Speedy, and Scoops. Thank you to all the guys, and thank you to you, Jabba. And we'll be back, as always, next week. Good night.
You're listening to the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.